Welcome back to stream 3 of Desert Solstice. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and we have bundled ourselves up a little bit more, as you can see. It is chilly here a little bit before 11:30, Mountain Standard Time at Central High School Track. But we're having a great time, and we've got some runners who are still burning it up out here.
And let's make it abundantly clear to people. Like, it might say it's 60 degrees, but it is a dry air 60 degrees, and it hits, like I was saying earlier, it feels like a Midwestern 40. It is quite brisk out here for those who are not running. And it's going to get down to probably the actual low 40s out here. So it is going to be, it was cool this morning, not cold. To be honest, I was actually a little bit concerned, and I had a conversation with Zach Bitter about the weather and how he was concerned about how warm it was going to be when he and I both, agreed that when we woke up this morning, oh, I'm not cold. That's a problem. Yeah. Like, you want to almost be a little bit cold at the start of a race such as Desert Solstice, because you don't want it to get too hot during the day. And I think that a few runners, might have been part of what hit Zach, to be honest.
Yeah.
Definitely the warm weather did a number on Garrett Nelson as well. And it looked like he was possibly chasing an electrolyte deficit down most of the day. I mean, he's back out there on the course now and moving gradually towards 100 miles. But it definitely got warm out there earlier today, and now we're cold.
Yeah, and for those of you who are saying, I'm a wussy for being cold at 60 degrees, yep, you're damn right I am. I got my sleeping bag. I've got my 2 puffies. I don't mess around, and I already can't wait until July.
I got my puffy. I got my sweatshirt. I've got some sweatpants. I mean, I thought I had a sleeping bag in the car. I don't, but I should be all right.
Oh,
I should be fine. If not, I know where I can obtain some sleeping bags.
You can probably find one. You can probably find one. So yeah, we've got this view here of pit row. That's us up ahead of that.
Yeah, we're on the far end. Standing right there is Pete Kostelnik. No stranger to this race, having run it several times.
You might not recognize him. He's got a full beard going on right now. But,
yeah, that whole mountain man look.
Yeah, he moved up to flag, and ask and ye shall receive. A heater just showed up.
Oh wow!
So the good people up at Aravaipa headquarters are obviously listening to the live stream and actually care about what Chris has to say.
I'm glad somebody does.
Yeah.
We might actually have to make sure that we're careful if we bring our new guest in studio into action here.
Yeah.
So, Dustin, shout out in the chat. These runners are pretty awesome right now. We've got at least one more guest that we plan on bringing on here a little bit later. This is one that I'm really excited about. We're about 3.5 hours away from bringing him on. And that's going to be none other than Alexander Sorokin, Lithuanian long-distance runner and the current world record holder in several disciplines, including the 100-mile, the 24-hour, the 100K. His 100K time is pretty amazing. I believe like a...
And full disclosure, our hope is that one day, maybe next year, maybe the year after, Mr. Sorokin will join us here at Desert Solstice. I know his calendar is tricky. He runs a lot of events. He's in demand, but we would love to have Mr. Sorokin here at Desert Solstice.
Absolutely.
See what he can do on this beautiful track, perfect conditions. Like all these athletes are facing today.
They care about us. They're trying to keep us from freezing to death. Thank you. They brought over a Mr. Heater.
They did. So. Chris threw it out on the live stream, and boom, it happened.
Like we said, it was getting pretty cold.
Will the grilled cheese and quesadillas come next?
You know what? I think all we have to do is ask. Hey, Jake, if you want, just use that link that I sent you, and we'd love to have you come on.
Yeah, we'd love to have you, Jake, if you're still awake.
Yeah. I know that Jake's got potentially early morning at work tomorrow, but Jake, if you've got time, we'd love to talk to you about your memories here at Desert Solstice, having won this race in the past and been a part of it for several years, as well as your experience at the World Championships. I know that you and the national team didn't have the day that you had hoped for, but at the same time, I'm sure there were positives to be gleaned. So, we ready? Do you have a headpiece?
I do.
All right.
And Bryce will make it happen.
Hey, there's his bright and shining face.
Hey, guys.
Hey, we are being joined by U.S. 24-hour national team member, former Desert Solstice champion himself, a guy with a lot of accolades and a resume a mile long, Jake Jackson. Jake, welcome to the Desert Solstice live stream.
Hey, guys. You guys staying warm, I see, out there right now. Getting into
Trying
these
our
wicked
best.
hours.
You know how it is out here. You know that in the wee hours, it does get a little bit chilly, despite it being the desert.
It definitely does. The one year I was out there crewing Marissa, and I was not running myself, it got very, very cold.
Yeah, so these runners that are, at the 15.5-hour mark, typically you're probably about 110 or so miles into your race at this point. What's going through your head?
It's starting to get really quiet. That's one thing you definitely know. These runners have probably been noticing that way earlier. Seeing there's
That's
only
true.
5 of them out there right now. So, yeah, the nighttime hours are by far the hardest being out there.
Yeah,
It's
we do our
real
best
quiet.
to keep it lit, but at the same time, it's still kind of sparse out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you survive the day depending on the wind. I remember one year around this time, it got really windy, and we were dodging the cones that were blowing all over the track out there, which was keeping things quite interesting. But yeah, it's always hard. I look over, most of the time my wife's crewing me, and I look over and she's starting to get tired and starting to bundle up, and you start feeling bad that you drug your loved ones out there to crew you all day, and they still have 8 hours to go. So yeah.
Shout out to Missy on that one. She definitely has become a mainstay out here at Desert Solstice, being a part of your crew. And also, I got to be honest, Jake, we got some nice cones out there, as you can see there. Those those bright blue,
Hoka ones are
heavily
nice.
weighted cones. Yeah, those Hoka cones. Definitely not the same as those hollow orange ones that, like you said, would end up all over the track. Or that.
Although the Hoka blow up went down. I still see it. Nathaniel tried to hold it up for a little while. Hey, Jake, AJW here. I'd love to hear. We had Patty Curry on a few hours ago talking about her experience helping all y'all, over in Taipei. How I know the day didn't necessarily go the way you wanted it to go, but what was it like over there doing that whole 24-hour national team thing?
It was amazing. I mean, I definitely went in with high hopes of redoing, having a similar race that I had in Albi in 2019. Things went south for me pretty early. I was having some sciatic nerve pain in my left hip. Kind of fought through that for about 40 miles and ended up getting up on the massage table and having our team med, Nicole, work on me a little bit. And yeah, she just stretched me out. I got back out for a couple more laps, and the pain was just not going to go away. And it was, 6-7 hours into the race. So I had to make the decision. Was I going to just hobble around and do the death march for the next remainder of the race, or was I going to try to make a positive trip out there and support the team as much as I could? So yeah, it's just amazing being around that many just high caliber 24-hour runners, all the different countries. It's just an amazing experience.
Go ahead.
Well, just a quick follow-up. How are you feeling now? I mean, was it like a short-term thing with the sciatica, or are you thinking it's going to be a little bit of a long-term deal?
Well, it's been something that I've dealt with pretty much for the past 2 years, most of you guys know that I'm a truck driver, and I do sit a lot, and that's the major cause of it. So I've been able to do a lot more stretching to ease some of the pressure, and it has never hit me that hard during a race. So it was kind of I didn't really know what to do kind of moment. It did loosen up. I mean, it was quite chilly. Walking was not really helping, trying to get things warmed up. I did put pants on and a jacket and trying to warm things up, and it never really got any better. Today, I'm running pretty normally. I did have to take about 11 days off after the race from running because I got pretty sick. Most of the team ended up getting some. I don't think it was COVID for me, but some of the other runners did get COVID. I've heard from even some of the other countries. So it hit me pretty hard, but I've been able to run the past 3 days and no hip problem right now. So we'll go on some longer runs and see how things hold up.
Good. I'm glad to hear that you're seemingly on the mend and on the road to full recovery. Jake, one of the things, following from a distance, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but shortly after the 100K mark is where your tracker kind of went quiet for the most part. But then every so often I would look back and I'd be like, wait a minute, did he decide to go back out there? And, you kept on occasionally popping another lap every now and again, didn't you, for a little while there?
Yeah, I had told myself that I was going to make it to at least 100K and then kind of pull the plug. And it was weird. It seemed like the men's team, we were just falling apart. I started it, and then Scott got hit, Jeff got hit for a little while, and then eventually Nick got hit. And honestly, I was standing there, handing off bottles, helping crew as much as I could, and you just kind of want to get out there and walk a little. And Jeff was going through a few low spots, so I'd just hop out with him, and we'd walk a couple laps together. And I did that several times with some of the other runners on the men's team, just to kind of give them some company and keep myself occupied, because it was, 12 hours that I had left to go with the rest of the race. So yeah, I just pop in there every once in a while and try to get the leg, moving a little bit. I would go out for a little bit of a slow jog just to see how things felt, and it never really loosened up. So yeah, it was mostly just getting out and supporting the team.
Well, and the team aspect of it, I think that, based on what you're saying, you kind of knew fairly early on that that you were going to be encountering some adversity out there as a group. Describe what the thought process was as a group, like knowing that you were fighting an uphill battle for the most part. How does a team reconcile the fact that that things aren't going their way? For a lot of runners, having talked to, Nick earlier, mentioning that his time being on the national team was the first time he'd been in a team sports situation in decades.
Yeah, all of us are, seasoned runners to make a national team like that. So we all know that injuries happen, setbacks. You go in with these high goals and they just don't pan out. So, when I finally decided that I was not going to try to push it anymore, I had my little pity party, and Patty came over and gave me some motherly love and gave me some hugs and made me feel a lot better, and yeah, you just turn your whole focus to trying to support the runners that are still out there and still grinding. And yeah, it was just just having that team atmosphere. There was no way I was going to leave. I didn't care how bad I was feeling. There was no way I was going to miss being a part of something so special, being a part of this team. So it was a pretty easy decision to stay out there and support each other.
Outside of the race itself, what was the experience like being in Taipei? Did the team do a lot of events? And, obviously I saw some photos and I saw that you had a bit of a group run as well. What was the experience like being, and this is not your first time on the national team. You've obviously been a part of it in the past as well. But, What was it like being a part of the national team for those who aspire to be there potentially one day?
Yeah, I mean, I had never been to Taiwan, and beautiful, beautiful city, uh, different culture for sure. I was blown away by how many people were riding around on scooters. It was like scooter gangs everywhere. It was amazing. We didn't do well. I didn't do much sightseeing the days leading up. I was mostly concerned with getting as much rest as I could and trying to stay off our feet. But the day afterwards, we did get to go out and see some of the sights as a team, which will be some of the most memorable times that I got to spend out there. Just you know, it's kind of nice being a runner and then going out and doing things that have nothing to do with running and just hanging out and exploring the sights in the city. Yeah, the days after were pretty amazing. When I went to France in 2019, the family and I ended up taking a train over to Paris and doing some sightseeing. So, any excuse to go out and see a different part of the world. Yes, the running was what we were there for, but doing all the sightseeing afterwards was really awesome too.
Hey, Jake, one of the things that Patty talked about when we chatted with her was the diet, the food. I mean, it was clear that the organizers of the event were open to providing all of y'all with food and as much as you wanted and good portions and everything else, but perhaps there was a bit of a concern that that the I don't know, the disruption or the change in diet might have impacted you guys' performance. I mean, I'm not inviting you to make an excuse or anything, but I mean, when we think about future international teams that will go to represent the United States in other events, how did you feel about that?
Well, it was strange because several weeks before the race, Pam had sent out an email saying basically that if we were to avoid being drug tested, we were advised to not eat any of the meat products out there. Apparently, China supplies most of Taipei with their meat, and apparently they don't have as stringent regulations as we do in other countries. And one of the, I don't know if it's the way they prepare the food or the chemicals they use to preserve it, but it could show up in a drug test. So that was one of my biggest concerns, because I'm very much lean more towards a protein animal based diet. And so when we got to the venue where we were staying that first night for dinner, it was a lot of vegan, vegetarian type meals. And not only that, but a lot of stuff cooked in oils that I wasn't so sure I really wanted to dive into a couple days before a race. You don't want to sample all the different kinds of foods. And I think they were trying to accommodate, of course, there was 40 something countries there. That was my biggest issue. And it wasn't typical, like, especially the morning after, it wasn't typical, like, your eggs toast kind of breakfast. It was spaghetti or weird meals that we had never heard of and never tasted. So I know Jeff Urbanski, he had a real problem with some of the food they were having, because he's vegan and gluten-free. So there was plenty of meals where it looked like his plate was empty most of the time, and he was eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches just to get some kind of calories in. So it was not ideal, I think, for a lot of the runners, unfortunately.
And did you? Yeah, I actually don't really even have a follow up other than Patty observed that, and I mean, I don't even know what the alternative would be, right? For a national team to bring their own food over, or because it was kind of like a catered deal, right?
Right. Yeah, they had 3 meals for us, 3 times a day, and there were other like markets nearby, typical American restaurants, McDonald's. McDonald's and the like, but it's like if you can't have a McDonald's cheeseburger because you don't know what kind of meat they're using or what's in their meat, it kind of steered you away from even going that route. So yeah, it was difficult.
Jake, to pivot to what we're witnessing here today at Desert Solstice, you've been a part of this race many years. Actually, the very first year that we live streamed it, you were the men's winner that year, notching a pretty stout number around 158, 159. What is it? What is it about you and Desert Solstice? You seem to put up some fun numbers here. Of course, 2 years ago, I remember you and Nick Curry wreaking havoc with our attempt to try and figure out who finished third in the 100-miler. Literally, like, I paused the screen as best I could to try and figure out who actually hit the 100-mile mark, and you guys came away with a tie. You seem to have a lot of fun at this race. What does Desert Solstice mean to you and to your running career?
Well, it was my second 24-hour race, which ended up getting me onto the 2019 U.S. team. So, I'm 50-50 at that race. I have my PRs are both 157 and change on opposite times coming. I had a bad race in between basically both of those. So hopefully next year will be my typical good race. Fingers crossed. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those weird races that I just was drawn to. I don't know if it was because of my road running background. My first 24-hour race was kind of a fluke. I didn't know anything about doing them. It was just like, oh, let's just try this weird 24 timed race over here. Did really well and qualified me to run Desert Solstice the same year. And then 2018, I had an amazing run there. So I don't know if it was just me having that great first outing that keeps me wanting to come back, but yeah.
Yeah, that year that's the 2018 Desert Solstice that we're referring to.
Correct, yeah.
That field was so stout, as we talked about earlier. Five runners topping 150 miles, and bearing witness to that was truly a special day. Are there things that you can tell? How early on into a race such as that can you tell when things are going well or when they're not going well? Whether it's going to be a 155 plus mile day, or you might have to pull it at 100, or, maybe you get to the point where it's like 120 and you're like, oh crap, this is not where I want to be, or this is not what I expected.
Yeah. Each one of my runs, each one of my races there, each of them has been completely different. I mean, the first year, I didn't know anything. I was kind of going off the Bob Hearn book late in the race and doing walk breaks quite a bit. The following year, let's see what happened the next time I ran it. I think that was the year that I was on pace to hit a pretty good number, and then once the sun went down, I think the wind picked up, and I basically, instead of putting on layers to get warm, I was burning up so much that I was stripping down. And I remember Tracy Outlaw and my wife were just yelling at me, you need to put some clothes on. It is cold out here right now. And I felt like I was burning up. And it got to the point to where I think my body was trying to overcompensate for being cold. And I just spent so much energy. And I think I got to about 120 miles and knew that there was no way I was going to be able to continue. My legs would not go at all. The year after that, I did have a good race, 157, which re-qualified me for Worlds this year. Last year, I had another terrible race. I was about 50 or 60 miles in, and my one of my knees was starting to give me trouble, and I did the best I could, ended up walking most of that race too. So yeah, it's been hit and miss for me here. It's hard to say. These track races, you feel great going one direction, and then 4 hours later you turn around and start heading the other way, and something just seems to pop up, and it can change just within a couple, half an hour or so.
Yeah, we had that kind of that reversal of fortune, that immediate reversal of fortune we were talking about earlier with Zach Bitter, like going from pacing for a sub 7 hour 50 or 100K to basically running up literally to a one of the garbage cans, and at that point we kind of knew that his day might be done, and then when he ran to the next garbage can, 40 yards away, we knew his day was drawing to a close. But yeah, it's pretty fascinating to think that over the course of a 24-hour race or a 100-mile race, there's like a flashpoint that happens if things don't go your way. And I guess that part of the strategy comes from having to try and dodge all those potential pratfalls. A race like this is basically like a game of Jenga. The longer you go, the more the tower builds, the more it is apt to tip over. So you just hope to avoid tipping it over.
Yeah, and I mean, the longer you go, of course, you're going to be dealing with stuff that pops up. Especially like this year right now, Scott's moving well. He's been just on point all day. And it's going to get to the point where he might be the only one out there moving during the night. And that's a scary situation to think of him being in, because like I said earlier, it gets really quiet out there at night.
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot of people walking, and it's just hard to keep yourself motivated to run at the clip that you want to when you're basically the only one out there running. And there's been several times during those races I've been out there where you're literally just trying to link up with somebody that's moving to keep you going. So yeah, it gets to be really hard at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning hours.
So Jake, what's your let's shift to you a little bit. What's your 2024 schedule look like?
Well, are
we gonna see a jackpot?
I'm leaning more towards at least the first half of the year doing mostly trail races. I'm a little bit burned out on running the flat stuff right now. So Cocodona is definitely something that I am considering. I'm waiting for a few calls to come through. Hopefully they pan out. But that's definitely something I'm looking at. And I'm actually thinking about signing up for the Black Canyon Double. I really want to do some things next year that are way out of my wheelhouse. And those two races in general, Black Canyon was my one and only DNF a couple years ago. So I'd like to come back and tackle that one, and then to make it even harder, do the 60K the next day. So for right now, those are the two big ones that I have scheduled.
So what kind of calls are you waiting to come in to Cocodona? Like
sponsorship kind of deals.
Oh yeah.
It's admittedly it's not a cheap race.
Not a cheap race.
Yeah. It costs like 3 months' salary just to run it.
It's like buying an engagement ring.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. That
man,
I'll be honest, Jake.
That'd be so much fun to have you out
I'd
here
be
for that.
stoked to be able to follow you for 3 days wandering the wilds of Arizona. I hope that really comes to fruition. I think that you would be I'd love to to follow the documentation of you running Cocodona. So I'm hoping that all of your plans come together for that race, and it would be great to see you here at Black Canyon as well. I think that it's a fun race. I've run it several times, and I just basically kind of let the course come to me in the first half. That race is notoriously I don't want to say easy, but it's notoriously runnable in the first half, and then all of a sudden all heck breaks loose once you hit Black Canyon City. So I'd love to see you come back. You said you did have a DNF there a couple of years ago. Did you ever come back and redeem yourself, or would this be the redemption run?
No, it was 2 years ago that I DNF'd, and last year I forget what I was doing last year around this time. I think I was at Jackpot. I was not running, but I was out there with you guys with the live stream. So yeah, the next year will be my redemption run out there. And I did have, it's kind of weird. It wasn't a DNF from being injured. I think I went into it still a little bit sick. And thought I could pull it off, and I was definitely not prepared for the terrain out there. You hear everybody talk about, oh, it's downhill for first 50K, but it was quite a bit more rocky and technical than I thought it was going to be. So yeah, kicked my butt.
Yeah, it's a much more technical course than people give it credit for. I mean, yeah, it is runnable. I would say, fairly flat, and the easiest miles are the first 15 or so miles. Then after that, it becomes technical, even if still downhill. Then the final 23 or so miles are really a grind.
Yeah,
really a grind.
Oh,
yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out there. I enjoyed running out there as much as I did. I think I made it about 50K into the 100K. So I'd like to see that second half. And plus it'll be great training for Cocodona.
For
of course, in the
Cocodona.
opposite direction. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
still good training for it.
Absolutely, yeah. You're going to traverse a lot of the same dirt in that regard if you come to run both races. Even though you mentioned that you're feeling a little bit worn out on the flat and fast stuff, do you see yourself potentially eyeing another spot on the national team for 2025, the 24-hour, or are you gonna take a pass on it now and maybe revisit it later in the future? Is it still in your periphery at least?
yeah, I mean, if you would have asked me that during Worlds a couple weeks ago, I probably would have been like, I'm kind of over it.
Mm-hmm.
But getting to see everybody finish and talking to Jeff Urbanski, we were already planning on showing back up at Desert hopefully next year, and I had initially planned to run just 100 at Desert. I'd like to get my PR 100-mile PR down a little bit more, and so I was looking at something maybe in February or June of 2025, but with the window closing in late May, I think I'm just going to have to take my first shot at making the team again in 2024 next year at Desert. So, yeah, it's definitely something I'll probably always try to make the team. It's just something that if I'm capable to do it for as long as I can, that's like my goal, pretty much.
Well, we had Pam Smith on earlier, and she talked about her experiences being, I guess, a captain in an advisory position with the national team. Of course, she and Bob Hearn were both serving as those kind of captains, to my understanding. Is that something you might be interested in down the line, like kind of taking on a teaching / consulting role to help teach these younger runners how to get it done out there? I mean, you've become a multiple time veteran of the world's run, and at this point, these runners, if they're smart, they're going to look to you for advice on how to approach this race and how to get things done.
I don't know if I would be in that leadership position. I'm sure there's quite a few people who are more qualified to be doing that, but if I'll be a part of that team as long as I can. I'll just say that. Yeah, I love the whole experience. So,
Jake, I guess before we let you go, I know that you said you might have to get up early in the morning. We've had this discussion now for several hours. You might have caught part of it. We're trying to figure out. Looks like Scott Treier is having a very good day. Jimmy Strahorn is having a pretty good day. He's approaching the 100-mile mark here shortly. What would your mindset be if you were coming into this race, both on the women's side and on the men's side? What's your safe number to, say, if you ran this race and you were satisfied with the idea that you were likely to be able to rest on a number for, you can come in and say hi.
Look who's here.
Hi,
hey,
Jake.
Daddy. Good to see you.
I had to come say hi. I've been listening to the live stream all the way here. I'm starting the midnight shift, so I had to come
thank
say
you
hi.
again. Yeah, hi.
Thank you.
All right.
Patty Curry, folks. Yeah, Jake. What would you consider your safe number to be, coming out of Desert Solstice with 2 years to go before the qualifier season ends?
You know what? It's hard to say right now. It seems like every year you get more and more people saying that they're interested. and running, a long 24. Taggart, I've been texting him all day about his wanting
Man,
to
he
make
needs
the
to get
team.
on that wait list. He's been talking.
Yeah, and I mean, for the longest time, I didn't think I was going to make the team for this year. And then, guys just come out and they try their best, and it just doesn't happen for them. And like was putting in the chat earlier, the pros who could really bring a lot of attention to 24-hour racing, I don't really think it's a priority for them, which is sad to say. I think you're not going to just jump in off of mountain running or mountain training and have a great 24-hour. I mean, I guess if you get enough people doing it, somebody's going to break through eventually. But, it's scary for me to, I want to see the 24-hour racing progress. I want to see more Americans pushing guys like Sorokin. He's got such a huge gap. I mean, some of the guys out there at Worlds from the other countries, the Ukraine team was doing unbelievable. Some of the guys from Great Britain were really pushing those numbers up too. So I don't know what it's going to take for the Americans to jump on board with 24-hour racing. Who knows, maybe next year will be the year that we have somebody come out of the blue and just bring a lot of attention. I still think that it's going to take, the high 150s, I would say, for the men. The women, it seemed like, since they didn't even have, a full team this year, it's really hard to say who's going to come back. And it seemed like there was quite a few women who, threw their hat in the ring at the Dome and just came up short for whatever reason. So, females like, Whitney Richmond, she's been wanting to get on it. Michael Morgan, they were both on the team for 2021, which got canceled. So,
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. I was so happy to see Ashley Paulson's name on, the entrance list earlier.
Same.
I think when she blew it out of the water at Badwater 2 years ago, everybody was like, let's get her at Desert, and it's unfortunate that it kind of seemed like she needed to go back to Badwater to, like, show everybody what's up. Like, there was no, it's sad that she had to do that, but she's obviously a very talented runner, and something like Desert Solstice seems like it would be right up her alley. So, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of translation, it seems, between Desert Solstice and Badwater. We were talking about that with Pete earlier. Pete having success at Badwater, having been a previous course record holder, and at Desert Solstice at one point being the 24-hour record holder up until a couple years ago. So, yeah, I could see that translation is definitely something you can kind of eyeball if you look at it long enough. And that was why, talking with him a couple weeks ago at Fat Ox, like, I told him, I said, if Ashley Paulson is healthy and shows up at Desert Solstice, who's to say she couldn't make a run at 170? And then he brought me down to earth by mentioning that she was in a walking boot, which I didn't know. So I would love to see her come out here next year, though.
Yeah, even bringing up Fat Ox, I think, it was the USATF 24-hour championship, and I think there was 8 people in the race.
Yeah.
And not to take away anything from the runners, Don did amazing, and I know he's planning on, obviously he has goals of making the team. Sierra is obviously an amazing runner, but when you only have 8 runners at a USATF national, event, you're not seeing the whole pool of people that could really throw down.
Yeah, especially for an open entry. Like, that's
Right.
the thing. It's not an invite. It's anybody can show up, and still only having a handful. So hopefully we can do our best to evangelize the uniqueness of this event, and potentially see a few more people dive into it. And that's why I'm going to do my best here later this morning to encourage Sorokin to come over for Desert Solstice next year, because frankly, if he comes in, I know for a fact that I've already gotten like hard verbals from several people that would be like, oh yeah, I want to share the course with him, especially on this course where you compare this with some of those weird world courses where there's hairpin turns and 90-degree situations. And, this is a track and you only turn 6 times, basically once every 4 hours. So, it would be interesting to see what he could do out here if given the opportunity. We'd want to have him come out here, early enough that he could get acclimated to the weather and see and everything. But I did see in Jamil's face, like the hamster got on the wheel and started to, to maybe believe the potential for having him come out here. And, I know that you'd be one of the first people to want to line up to toe the line with him for sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've gotten to run with him at both times at Worlds, and the guy's just a machine. Especially this year. I saw him walking with a couple of his teammates, I think the last half an hour of the race, and I thought he must be not close to his record for him to walk like that, but he literally had the same pace the entire time. It blows my mind that somebody can run for that long at that fast of a pace. So yeah, to see him on a track, I would not be surprised if he got into the 2:10s, 2:15s. I mean, the guy is amazing.
Yeah, I hope that we're able to witness it because I think it would be a lot of fun. So Jake, you know what? Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you joining us, and frankly, Desert Solstice feels a little bit different without you here. And we need to make sure that that you come back next year, whether you're on the course or we had fun with you at Jackpot. Joining our commentary team. We'd love to have you be involved with that as well. So, Jake, don't be a stranger, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. You guys stay warm out there.
We'll do our best. Jake Jackson, love hanging out with Jake at races. I mean, whether it be him running a race such as this, I've hung out with him at Haviland 100. I've hung out with him at other places as well. So, Jake is truly one of the great guys I've gotten to know in this sport. Looks like Bryce is running around changing cameras, so we've still got Jake on there, so don't start picking your nose there, buddy,
I
or
think
anything.
We had the switch of direction, and all right, I'm going to run and grab a snack.
Absolutely, yeah, go right ahead. And I will hold down the fort. Jimmy Strahorn is approaching the 100-mile mark. I know I can see the Julie and the Stopwatch Crew, my favorite indie pop band, making their way to across the track. And they're going to mark Jimmy's time. And once we get that number, we will share it with the audience. Thanks for those that are still sticking around, because, yeah, we know it is a bit of a sparse field here. Looking good, Jimmy. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with what Jimmy's done. Like, he is not, like, he's barely taken any walking breaks at all. Like, I don't know if Jimmy realizes how good he's looked during this race. Like, he is very strong. He's gonna hit that 100-mile mark, and I believe he's probably gonna continue. I'm hoping he continues. I know that he'll have Pete Kostelnik in his ear trying to get him to stay on the course.
I know Jimmy, I overheard Jimmy mention something about, the right mic here. I heard Jimmy mention something to Pete as he was running past him, that he needed a motivational speech on the next loop, and Pete said he's going to get something from Nick Saban. So,
so it looks like it was about 16:08:55, which is not Jimmy's best, but still a very respectable number. And I don't know if this puts him in position to probably not hit the low 150s, but maybe above 140, which is the quote entry door benchmark for having a national team qualifier number. Special thanks once again to our most recent guest, Jake Jackson, who has been a part of Desert Solstice for the past 5 years. Not here this year due to his participation in Worlds, but somebody we're always happy to see, a great ambassador for the sport. So last year, Jimmy didn't have his best showing here, ran an 18:12:47 for his 100-miler. In 2021, he ran 16:07:29, and I'm assuming he is probably pretty close to that. Thank you. The time per Julie Haro, 16 hours, 8 minutes, 51 seconds. So Jimmy falls about 80 seconds short of his Desert Solstice 100-mile best. But from the sound of things, as mentioned here, as Bryce said, looking for a little bit of a nudge to stick out here on the track. And I think it's important to Jimmy in that regard. You know, Jimmy is no stranger to spending a lot of time out on a course. 16 hours is by no means his longest time out on a course. He ran, as we mentioned, 18 hours last year. He ran Cocodona last year. He's looking to improve upon his experience there. I can see him on the far side of the track actually sharing a moment with Garrett Nelson, who is currently third place on the men's side. Garrett about 16 miles away from hitting the 100 mark. So let's do a quick standings recap. Scott Treier in first place on the men's side, 114.8 miles. Jimmy Strahorn in second, just hitting the 100-mile mark momentarily, or moments ago rather. And Garrett Nelson in third at 83.8 miles. On the women's side, Sierra DeGra is at the 89-mile mark, and Megan Alvarado is at 79.3. As I mentioned, we're going to have at least one more guest. We're going to be waiting to call on us in the 3 o'clock hour this morning. It is going to be a bit of a unique situation. I did check to see on YouTube that he does have excellent English, so I'm looking forward to that because I don't know any other languages. So there is no common middle ground that we would be able to find. As of course, we were talking about having Alexander Sorokin on in the 3 o'clock hour. 3 o'clock local, basically just under 3 hours away. So if you're interested in our opportunity to speak with basically the modern day GOAT of men's 100-mile running right now, I mean, you look at his numbers. You know, Bryce, have you seen what Sorokin's numbers are like? Like, have you really taken a dive into what he's accomplished?
I've looked at Strava activities, and I can't process it, to be honest. Like, it's hard to wrap my head around those numbers, but yeah, his numbers, you know, if you look, you know, I'll just basically go down right now. His personal bests for 100K, 6:05:35. You know, for 100 miles on road, 10 hours, 51 minutes, 39 seconds. Literally the only person in history to break 11 hours for the 100-mile. And his 24-hour road, about 198 and a half miles, just shy of 200. So, you know, we're really excited to have him on with us. He also holds records in the 6-hour and 12-hour disciplines as well.
But this is a special opportunity for us. So
That's just, I mean, 200 miles in 24 hours is just not something that like I ever thought would be possible. Like, especially the amount of effort it takes to do 100 miles in 24 hours.
yeah. Well, and that's the funny thing, Bryce. You talk about that. For most people, for runners / non-runners especially, the idea of completing 100 miles on foot in a day is foreign.
Right.
To runners and to everybody, the idea of doing 200 miles is just incomprehensible. Like, even those of us who have witnessed, we've been out here at Solstice, we've seen American records, we've seen world records. The idea that, having seen somebody multiple times go 160 plus, that's an amazing feat. The idea that somebody could go 200 miles potentially, it's next level. Thanks again to Mama Patty Curry for making sure we are well fed and ready to go through the overnight here at Desert Solstice.
Nobody makes a grilled cheese quite like Patty Curry.
Don't mind us, we're just chewing.
Yep.
You can see Scott Treier coming up here in pit row. I think I'm actually going to check in a little bit with Callie to see, Scott is moving really well.
Yeah.
He seems like he's just out on a casual jog at this point. Like, there's no shaking him. Like, he looks fantastic. And as you mentioned, or as Bryce mentioned rather, there's a possibility, actually you both mentioned it to some degree, where it might be the Scott Treier show. Mm-hmm. I hope that's not the case. I would like to see somebody among the other four still stay on the track and give Scott some company,
I think an observation I would make is that Megan Alvarado, who 10 hours ago talked about how she was, putting in what looked like prescribed walking breaks, but also your intel down on pit row was like she was struggling a bit. I think she's working it. We'll see when she gets to the 100-mile mark. I think we still have a little bit of time, but I think Megan might keep Scott company.
That would be wonderful.
Yep.
Got a question for you guys. The whole field went out pretty hot from the start. Looked like, obviously Zach Bitter went out flying, but basically in a race of his own. Do you think that was detrimental to the field to stick with Scott Treier for the first few hours? Or do you think with those first few hours, it's so effortless, do you think that really would take a significant toll on the runners this deep into the race?
I think that staying with Scott early on is fine because he's notoriously a conservative starter in the first half of a race. Like, Scott thrives on running people down and, kind of punching from underneath, so to speak. So I think that was probably actually the wisest thing they could have done, was to make sure they didn't go out ahead of Scott, kind of use him as the barometer, knowing full well that, if I'm going out on this race with Scott Treier, then I am potentially running a conservative race. It would be like lining up with Nick Curry. If you are keeping with Nick Curry for the first couple hours of a race, odds are you're playing it pretty cool. At least when you're at that level. Like, I'm not talking about this as like Chris Warden trying to run. I'm
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about this as world-class runner and dictating strategy. Like, for instance, we talked with Jake Jackson. Jake and Nick Curry spent a ton of miles together at Solstice 2 years ago when they actually crossed the 100K or 100-mile threshold at the exact same moment, and Nick went on to set an American record. So, I think that if you latch on to a second half type runner, and Jake actually ended up that year. Jake ran 157 miles and finished second by 16. That's a heck of a number to finish behind somebody by when you.
Jimmy hit 100.
Yes, Jimmy hit 100. I don't know if he's calling it a day. I'll actually go over and check with him, but 16:08:51 was his number.
So we know Jimmy's the second. That must have been when I was over talking to Patty. Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
there
he's
we
up.
go.
He's up.
You love to see it.
And
this
there
man
we
a-
go. Jimmy is not done yet.
I
Yeah.
want to see him keep going here.
He's keeping us a reason for our existence.
Yes.
Out of the way, Jimmy. He looks like he just took a little snack break in a jacket, and I've insisted he's looked good. I mean,
He's looked great.
yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like
Feet seem fine. Like, just look at his gait. His feet seem fine. His quads are fine. Yeah.
what are the odds he just downed one of Patty's grilled cheese sandwiches and came back to life?
Well, if he did, that's why he's back out there. I'm going to do a quick sweep of pit row
Yep.
and see if I can get some intel.
Do you want to see if Callie can talk?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, while Chris goes down to check how our remaining 5 are doing, there's Pete. You might not recognize Pete with that big old beard, but that's Pete Kostelnik. We're closing in on 16 and a half hours. We have 2 athletes who've hit 100 miles. Scott and Jimmy. Garrett's getting close. Sierra and Megan on the distaff side are closing in as well. This is, again, for those of you watching at home, our pit road. There's Sierra DeGra coming in. She's put on pants, long sleeve shirt, a stunningly simple pink cap. Thankfully, all the roads in town are open again. The Fiesta Bowl parade threw a little wrench into the proceedings earlier today, but it was a lovely parade, and now it's over. So I was able to park my car, a couple hundred yards from where we're sitting. This is Central High School, Phoenix, Arizona, intersection of 7th Street and the Arizona Canal, immediately adjacent to Xavier and Brophy College Prep, and just 0.6 mile behind me is Central Avenue and all of the hustle and bustle of downtown Phoenix on a Saturday night. But right now, we are enjoying 5 literally world-class athletes making their way around and round and round this track. And don't let that 59 degrees up in the upper left-hand corner fool you. I don't know. It might be 59 degrees in the car of the person whoever is recording that temperature. But
What's your guess?
I'm going to say 48. But I'm
Ooh.
bad at guessing temperatures.
It says Phoenix is 55. I sure
55.
hope it's lower than that.
I still think it's lower than that.
I'm with you.
They're not putting into account the wind chill. And I know what you're saying out there. Phoenix has a wind chill? Okay. Fair enough.
Would you rather run this on an unusually warm day or an unusually cool day? Like getting into below freezing at night.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time of year where we have like frost alerts and things like that. You cover your plants. Haven't had any of those yet, but I suspect they're coming. Today's high was warm. I think it ended up being 77, but with a weird east wind. You know, as if you don't know, most of the prevailing wind is out of the west here, or out of the southwest, which is what brings the warmth in. And this east wind was just weird. So, but the clouds have all dispersed, so we're in for a cool, crisp, dry evening here at the Desert Solstice Invitational Track event. Scott Treier currently in the lead. Garrett Nelson. And Jimmy Strahorn still out there. Jimmy's getting a little hot food in his belly. He's hit 100. And then on the women's side, still have Sierra DeGra and Megan Alvarado out there.
Scott has done 469 laps around the track.
Wow, that's a lot of laps.
That's a lot of laps. I think I'm most definitely in the double digits for the entire year. Can't imagine 469 loops, and you still got about 7.5 hours to go.
Megan Alvarado just came by. I don't think she's going anywhere. She's got tights on, jacket, gloves, walking with a purpose.
Haven't noticed a lot of stop time for her.
Nope.
Really is unbelievable how bouncy his stride still is.
I know, it really is.
You kind of have to see it in person almost, or just be around this event for hours and hours, and then he's still running like that.
Yeah, and you still kind of see that sort of sinewy pickup in his hamstrings, which is just like, how do you do that?
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah. But he's doing it.
And seems to be in a pretty positive state of mind.
Yeah, he's not.
Seems like he's still having fun out there.
He's not grumpy. He's not looking down, not grinding. That was a cool little exchange out there where Scott passed Garrett, and then Megan did as well. Megan's waking up here in the evening hours. I'm excited to see how her next 8 hours plays out. Or sorry, 7.5.
Looks like Sierra's back on the track after just a short pit stop.
I'm not a betting man, and I know there's a long way to go, but just judging on how they're moving, if Megan keeps moving, she could reel in Sierra. Might be right down to the end, but could happen. Scott Treier and Jimmy Strahorn just came by our tent, both looking good. And Megan running. I knew that. Megan just gave me a shout that her plane doesn't leave until 1, so she's in no hurry to get out of here.
Like 1 p.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, 1 tomorrow.
Don't imagine she'll get much sleep. It's probably like finish up, head straight to the airport, sleep
Yeah.
on the plane.
She'll be fine. I've known Megan for a few years, and this is not her first rodeo, so honestly, I think she was getting a little bit hit by the heat, and she took some rests and some short loops, but this is kind of the best I've seen her run.
Where's Megan from?
Virginia, outside of D.C. Kind of that old school Virginia Happy Trails Running Club area.
Yep, gotcha.
So we got a good little lineup coming by the tent right now. Scott Treier, Sierra DeGra. From Las Vegas, Nevada. We first got to know Sierra last year, or earlier this year, I should say, at the Jackpot Endurance Festival in Henderson, Nevada. We'll be heading back there again this coming year in November. Megan's lap splits are getting faster and faster. Not surprising. Megan's a closer, and If any of you were watching and thought that she was going to fade, not so fast. Megan Alvarado from Virginia. Jimmy Strahorn, Camp Verde, Arizona. Not letting up at all. And the man, the myth, the legend, Scotty Treier, the man of the green velour full bodysuit. When he showed up with that, standing as M10 at Western States, I was like, that is the best M10 costume I've ever seen. So again, on the back straight, great angle right here. That was just Megan Alvarado going by. This is Jimmy Strahorn. And Scott Treier running faster. Gonna just...
So I took my tour of Pit Row.
All right. How are we doing?
Had some conversations with people. First of all, I talked with Sierra's crew, and he's under the belief that she is going to hit the 100-mile and call it and be cool with what happened out here. We actually talked about the fact that when I first met Sierra at Jackpot, that one of the things she mentioned as a goal for this year was to get into Desert Solstice. She got in, she ran 100 miles. Seems fine.
Yep.
So
check that box.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at with Sierra at this point. Megan Alvarado is here for the long haul.
Yeah.
She's sticking around for 24 hours. And, as long as she can go, was the quote I got from Jackie Hunt Brosma, who was crewing her. She's taking a fair amount of walking breaks, but she's still moving.
Yeah, and she's running like and carrying herself like somebody. She shouted over here a couple laps ago, "My flight's not till 1." So, where else is she going to go?
Man, I can't imagine taking a cross-country flight to Virginia after a 24-hour race, like hours after. That's impressive.
Yep.
I spoke with Jimmy's wife and with Pete Kostelnik, and they're going to make him stay here.
Really?
So
does he know that?
I don't know. Maybe he'll watch this back later because I got the entire narrative. So Pete's going to lie and say his car broke down, and his wife and son already just left. And Pete said he was going to change the passcode to Jimmy's phone so he couldn't call an Uber. So they were going to do what they could to make him stay out here. And as a veteran of 24-hour big numbers, Pete said that he thinks that it's good for Jimmy to stick it out and get to know what the back half of a 24-hour feels like, and Jimmy, he thinks, can still maybe push into the 240 range, get his name on the list.
140 range.
Or 140 range,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a belief that if he can keep things going where he's at, that he could end up So he's got about, it would be tight. You're talking 7 hours to go, or 7 hours, 20 minutes to go about 38 miles. That's tight. But he's moving. He's had very few walk breaks, and he hasn't had any extended sideline breaks at all.
So let me just rewind this. Wife and kids have gone home.
Well, back to the Airbnb or
They're
hotel.
off the premises.
Yeah.
Pete Kostelnik, who we all know, veteran of the sport,
Yep.
has hacked into his runner's phone
Said he was going to.
and changed the Uber,
Changed the passcode
access
to the
code.
phone itself.
the entire passcode to the phone.
So he couldn't call
So
an
the
Uber.
Kid can't call an Uber.
Now, I have to say, I don't know if Pete is kidding. Pete can be a bit of a jokester sometimes. He might be kidding. He's probably kidding. But he...
It would still be pretty cool.
Yeah. But
Even
he
if
did
he-
make it abundantly clear
That
that
they're
he
not
believes that...
letting them drop.
Yeah, and frankly, he's still running. He's coming right past us right now and into view on the screen.
And we'll get
Moving.
his lap count in a sec, but he's got to be close.
Yeah, he is at 409 laps at this point. Looking good. And then there's Scott.
Right.
So
what did you hear from Callie?
surprisingly, Scott or Callie isn't sure if Scott is going to go the full 24. So I need to do a little bit of digging here while we're watching this, because she thinks that Scott might be just trying to knock out the U.S. 200K record. So I will confirm what that number is. I'm not sure whether it's an age group or a national record. I got to take a look, but that would mean he's coming up
That'd
on
be
that in about,
125 miles?
give or take, yeah.
Yeah.
So, of course, Julie would know the exact number. She might even have the 200K record that Scott would be chasing handy. I'll just run over to her really quick. But I kind of rebutted Callie on that, thinking look at this. He's dancing in his head.
Yeah.
You know,
He's got some sort of music going on. He's got the hands up. He's just getting warmed up. It
yeah,
appears.
so it'd be one thing if he was just running faster to try and get things done. We've seen that happen as people approach their goals, but he's still got bounce to him.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just bounce in his step. It's like bounce to his energy. He's still moving very well, and you know, a 160 plus number is still well within view for him. So I'd be quite surprised if he decided that he was going to end his day at the 200K mark. But I'm going to run over to Julie really quick and see if I can get that number.
Get a full blown. Scott Treier coming by our tent again.
Oh, yeah, I just got it from timing desk. Yeah. 8.6 or 8.4K to go. Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be close.
No, he's got an hour to go 8K.
Oh, 8K.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it in the bag. I thought
Yeah,
it was
he's
8
got
miles.
he's got an hour and 5 minutes to go under 9K. So, assuming he
That's a
just
done
keeps doing
deal.
what he's doing, Scott is going to be chasing down the 200K American age group record currently held by Jake Jackson. Jake's probably watching from a distance if he's still awake and cheering him on, to be honest. You're telling me that man's going to walk off the track at 200K? I'm calling. He looks fantastic right now. He really does.
He really does. He's balanced his effort, dosed it out. Haven't seen a croissant in a while, but might be why he's running faster.
Swedish fish.
I mean,
So he's just doing a European tour.
you go from France to Sweden. That's understandable. I mean, Sweden's known for their fish.
Yes. I am a big fan of the Swedish fish, to be completely honest.
Garrett's moving again.
Yeah, looking good. Looks like he's picked it back up. In some cases, it might be people trying to pick it up just to get to that 100-mile mark.
Yep.
In other cases, as we know, Megan Alvarado is the one runner. Actually, Megan and Jimmy are going to keep us going.
I think
ideally through the
I think they may.
24 hours.
I mean, Megan for sure. And if Pete has his way with Jimmy's phone, then Jimmy too. So that's 2 consecutive 100Ks in both in
Under 9 hours.
8 hours and change.
Yeah. Be pretty impressive.
Yeah. Oh, we got a drone back up in the sky?
No, that's the
Or is that the
press box
camera
cam.
on the... Oh, darn. Okay.
Yeah, Scott is not moving like somebody who is just trying to knock it out. Maybe he's speeding up to chase that record, but he's moving so well, and he seems pretty strong.
Yeah. He doesn't look like a guy who's going to stop, but you never know. Right?
That's true. A lot can change in a short period
Yeah.
of time. These runners have been out there for just short of 17 hours, so... So Jimmy Strahorn has hit a new personal best in terms of distance. His previous was 101 miles back in 2022 and currently at 102.4. So congratulations to Jimmy, who is now in personally uncharted territory.
Indeed. And he didn't mess around at his 100-mile split. He treated it very much like all his other aid stations, all
Yep.
his other crew stops.
Looked very good.
Yep.
Took a brief break to confer with his crew / guru / motivational coach, Pete Kostelnik, who basically told him in no uncertain terms to
Get moving.
get back out there.
You got nothing else to do, man. Tomorrow's Sunday.
So here's another example of how weird Arizona weather is. We've got a reading of 58 degrees, right? And
It's way colder than that.
Yeah. So we've got a reading of 58, but we have runners in gloves, in wool caps. Okay, I got 53. I don't know.
No, I think it's much closer to 50.
Look at Megan. I mean, she knows the cold. She's from Virginia. She's got long pants, gloves.
Well, Garrett's from Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
You know, if anybody knows the cold.
He's got a big old jacket on.
Yeah.
No, I'm calling BS on 58 degrees.
Yeah, it's in the 40s.
Yeah.
It's got to be 48
Yeah.
degrees, maybe.
I mean,
Scott's
Scott's
the
from
only.
Massachusetts.
Well, Scott's the only one without gloves, but we know Scott's a lunatic, so
Well, and he started the race with gloves for some stupid reason.
that sounds very Scott.
Yeah. They were white.
Of course they were.
Probably a little bedazzled.
Well, I didn't realize his shoes were bedazzled.
Yeah, only Zach Marion would notice crap like that.
Thanks for sticking with us through the overnight here. We're just shy of the 1 o'clock hour locally, about 7 hours for these runners to go to try and accumulate as many miles as they can. I think that we're probably only going to have a couple potential 24-hour national team bid numbers come up here. I think that Scott Treier is in good shape, is assuming he stays on. Jimmy Strahorn could push for 140, which is the minimum level on the women's side. I'd have to do some quick math.
Which is always dangerous.
Yes. Credit to Corinne Malcolm on that one,
Yeah.
talking about
Don't
doing
do public math.
Public math is always treacherous territory. So Sierra DeGra could get to a national team qualifier number. 125, I believe, is the
Oh,
threshold
really?
for the women's. She's at 92.5, so she would need to do about 30-ish, 32 and a half. So basically a 50K away. 7 hours, it could be done.
Mm-hmm.
She'd just have to keep moving.
It's a stretch.
Yeah, it is a stretch, but that would be the only. So the top three are the only with a realistic shot at that. I don't think that Megan Alvarado would have to do in excess of 40 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, probably not. I'm going over to get more of Bryce's popcorn. Because I'm getting angry.
You can see Jimmy Strahorn coming up the straightaway. Scott Treier getting ready to pass in lane 2. Scott Treier has just passed the 120-mile mark.
It looks like Chris has a DoorDash down here that if he lets it sit there much longer, I'm probably just going to eat it.
It's Jamil's,
Oh,
and it's empty.
oh, okay. Then forget it.
It was Jamil's, so it was probably too healthy for us anyways.
Probably some vegan shit. That's tough.
Maybe. Did the quick math. The 200K mark is at 124 and a quarter. And Scott is currently, let's refresh, at basically 120 and a quarter. So he's got about 4 miles to go and would need to be under 17:51:17. So got about 53 minutes to go 4 miles. So yeah, it's never in the bag, but he definitely knows how close he is.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about Scott is probably going about a 9.5 minute pace.
Who has the 200K American record?
Oh, it's an age group. Sorry. It's an age group 200K record.
Okay.
40 to 44, held by Jake Jackson.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. There's Sierra DeGra, the current women's leader, with the handoff to her partner / crew. So actually, HAW, we're kind of at the same juncture we were about this time last year. I believe that just 6 people were on the course by like the 18-hour mark. So we're
right. Even though we started way more runners last year, by this time last year, this is where we were. Now it looks like Pete has walked over to chat with Jimmy.
maybe he's letting Jimmy know that his car broke down.
That his car broke down, his phone is broken, and all the Ubers were used up with the Fiesta Bowl parade.
And his horse is sick and he can't go anywhere.
And so you're just going to have to keep running.
You can see Scott Treier entering your camera view.
And we've hit the 17-hour mark.
Yep.
Kind of one of those numbers that's like if you can run 100 miles under that, you're legit.
Yeah.
Like Bryce did at Mogollon. Oh, wait.
That's still impressive. 17 plus 10 at Mogollon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Mogollon 100K, he crushed it.
It puts the whole moving for 24 hours thing into perspective.
It was so funny when we were up there for Mogollon Monster this year with Bryce running it. Those of us who were in the know went up to the top of the rim where we see the runners at the first road crossing about, 2.5 miles in.
Yeah.
And myself, Summer, a few other people were almost hoping that we didn't see Bryce as one of the first. Yeah, that was our biggest fear at Mogollon, was that we were going to be there and Bryce was going to be the first runner through. That was genuinely what we were worried about.
Did not work
And?
out that way.
It didn't happen.
No, he was like the 8th or 9th
Oh,
man
that's
through, so, and like maybe the 11th runner through overall, so he did good.
Did good. I think my crew was too good. I think I love my crew too much. This is where I come with I have a hypothesis of, for real hard hundreds, next time I might get a Craigslist crew. People I don't know very well, because I wouldn't want to hang out in the aid stations for too long, you know. There's not that connection.
That's one of the things that's hard about running ultras in Arizona when you know a lot of people in general.
Oh man. I mean, I say that like joking. It was like the most fun I'd ever had. I mean, it was brutal,
It's
but
fun, but there's a kernel of truth to that, Bryce. When you're running a 100-miler, like for instance, I couldn't even fathom trying to run Javelina ever again. I would be so angry by the end of it, running in every 5 miles, seeing my friends, having fun, boozing up and cheering. Yeah, they're pushing me to go on. But the worse I'm feeling, the better they're feeling.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And like when you surround yourself with people you love during an event where you're going to go through just such extreme pain, like I feel like they're less inclined to push you out of the aid station. They want you to not feel bad.
Yeah.
But that's what you signed up for.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so much harder when you're going through that, you know.
And you don't want to like leave the aid station. And that's where my mind flashed when you're talking about Pete over there. It's like, is that the best crew ever?
Mm-hmm.
Or is that on the opposite end of the spectrum? It's hard to say.
Yeah, Pete and Jimmy have been training together now for a couple years.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
they met actually here at Solstice
Oh.
and realized that they had a lot in common in terms of their skill set and what they wanted to accomplish. And they don't live that far apart. Of course, Pete used to live in the valley, now moved up to Flagstaff, whereas Jimmy lives in Camp Verde, which is basically halfway between. So, you know, they are able to train together, and it probably favors them more now that Pete lives up in Flag.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Because that's where the real training gets done in Arizona. So.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to a few other states, and you get a taste for the trail running community, but it's really, I mean, like, it's just like, I get to go see people like Pete Kostelnick, who I've been following for years and like look up to, and then he's just here in the booth. He's around hanging out. I see him when he was living in Ahwatukee. I'd run past him every once in a while. It's just, yeah, it's a cool environment to be in if you're a runner, for sure.
Yeah, I think that it would be fun to live in Flagstaff, but at the same time, I just couldn't deal with the weather. We're complaining about, you know, it being, 40-something, 50 degrees here at Desert Solstice. Meanwhile, up there where you're talking, I have no idea what it is, but it comes with 5 inches of snow. So
I'm sure it's cool for some people. Just not me.
that's the beauty of living in Phoenix, is like if you really want snow, just go 2 hours north, and then you can leave it and come back down to the sun.
temperature in Flagstaff right now is just barely above freezing.
I don't know. That sounds kind of warmer than here right now because I'm cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott's still moving really well, about 121 and a half miles in. So less than a 5K to 200K at this point.
And then we will get a sense of if he's going to call it a day then, as Callie is suspecting. It's one of the little intrigues of these fixed time races, because especially at the elite level, people might have their eyes set on certain times. They achieve those. It's like, oh, I'm done. I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually pretty grateful that it's not as lonely out here for the runners as I thought it might be.
Yeah. And I'm glad the wind died down. Oof.
That's true too. The wind yesterday
I mean,
morning.
the wind, it was fortunately warm enough that it was, but if it was still blowing, oof. But for those of you still watching, like, the flags are limp right now. So no wind. Actually, really, really good running conditions.
Oh, yeah.
If you still have some legs left.
Yeah, us complaining about the cold is not taking into the account that we're not moving.
Please don't take anything we say seriously. I wonder if Garrett's going to go past. I'm guessing not.
Well,
but it's hard to tell.
It is. I don't know Garrett, and I haven't watched him run nearly as much as I've watched other runners. Now, Garrett he's got about 10 miles before he hits the 100-mile mark. And based on what he's doing, you're probably talking about a 19 to 1930 100-mile, which I know wasn't what he set out to accomplish, but at the same time, he did have some stomach issues earlier, and working through those can definitely take their toll.
Well, and frankly, if he moves, he could go sub-19, which might be a reason he was only there for a short time.
But yeah, he's over on the far side of the track, walking fairly deliberately.
Doing a fair bit of walking.
Looks like Sierra might be having a bit of a hitch in her stride. It looked like she might have been favoring one side ever so slightly.
Sort of moving her kidneys around.
You know, I actually thought I noticed that like much earlier in the day. I know that Sierra can push through some serious pain.
Oh yeah.
And we've seen it before.
Yeah, she's done. We've seen her at Fat Ox. We've seen her at Jackpot, at Across the Years last year for sure.
Yep. Not
Yeah,
one to
she's tough.
tap out easily, you know. Yeah.
No. And somebody who's built themselves up. If you look at her racing history, you can see that there was a very significant improvement over the course of years. Like, she went from being a 23, 24-hour 100-miler, which is respectable, to being a 16-hour 100-miler, which is a significant improvement.
Totally. I think it goes back to what AJW said earlier about putting in the work,
Yep.
motivating yourself, getting out the door every day. She obviously does. I mean, if you look at her Strava, like, not low volume.
Yeah.
She did 100 miles the week before. So, yeah, she's definitely not training low volume.
You think she goes past 100?
Based on what her crew said, probably not. They were kind of resigned to the idea that she was going to call it at that point.
It'd be awesome for her to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the rationale there would be similar to what Pete was talking about with Jimmy. But unlike Jimmy, Sierra just did a 24-hour 4 weeks ago at Fat Ox. It would be nice to see her improve upon that. I believe her number was somewhere around like 112, 113. Maybe she sticks around to, try and raise that, but guess we'll see.
Wait, 112? 112 for what?
Fat Ox.
Oh, 112.
Yeah.
Oh, she could do better than that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
At this point, as far as like the time that's remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did 112 and a half at Fat Ox.
And won the race outright?
Yeah. When we talked to Jake, one of the things that he surmised about, the 24-hour is that, for a US ATF championship, they had, 8 entrants. So that's, it's still impressive. Nobody can ever take away the fact that she's a 2-time US ATF champion in the same year. But we'd like to see the fields hopefully become a little bit more robust over the next few months. We'll do what we can to try and encourage that.
Yeah. It's hard to, race calendars are so complicated for athletes these days.
Yeah. And as Jake said, it's a very specialized thing. You can't just come into a 24-hour. The only people that can are those who are already preconditioned maybe to do hundreds or 200s and do them at a high level. And even then you're dealing with the fact that the track works differently because you've got a bit of physical monotony in terms of every step.
The mental wear and tear.
That's true too. That is definitely true.
So what are these guys? They're sort of working together like, okay, we can.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Strahorn and Garrett Nelson with Scott Treier coming up behind them. And it looks like Megan Alvarado has picked up a bit of a jog again.
Huh. That was a good shot. They just looked over her. And
Yeah. Coming up to pit row once again is Sierra DeGra. Followed up by Scott Treier. Scott is less than 2 miles out from the 200K mark, and he has 35 minutes to cover that distance. So he should eclipse Jake Jackson's
in the bag.
200K age group 40 to 44 national record.
And who has it?
Jake Jackson.
Oh, you told me that. That's the third time you told me.
I wasn't going to say anything, but it is getting to be that time of night. It is Aravipa After Dark, doing it as only we can on the side of the track at Desert Solstice.
Megan wolfing some food down.
Yeah.
She doesn't have a flight until 1. She's got plenty of time to eat.
So if she sticks around till 8 a.m. and then just...
She can get a nice brunch at the airport.
That's true.
Yeah.
Grab a nice brunch, head over to the airport, and be prepared to start your recovery from a 24-hour race by sitting in a metal tube with the most uncomfortable seating arrangements known to man.
And probably some annoying people next to you.
Oh, yeah. My last flight to Chicago, I sat in front of a woman who had brought 2 toddlers, and, you know, everybody's got a right to be on the plane, and I'm not one to raise my voice and cause a stink, but I was put to the test, make no mistake. It has gone a little bit quiet in the chat. If you're still out there and hanging out with us, we'd love to hear from you. We're sitting here basically between 7th Street and Central here at Central High School in Phoenix, Arizona. I guess the Dutch Brothers across the street now closes at 11 p.m.
Yeah,
I swear last year it was open 24
I
hours.
thought somebody sent someone up.
Yeah, it was open 24 hours last year. I'm fairly positive.
Labor shortage, that whole thing, you think?
Could be.
Who knows?
They might just not be selling a lot of coffee at 2 in the morning. I mean, I'd do my best to keep them in business tonight, but... Brandy Wallace, thanks for tuning in from South Korea. Glad to have you with us.
Thank you. It must be Sunday over there.
Sunday's almost over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's Sunday here, AJW.
That's true. I just have to do the math. Yeah, it's almost Monday over there. Oh my gosh, I hate this. I need Sunday to stay.
Yeah, this is one weekend that goes by fairly quickly. So, do you have to work on Monday, Bryce?
Yeah, I've got stuff to do. I don't know if I'll be going into the office. The month of December is pretty stacked.
Yes.
I'd have to go back, but I know McDowell Mountain Frenzy, Tucson Marathon, this, and then ATY at the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
So I might take a day.
Plus
off
our
if I can.
runners' Christmas party.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's tomorrow. No,
It's Wednesday.
Staff Christmas party is tomorrow. That Christmas party is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Had one of the family Christmas
Staff
parties
Christmas
today.
party.
Oh yeah. We'll get together.
That's great. I'm glad you guys do that. At the headquarters or at a restaurant somewhere?
It's been at the headquarters before, but I think we're going out somewhere.
Nice.
Can't think of the name off the top of my head.
We can share it with AJW, but we have to be careful about sharing it over the airwaves because we don't want to be mobbed by the throngs of
Oh yeah.
admirers and fans that are following Desert Solstice.
Probably a good thing I don't remember right now.
Oh, I remember. I'm just not saying.
Where's the group run Christmas party?
The group run Christmas party is at 100 Mile Brewing, just at the edge of Papago Park. And that's Wednesday night. Our group run is at 6:30 p.m., followed by the party at 7:30.
And all kinds of sweet lottery or raffle things.
Yeah. I
Lottery.
got some.
I got lottery on the brain.
I got some cool swag from Nathaniel Chan with Hoka. Hoka's chipping in some stuff for the runners. I believe that the first 100 runners are going to...
Everyone wins something.
Well, everybody's going to walk away with something for sure, but one of the cool things about this event is that pretty much everybody walks away with something as long as they get there within a reasonable hour. LV trail jogger hanging on. We're the background noise during a late night study session. So,
There
what are
you
you
go.
studying? Let us know what you're studying.
Philosophy, hopefully.
So yeah, it's 5:22 p.m. or 5:20. Yeah, 5:22 in Korea right now. So. Of course, if you stick around for, I guess, a little over 90 minutes, we're anticipating having our next special guest, assuming nobody else calls in between now and then. Haven't heard from Coop yet.
No, did you sent him the link though?
I did. Well, I did.
How about
Did you get-
Browning? You guys hear from Browning?
Nope.
No.
A couple.
A lot. A little.
A couple.
I did say a lot, but I don't know what I'm talking about.
As we were saying, our next guest that we anticipate is Alexander Sorokin, the world record holder at,
In a lot of stuff.
100 mile, 100K, 24 hour, 12 hour, 6 hour track, I want to say. Basically, the guy that
Everything.
we're all expecting to inevitably hit the 200 mile barrier in 24 hours.
Yeah, he's so close.
And the guy who we're lobbying to try and come to Solstice
Yeah.
and hang out with us. I'm definitely going to put that into the discourse when we speak to him this morning. Scott Treier looking strong. He's definitely specifically chasing down that 200K mark for the moment. Looks like his face is a little bit more business than it was a little bit ago, but he's getting so close. He's at 123.5. The number is 124.27. So he's basically 3 laps out.
3 laps.
So 3/4 of a mile or thereabouts. That's just us kind of eyeballing the number. I don't know where the 200K mark is. We'll have to see if we can find that out. I mean, we'll see Julie and the stopwatches head over there.
Yeah, I'm sure they know.
I remember Julie and the stopwatches opened for the B-52s back in 1989 at the Basement Club in one of the boroughs of New York. I don't know where I was going with that one, but Julie and the stopwatches, my favorite new 80s synth pop band.
Like right up there with the B-52s.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so LV Trail Joggers shared what they were studying. Assessment of hematologic function and treatment modalities. Just that person is smart.
Mm-hmm. So they're a blood doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, Treier's moving.
Yeah, and I do have to admit, it looks like his his effort, his stride has changed a little bit. Seems like he's kind of more down to business at this point.
This is his last lap. That's all I have to say.
His last lap before the 200K or last lap? Oh. Well, we'll see what happens here. This is Scott Treier's final lap on his way to the 200K. We'll have to have him on if he decides to call it a day. I think we'd have to talk to him. And yeah, you can see it on his face that he's not carrying the same like energy he was a little bit ago. He's still moving very well. Still absolutely moving well. Don't mistake our noticing that for thinking that he's not still crushing it out there.
Running to find the exact spot where the watches are going to be. We will see that in a moment, we think.
Garrett Nelson coming up here on the far side of the track.
Really?
And here comes Scott. And I guess he's just going to keep going.
See? Never a doubt.
Yep. And then Callie's like, wait a minute. I
Then
thought
he-
we were going to go home.
Yeah, I have to agree, Trail Jogger. Treier is rolling, but it doesn't look like a party anymore. It looks like he's all business at this point.
Yep. Well, that went well.
So he's staying. See? Never a doubt. But Callie, to be fair, he does look like his mode has kind of changed a little bit. His facials are not quite what they were, an hour ago. Like he's still moving very well.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's shifted from like easy pace, have fun to now we're in the serious half.
Verade mentions maybe he hit an accidental ballad on his playlist.
He does love a good DJ set.
Yeah, I was going to say, but he's probably listening to EDM the entire time.
More like house music.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He loves a good house artist. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's been listening to the same DJ set for the past 5 hours. Definitely his MO.
It's gone
We
from
got-
France to Sweden.
we
He's
only got
having the
British
Swedish
fish. Jimmy's put on the track suit.
Yeah,
He's not going anywhere.
staying warm.
Yeah.
That happens.
What are those shoes? You got
He was in the Ultra
the
4 millimeter drops.
The ultra Hokas.
Yeah, so Scott has passed the 500 lap mark. Jimmy Strahorn at 421 laps, Sierra DeGra at 384, approaching the 100-mile mark, looking like she will be the first woman to get there. Garrett Nelson, 359 laps, about 11 miles out from the 100. And Megan Alvarado at 83.8 miles.
Did you guys ever do a pacer test? You know what a pacer test is? It's like when I was in junior high school. It's a standardized fitness test where you run from one side of a basketball court to another, and there's a beat. You have to make it before the beat, and it gets more frequent, so you have to speed up as it goes along. And I've just thought about this many times, but I would just love to see some of these people who can throw down in like a 24-hour, 100-mile take on the pacer test. It's a thing. Like Nick Simmons did a YouTube video on it. Like, it's around.
Maybe things are different for you younger folk when it comes to your physical fitness tests.
Somebody out there watching knows. Somebody out there watching has done the pacer test.
Pacer test.
The National Standardized Fitness Test.
You mean not the good old-fashioned president's physical fitness test where you have push-ups and sit-ups and pull-ups and climb up the rope, and Bryce is
None of that.
talking about something more sophisticated than that. Here comes this race within a race. With Treier's buddies. Oh no, they've quickly pulled off.
I'm seeing it now. I pulled it up. Like basically doing short range speed work. I'm watching the video you referenced. I'm watching it now. Yeah.
It was my favorite day of the year.
It would be for someone like you. Sierra DeGra on the other side of the track, getting very close to that 100-mile mark. This is going to be Sierra's 4th or 5th 100-miler this year that I'm aware of. Let me see. So, oh no, more than that. So Jackpot, Badwater, The Bear, Fat Ox, and Solstice.
When did she do ATY?
It was on the 30th
Ah,
of December, so
almost.
technically 6 within a calendar or within a 12-month range.
Yep.
Pretty impressive.
It's a lot of racing miles.
Yeah, and also did the Ute 50-miler and Miwok 100K. So she got her dual Hard Rock / Western States qualifier in and won 2 US ATF national championships.
And
Participated in Badwater.
finished Badwater. Did
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is quite the year.
Yeah. And potentially going to be the first woman to 100 miles here at Desert Solstice. Yeah, just a handful of miles out.
95.7.
I am number one. What? It is the wee hours here at Desert Solstice, approaching 2 a.m. local time. We've got just a handful of people still here on the track. Thankfully, we still have a few handful of people still here on the track. Those runners who have hit the 100-mile mark have opted to move forward. Jimmy Strahorn is currently at 106 miles. Scott Treier at 126.8. Next up to hit the 100-mile mark would be our lead woman, Sierra DeGra. She's currently about 2.3 miles out from the 100K mark, or 100-mile mark rather. Garrett Nelson is at about mile 91, and Megan Alvarado is at mile 85. You can see Scott Treier coming down the pipe. Pete Kostelnik standing off to the side. Pete, no stranger to this race. Megan Alvarado, Sierra DeGra, and Garrett Nelson from left to right. Sierra maintaining a run. Think she is feeling really close to that 100-mile mark. Looking like she's going to be there a little bit after the 18-hour mark. Probably about 18:15 or so. And then here comes Jimmy Strahorn. Would be if I could. Shout out to race director Julie Haro for once again putting together a well-organized, smooth Desert Solstice. She has been the race director for this event for several years. And even though she is not full-time with Aravaipa anymore, she still has stuck around in the community to make sure that Desert Solstice is all it could be. So thanks to her for that. For those just tuning in, you can see there are 4 men on the listed Desert Solstice. Only 3 of them are still active. Zach Bitter had originally intended to do a fast 100K, had to withdraw after his stomach went, to put it mildly, went sideways, and he called it at just after the 50K mark, so mile 32.6. Zach, no stranger to success here and at the 100-mile distance, having been a former world record holder. We're anticipating hearing from the man who claimed that world record for the 100-miler from Zach here a little bit later this morning, Alexander Sorokin. Looking forward to having him on. I'm really excited. We'll see if we can, if he can tell us about his experiences in terms of at the World Championships earlier this month, and whether or not he'd be interested in running Desert Solstice in 2024. What? Nope, not exactly. Sierra DeGra has less than 2 miles to get to the 100 mark, as we have less than 30 seconds to get to the 18-hour mark. This race is about 75% done. I think that Garrett and Megan will also hit the 100-mile mark. Garrett, you're probably thinking in 2.5 hours at this point. Megan probably about an hour after that. Actually, probably about an hour and a half after that. So we're talking maybe the 21, 22 hour mark, assuming they opt to continue, as they're both walking around the course at this point. Yeah, Sierra moving pretty well, but part of me wonders if that's the want to knock it out, smells the barn, get it done type of picking it up. And Scott's stride is still pretty strong, still well balanced. Scott approaching the 130-mile mark here. We just hit 125 RSVPs for the holiday party on Wednesday. The limits of your imagination. Oh, I'm going to let 100 Mile know for sure. Sierra's about 5 laps out from the looks of things. Just steadily moving to get it up to that 100-mile mark. Good morning, Larry. Thanks for tuning in. And for those who've been sticking with us through the overnight, we know there's not many of you, but we're grateful to have you here. You know, we're going to be here, you know, regardless of how many people are watching. We feel that this broadcast is our responsibility to try and highlight a unique aspect of our sport. Some great athletes here. One of the cool things here through the pit zone, as you notice, Aravaipa's own Patty Curry. So Garrett Nelson showed up without a crew. And Patty has adopted Garrett. Sure, why not? Grilled PB&J. Gonna give that a shot here in a little bit, but Patty kind of has taken it upon herself to be Garrett's crew at this point. So even though she's in charge of the aid station. She's also making sure that that he's taken care of. Everybody else has crew here. Although it is admittedly probably a little bit easier when you've got basically 5 runners on track. So, yeah. Yeah. Concierge service. Run Desert Solstice, and this could be you. Brandy with a question. Out of curiosity, does anyone hallucinate on the track versus trail? It's a good question. I don't think they necessarily would hear, simply because the track is very well lit. It's basically daytime here at Central High School, so I would operate under the assumption that there's enough sensory presence here to keep you somewhat focused. Nobody is going off course or off trail, as it were. I mean, that's a question for maybe somebody like Jake Jackson, if he wakes up and happens to see it in the chat. You see Jimmy Strahorn just over the 100-mile mark. Sierra DeGra about to hit 100 miles. She's currently finishing her 400th lap as we speak. Special thanks to Hoka for being our main sponsor at Desert Solstice this year. They really decked Central High School out in their Sunday best. It looks really nice, very sharp. It's 10 after 2 here locally, 18 hours and 10 minutes into the race, as leader Scott Treier heading down the stretch on the opposite side of the track. Scott coming up on the 130-mile mark and still moving really well. Gonna do some quick math here. $128.7. What was his? So Scott hit 128 miles at the 18-hour mark. If Scott slows down a little, but not too much, he's looking at a number north of 165. If he keeps doing what he's doing, he might actually hit 170. That's assume very little slowdown. But at the rate he's going, yeah, he would have to maintain for 6 more hours. And let's be realistic. I don't think that he is probably going to maintain what he's doing for that entire time. But, you know, 128 miles in 18 hours. That's a 170 mile, 24-hour pace. Yeah, 171 actually. Yeah, Randy, I don't know what necessarily would cause the hallucinations here. The thing is that I don't know if the runners in a race such as this I don't think they get necessarily sleepy enough I mean, maybe. It's a good question. Oscar, I don't know what Scott's goal was specifically, which is kind of a bad on my part, because I talked with several participants before the race. Talked with Garrett Nelson, reached out and talked to Sierra DeGra, talked with Zach Bitter, spoke with Jimmy Strahorn and Darcy Smith. The only person on the course today that I didn't speak with at all about their goals was Scott. And I've known Scott probably longer than anybody else. I guess I just kind of assumed that his goal was to slap down a number he could be happy with and set himself up for 2025. And based on our conversations with Callie earlier, I think that that's kind of a fair assumption, because Callie actually was having me believe that he might call it a day at the 200K 4K mark when he set the age group national record. I'll actually see if I can chase Callie down and see if she knows what Scott's initial stated goal was entering the race. Yeah, I'm going to do that actually. I'm going to see if I can head down there real quick and find out. Is my mic on? Sounds like it's on. So I actually just got done talking with Pete Kostelnik and, crunching out some numbers. And yeah, so I'd have to look and see what Scott's most immediate recent splits are. But at very recent points, he was pacing for 170 miles. And if he's still got gas in the tank, he could have one of the best times in American history. Nick Curry was 173. Based on that, he would have to really push. I don't know if that's possible, but yeah, 170 is not out of the realm of possibility. Did you get it? I'm sorry? Sierra DeGra becomes the first woman to hit the 100-mile mark at 18 hours, 15 minutes, 33 seconds. Her jackpot was 15:59. So Scott's so far run an 8:27 pace for the entirety of the race. He switched shoes? That's right. Maybe they're hypercolor. So if he maintains, yeah, he's looking at a shade over 170.4. What? Yeah, Scott's putting in an absolute clinic. Yeah, at this point, it's entirely in the realm of possibility that Scott puts up the second best time in Desert Solstice history, or second best 24-hour number. What?
Not recovered yet from that.
You want to come on and talk about it? Sure.
You have to go through him to get your bucket.
No.
Do you have your phone? You can take a picture of it. Oh gosh. Wait, I feel like I should have like a
Your mic is hot. In 3, 2.
All right, we're joined here at the Desert Solstice booth by Sierra DeGra. Sierra, welcome to our makeshift studio here at Central High School. How you doing?
Good. Just finished, so better than earlier.
I bet. It's been a long day for you, and one of the things we talked about coming in was the notion that for those that have been following your year, first of all, you've had a great year. We talked about that, but you ran Fat Ox just 4 weeks ago, and won there, taking down the USATF 24-hour title, and came out to Desert Solstice to run some more.
Yeah.
And pulled a very respectable 24-hour, or not 24-hour, 100-mile. Maybe not you were looking to do, but at the same time, still coming in at, I believe the number I saw was 18 hours, 15 minutes, 33 seconds. So congratulations to you.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I'm glad I got it done. I had some doubts, but it's just the fatigue, and got through it though. So.
Yeah. At what point did you kind of see, was there a point where you were realizing that, maybe the compressed time frame between the two races had started to catch up with you?
It was weird because I feel like I didn't do my normal at this one. I started more conservative than I normally do just because I was worried about blowing up. And then I had a stint, I think about 50K in, where I was going like 7s or something, and I felt really good. And just, yeah, I think after that wave, I started feeling kind of bad again. And I don't know. Yeah, the road ones, I've done hundreds back to back, trail ones, after 2 weeks apart, but road just, it beats you up,
Yeah, as we discussed earlier this week, this is your first time doing
On
a track
Yeah.
100-miler. You've done, short loop 100-milers in terms of a 1-mile loop, but discuss how this is different for you. What did you discover about the track here at Central High School that you liked or you disliked versus, say, Across the Years or Jackpot?
I like that it was really lit. That's nice because, the other Across the Years didn't feel lonely because there were just tons of people. But Fat Ox, there wasn't a ton of us. And the whole second half of the course was dark. So even with your headlamp, it was kind of lonely. This felt better than the concrete at Fat Ox, 100%. But yeah, it's just mentally, I think this was more challenging because there is so many more loops. And just during the day was harder for me than night. I think night I was able to just zone out more, so it wasn't as big of a deal. But daytime I was getting a little anxious, just I don't know, the parade and everything else. So
yeah, so for those just tuning in, we actually had the Fiesta Bowl parade go by, and it was 2 hours long.
Yeah.
The bands and the floats and the balloons just kept coming. Was that a welcome distraction, or is it a what's going on here?
it was entertaining, but a lot of weird stuff. I think there was a big bowl and then just other weird blow up things. So
there was a giant bowl.
Yeah. It'd be funnier if it was tomorrow when people are already tired. So.
Well, the fortunate thing about it coming by on Saturday morning is that when everybody's trying to leave,
then
we're
they
not
can
penned
leave.
in.
Yeah, they're not stuck.
I have to admit that would be a very
people
horrifying.
would not be happy. Yeah.
Yeah. So, congratulations on your result today. What do you have? We talked about it, but what do you have on deck for 2024?
I haven't actually signed up for anything yet, so it's all tentative. Badwater Lottery opens in January, so I think that's gonna base my year.
Sure.
That's a huge effort and training cycle for that. So I'll know by February whether I get into that, and then I'll probably sign up for Jackpot pretty soon here. And then we had talked about maybe going back to Whiskey Basin, and then I have Rock and Roll Half Marathon I'm going to do again, which this time it's after Jackpot.
Okay.
Last time it was the same week, but like before Jackpot, which was kind of scary. And then later in the year, I don't know. I don't know if I'll come back to this one or Fat Ox. I'll have to decide, but we'll see.
Well, I was doing the math, and you did across the years last year at the very end of December. You did the Bear, you did Jackpot, you did Badwater, Fat Ox, and now Desert Solstice. That's 600 mile or greater races in a 12-month period. You gonna maybe do a few next year?
Yeah. Well, and like the road stuff, like I said, it's not like I can just feel better like right after it. I think the fatigue lasts a little longer. And then, Badwater just deserves a lot of attention and recovery. That one took me probably the longest to recover from. So,
one of the things I noticed when I was doing my research for the coverage this weekend is that your career running took about a sharp acceleration point, maybe about 2 to 3 years ago. You went from being somewhat of maybe a mid-pack runner, like a 23, 24-hour 100-miler, to this point now where you're 16 and under. What was the big differentiator for you? Like, what was the light that switched on for those people who might be watching now and wondering, how do I go from being a 24, 25-hour 100-miler to dropping down into the sub 18, sub 17 range? What was it that made the difference for you?
I think a lot of it was just being tired of not, like, I felt like I was working so hard and like it just wasn't paying off, and then finding like the right niche for me, because the mountain stuff, I love it. I'm just never going to be the best at it. I won the Ute this year, and that was a 50 miler, so it was shorter, but just wanting to be better and be the best I can, and just really like putting the hard specific training in and believing in yourself is the biggest thing, I think, too, because it doesn't always matter what everybody else thinks. Like, I do it for me and my own goals and everything. So
one last question, and we'll let you get some well-deserved rest. When we spoke briefly after your win at Jackpot back in February, you mentioned specifically the desire to run Desert Solstice. And now you've run Desert Solstice. And what are your feelings on the race?
I liked it. I'd like to come in stronger and not like so quick off another race. But it was good. There were some rough patches for sure. And it is just a lot of mental, like the mind game has to be strong for this, but I would do it again. I'd like to come back and do the whole 24. It's just for work and like sleep purposes. I'm not doing that this time around. So
understood. Well, congratulations again on finishing yet another 100-miler. Get some rest, and we'll see you probably a Jackpot. If not, we know you'll be on the race circuit somewhere.
Yeah, I'll be around.
All right, thanks a lot. Sierra DeGra, everybody. Desert Solstice here in Phoenix. Let's take a look and see where we're at as far as our leaderboard goes. Scott Treier has eclipsed the 130-mile mark. Jimmy Strahorn at 109 miles. Sierra, as we mentioned, has decided to call it a day at the 100-mile mark. The first woman to reach that mark did so in about 18 hours, 15 minutes. Garrett Nelson would be who we expect to hit the 100-mile mark next. He's about 7.5 out, and Megan Alvarado at the 88-mile mark at this point. I do know that Megan is intending to stick around for the full 24 as long as she can go, and that was from Jackie Hunt Brosma, who is crewing her. So we'll have at least a handful of bodies hanging out here on the track into the early morning. So we'll be keeping our eyes here on the track. You can pull us off the small screen. No. Thank you.
I'm like,
She wanted to get up and go to
going
sleep,
on?
guys.
so wait, do I get my buckle?
Actually, that would be at the timing tent over there.
Oh. They're like, he has it.
Thankfully, they were kidding.
Are we not on air now? Like the mics aren't mics?
They can hear you.
Oh, they
Do you want me to
can.
cut the mics?
Yeah.
Just
I like to put my head down for like 15 minutes before I have this interview. Want to try and bring my A game to this one. And yeah, basically like got things you want to ask. Yeah, dude.
Well, we'll get to it. I'll talk to you soon.
Just let me know if you see him calling it, and we'll.
Yeah.
You just crop dust me. leave the interview when we go. Do a quick tracking update here at Desert Solstice. Scott Treier has hit the 133-mile mark, still on pace for in excess of 165 miles at that point, which would be the second best total in Desert Solstice history, behind only Nick Curry's 2021 total of 173 miles. Jimmy Strahorn is in second, and Garrett Nelson in third. Yep. Sounds like we've got him. I see him. Do a quick sound check. Alexander, can you hear us?
Oh, hold on.
Just
Should hear
make
him now.
sure that you're not muted, and we should be able to go right to you.
You hear me?
Absolutely. We got you.
Oh, okay.
Folks, this is an absolute treat for us. Our guest right now is basically the man who is on top of the world right now in this sport. I reached out just on a lark, and I have to say, Alexander Sorokin, it's an honor to have you here on Desert Solstice with us. How are you doing?
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
I see. So, hello everybody.
Hi. First of all, Alexander, congratulations to you for your winning total at the 24-hour World Championships at Taipei. And congratulations to the Lithuanian team for earning the gold medal there. Your performance as a group was amazing. To have three runners top 150K, 250K at Worlds was really impressive. And to see where the team has come over the past few years, comparing that versus the 2019 performance, is really impressive. What is it that made your team so successful in Taipei this year?
I don't know. We're growing little by little, and we have a strong team because ultra running is now it's more popular in our country because we show good results. After that, I think in Taipei was difficult weather conditions and several countries who must show good results. For example, US, British guys, and several else countries. It was very hard to show result because weather condition was quite bad. And so in Lithuania, sometimes we have the same plus minus conditions, so we have prepared for this event.
So your take on the weather conditions is that you were a little bit more used to them, perhaps. For instance, here in Phoenix, Arizona, we've had a pretty beautiful day, maybe a little bit warm, maybe about 78 Fahrenheit. What is that in Celsius? About 20, maybe?
20, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
And
perfect weather.
But we never get any rain during or almost never get any rain here. It's fairly dry. And so it sounds like your familiarity with the conditions probably played in your favor.
Yeah. How many runners are on the track now?
We don't have many at this point. We're down to about 5. We had a pretty light field this year, and what happens at Desert Solstice, due to its proximity to Worlds, a lot of the runners who we might normally see here from North America didn't make it. So the only runner that we had that was actually at Worlds is Scott Treier, and he actually registered for this after Worlds because he wasn't satisfied with his performance and he felt like he was trained up. And now he's pacing for about 165, 170 miles, which would be a large personal record on his part. And Scott, like you, is 42 years old. What is it about you guys that you've been able to maintain and improve your fitness into your 40s?
But I think in ultra running, 40 years, it's peak years. You have a most powerful, good abilities to run ultra runnings. Because if you're young, you not need you can't run a good, because you need to, I don't know, celebrating, drinking, I don't know. You need to grow until 40 years to have a good result. So that's the secret. I don't know.
You actually had a later start to your ultra running career. Sounds like you were a little bit of a wilder kid in your younger days. What was it that attracted you to ultra running to begin with, and when did you realize you had a gift for it?
So in Yas, I was kayaker, a kayaking sport, Olympic sport. 2006, when I was 24, I got a trauma and end with sport. And after that, until 2013, I get a job. I get bad habits, for example, smoking, drinking alcohol, not healthy food. So one day I had weight about 100 kilograms. I don't know in pounds. Sorry.
About 220. Yeah.
220. Yeah, about it. And I decided to change my life. Began to run. After a few months of running, I raced in half marathon. I understood that it's not interesting. I need to have more, to catch more motivation and find invitation to 100 kilometers race, and decided it will be my motivation, my goal, and I tried to finish that race. So after that, I think my ultra running life was burned.
Well, you've taken
of
to
course,
it very well.
Yeah.
You've had an amazing career up to this point. Do you know when the breakthrough in your ultra running career was? Like, what was the performance or the year where you realized not only can you do this, but you can do it very well?
I think first point was in 2018 when I got a first bronze medal on European Championship on 24 hours. After that, I understood that I can something in this sport. Then 2019, I won the World Championship, and after that, pandemics begins, and I can say that pandemic helped me to be a pro athlete, because my job was closed. I concentrate on running. My results begins going up little by little, and when British guys, I come in Britain to trying to broke world record on 100 miles. After that, I understood that I possibly can catch Yanis Kouros 303 kilometers.
So at this point, you have set several world records. You've set the 100-mile, the 100K, 24-hour, various 6 and 12-hour disciplines. What interests you more at this point? Going after other records and other disciplines, such as other distances or other times, or improving upon the ones that you've already established?
So I think I want to show my maximum on my favorite discipline is 24 hours. I think I still thinking that I can try to race up a little until 200 miles. I think it's possible, but I don't know. Maybe no. And second years we registered with my coach on 48 hours. Possibly I raced there, but I don't think 100% yet.
I would love to see what you could do in the 48 hour. Like, the number that you would put up would be absolutely staggering. I couldn't even, I mean, you're talking what, 500K beyond? I mean, that would be in the realm of possibility. That would be a lot of fun to see.
Yes, I think about this number too, but I don't know how it be, because I never run more than 24 hours. I don't know how my body feels after 24 hours. When you run 24, if you think one more day, it's impossible. We'll see.
Alexander, one of the things I've noticed about the courses that you've run some of your best efforts on, they're not what I would consider to be conducive to having world record efforts. Some of them have hairpins. Some of them have little strange out and back sections or 90-degree turns. I think you should come and run on a nice oval track where you don't have to deal with any sort of turns like that. And I'll be honest, I think we have one here sitting right in front of us. Would you ever be interested in coming over to North America and maybe gracing us with your presence at Desert Solstice? We'd love to have you over here sometime.
Thank you for your inviting. Yes, if next year we don't have in December main events, possibly I can go to North America to run there. Of course, I wanted to try maybe in stadium. It would be more easier to go because we don't have 90 degrees turns and so on. If you invite me, I don't say no, but we'll see.
Well, I'll tell you what, Alexander, I know people who can make this happen. We'll have to potentially stay in touch, and I will do my best to get you in contact with the right people for that kind of situation. Other than the idea of, and I put this out there, hashtag Sorokin to Solstice, because I would love to see it happen. But beyond that, how is your recovery from Worlds going, and what is up next for you on your race schedule?
So best recovering is good food, rest, sleep, good sleep, maybe sauna, massages. It's the best things for recovering. So I don't have a right plans on 2024. In the beginning of the year, I think in April, we try to organize again 100 kilometers in my native town. Possibly 48 hours World Championship in May, and end of the year, I still don't know. Maybe your country, 24. I don't know.
Well, if you're interested, I am putting it out there that I will do everything I can to help make that happen. We would love to have you over here. With regards to how you approach a race, do you think that you do anything differently compared to other runners in terms of nutrition or preparation that differentiates you from anyone else?
If I understood your question, it's about race. Yeah, you want to ask?
just talking about, for instance, do you have any specific dietary preferences? Do you, maybe vegan or keto
Oh, no,
or
no.
fat adapted or anything?
I eat everything I like to eat, so it's my biggest problem to avoid because I wanted to eat more than I can, so I don't have any diet. Just I need to avoid my appetites. So
When you're not training for something specific, what is your run volume during the week? Like, for instance, how many kilometers are you running, as you're in your recovery from the Worlds?
so usually I run between 100 to 200, maybe just for easy weeks. But now I am this week, for example, I will have 150 kilometer, I think. So it's quite. I like to run because it's like meditation. I don't know. So I feel my body almost recovered. So 150 kilometers, it's about 100 miles this week. Next week it will be more and more and more because if I want to run in April 100 kilometers, I need to start to prepare about after New Year. So
When you're doing your long runs, or when you're training for your bigger races, do you believe in the long runs, or do you start to break them up and maybe run multiple times a day, adding up to larger volume?
I think you need to mix all zones of your running. You need to have a little long runs, a little fast sessions, a little maybe sprints. I don't like run more than 50 kilometers per training, so it's my maximum. Sometimes maybe few 3 trainings per all days I have more than 50 kilometers. So yes, I think it's big mileages on training. It's not good for your body. And first of all, you need to be very individual. So one guy can take, for example, 200 kilometers. It's enough for him. Other guy can 150. It's enough for him to get the peak form. So you need only check on yourself.
I guess one more thing for those who are basically meeting you here for the first time during our Desert Solstice live stream. What else is there that you'd like the North American audience to learn about Alexander Sorokin?
Nothing is impossible. So all limits in our head. So just you need to be motivated, have a goals, and everything will be.
Well, Alexander, it's been an honor and a pleasure to get to talk to you here this morning. Once again, we'd love to have you here at Desert Solstice in 2024 if it works out for your schedule. I would just relish the opportunity to be here and witness you taking a shot at 200 miles on our home track here. We've had some great performances here in the past. Nick Curry had his American record here of about 173. Camille Herron, the first time she set the world record for the women, was here as well. So this track has seen some good performances, but the idea of 200 miles potentially is next level. It's kind of hard to wrap my head around. Most people have a hard time wrapping their head around the idea of 100 miles in a day. The fact that we could see somebody very soon in the future potentially do it twice is a really exciting opportunity to dream about here in this sport. And Jamil, was there anything that you wanted to add, or?
Yeah, not a whole lot. Just want to thank Alexander for your time and coming on, and congratulations on World Championships.
Thank you. So,
all right.
Very interesting. Thank you for your invitation. So I will think about it.
We would love to
Yes.
have you. Once again, Alexander, take care, and
Thank you.
hopefully see you at Solstice.
Yeah. Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was fun.
That was awesome.
That was a lot of fun. I just wish he had a larger audience to witness it, but we'll have to make sure that it gets out there. Frankly, he seemed very open to the idea. Let's be honest.
Totally.
Like, the idea of Sorokin to Solstice, I've been bugging Matt Feldake about that for about a year. I think we need to see it happen. Alexander Sorokin, folks, the man who has basically been sweeping every ultra running record that he can get his hands on, talking about how he potentially would be interested in taking a shot at the 48-hour world record, how he also believes, as I think all of us observing, that he could potentially cross the 24-hour 200-mile threshold. That's just watching Nick 2 years ago here top 173 miles was mind-boggling to me due to his consistency and his overall speed. And to think that somebody could best that by a 50K, it's exciting to dream about. So looks like I'm going to take a quick peek here at our leaderboard. Scott Treier has crossed the 135-mile mark. Jimmy Strahorn is at 111 miles. Garrett Nelson is at 95.9, and Megan Alvarado is at 90.5. Excuse me. We're just past the 19-hour mark here at Desert Solstice, presented by Hoka on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Sierra DeGra has won the women's 100-mile with a time of, I believe it was 18 hours, 15 minutes, 33 seconds. As you see, Megan Alvarado, the second place female, on the screen right now. Behind her, Jimmy Strahorn coming up over on the far side of the track. Scott Treier crossing the timing mat once again. So yeah, thanks to those who have been sticking out with us, and we hope that our conversation with Alexander Sorokin was worth the wait. He was very friendly.
Yeah.
It was an enjoyable conversation. I would love the chance to have it again in person if we can get him over here. It'll be interesting to see if Garrett Nelson opts to continue on beyond the 100-mile mark. His day has been full of ups and downs. Right now, he looks like he's on and up. He's running and looking pretty well. Looking good. Got a smile on his face. That's good.
Nice. Yeah, the ups and downs are pretty amazing with this event. It's like we saw Garrett struggling many, many times, and here he is making good time again.
Yeah. And, you know, what's really kind of funny about this race, and I think that it takes a special level of perspective to look at a race like Desert Solstice because, you know, for somebody whose day has gone sideways in many fashions, he's still looking at a 20-hour, 100-mile finish. Very admirable under any circumstances, let alone saying that you didn't have your best day. You know, some years at Desert Solstice, the final runners to cross the 100-mile mark are doing so in 18 hours. And if you're bringing up the rear with an 18-hour 100-miler, it speaks to how stout the fields can be here some years. So, how's Garrett doing? Yeah, he looks fantastic. He looks rejuvenated. Hmm?
So I noticed the Lithuanian team, they're all massive guys, like big like Sorokin, so strong. Those runners are so strong. I'm wondering if they work together as a team at all, like if he works with them or if they have a coach or.
Yeah.
Those are things that like I was impressed with the whole team.
Yeah, the whole team topped 250 kilometers. You know, comparing their result in 2019, it was pretty impressive because they went from 14th to 1st over the course of, I guess, what amounts to 2 cycles. But Sorokin was the constant on both of those teams, you know, putting out big numbers. Well, yeah, the other guys on the team went, like prior year, I believe that they were maybe in the, you know, 175 to 190K mark for 24 hours, which is very respectable. But it changes the dynamic when you have 3 runners who can all hit 150 plus, you know, especially when the anchor is pushing 190. So he's an amazing runner, you know, and that whole team.
Teammates were all strong, like the ones that
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, these guys are.
Strength training. Big strength training.
Yeah, I just wondered. And I mean, there was one of them that I saw a lot, and he was even probably tall. He's taller than Sorokin. Sorokin's a pretty built guy anyway, and then his teammate was even taller.
How tall is he? Is he like 6'2" or bigger?
And then, but his teammate was even taller, and he was not. I don't think he was that far behind in terms of big numbers. Anyway, I didn't think about it ahead of time, but I wonder if they work together as a team, if they do any training together or collaborating, because they're all strong.
Yeah, and maybe it's a smaller country, so they're able to travel a little bit more, or maybe they're all centralized, you know, in.
I was just curious because they just all seem pretty good size and pretty like muscular. They did great. Right, put it out there.
What are you guys cooking up over there? Anything? I don't know.
We have chili that's already made.
I already had some of that.
Huh?
I already had some.
No, and then there's potato soup, but I can make you like a vegan grilled cheese
Yeah, I would take one of those.
or 1 or 2. Okay. I'd be happy to do that. Do you need anything else, Chris?
Oh, I'm good, but thank you. So. So Scott's getting faster.
Really?
Yeah. So Scott, if I was calculating his pace earlier, and he was pacing for 170.2, and as of now is pacing for 170.75. He's getting faster, and I figured it when I first saw his numbers at the 18-hour mark, potentially tapping up against 170, my initial inclination was to expect that they might degrade a little bit, might fall off. He's not falling off. He's getting faster 19 plus hours into this race. It'll be interesting to see if he maintains, but
Still out here grinding too.
170 is rarefied air. We'll see if Scott is able to push that. A few hours we were talking about the idea that he might be able to comfortably exceed 158 to 160, but we might be on another level here if things hold hold to form. We'll probably revisit the numbers here in another 30 to 60 minutes to determine whether or not it looks like he's got a chance to improve even more. But yeah, Scott Treier having a fantastic day out here at Desert Solstice. Garrett Nelson coming extremely close to the 100-mile mark, about a 5K out. Megan Alvarado about 9 miles out. The two of them on your screen right now, Garrett on the left, Megan on the right. Both of them coming from back east. Garrett from Madison, Wisconsin, Megan from Virginia, and apparently has a flight out at 1 p.m. I can't imagine doing a track 100-miler and then jumping into a 4+ hour flight just a few hours later. That's dedication to the craft right there, folks. You can see Scott Treier followed by Jimmy Strahorn. I'm going to grab a sip of something to wet my throat a little bit.
Are you getting anything from that heater or not really?
A little bit.
you're just tuning in with us, we are live here from Central High School. Thank you for joining us into the evening. Great to have you all here. We've got some pretty incredible things happening here at this year's Solstice, despite the smaller field. We have Scott Treier leading the charge here. He is 136 miles into this thing. And we'll get him up on the screen. You can see him coming through here. It's 3:29 in the morning here. We are 19 and a half hours in. And he's really just been having a great race. He had to drop out early of the World Championship just a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, in fact. And he is putting all of his training to good use out here on kind of his home track now, out here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's going to be exciting these next 4.5 hours as he continues to stack miles on. This is the crux of the entire event. These next few hours, he's kind of getting to the point where he's not quite at the home stretch. This is going to be some of the toughest section of the race, I would imagine, for him. But he's got a couple other people out here still moving pretty well. Garrett Nelson, although he's had his ups and downs, is moving pretty strong right now as he closes in on his 100 miles. He's just got a couple to go, so I'm sure he's looking forward to that and making his final push towards 100. Now that I have a heater. I think Tracy Outlaw was messaging me about Sorokin as well.
Yeah. Sounds like he genuinely has some interest in racing in the West, and if he does, should be here. Love to see it.
Walk them in now.
Well, we've established contact, so.
That's awesome. Thanks, man.
Dude, I want to see this thing become, like, just the idea of Sorokin coming over here and every runner in the West who has the resume and the talent to just try and take a shot, to try him, who hasn't had a chance at Worlds yet.
Looks like you could share the track with him and.
Well, that's just it. You're sharing space with him.
Yeah. And maybe people who weren't necessarily interested in the discipline at this point might look at it and be like, ooh, this could be a, chance, like, I'm
Intriguing.
yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't know, maybe give Jim Walmsley a call. Like, how would you like to do that?
Might bring some new people out of the woodwork.
Yeah. It's a very intriguing
Obviously,
opportunity.
24-hour racing is a very specific sport.
It is. But even the thing is that if he's shooting for 200, then his 100-mile split's going to be absurd anyways, too.
It helps it to last.
I don't care.
Well, I don't know. Do we have more propane tanks?
Yeah, but also it's like a fresh tank, and there's only a couple hours left. You know.
Oh, I guess so. Well, do you want a tire or something? That's good.
My chill is gone now.
Yeah.
We're about 4.5 hours from the finish of...
Stop at 100, do you know, or not sure?
Who?
Garrett.
I don't know for
Moving
sure.
Well, but he's also like 2 miles away.
Yeah.
Talking to the mic.
Oh.
Do you know if Garrett is gonna keep going beyond 100 miles? Do you have any indications, Chris?
My guess was that he was going to call it at the 100-mile mark, but that's when he was looking far worse. He looks good right now.
Yeah.
He's running alongside Scott Treier at this moment.
Yeah, he looks great, and like,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking. I mean, I don't know how much it matters to Scott right now to have like other people on the track and moving. Like, I'm sure right now it's like kind of nice to have Garrett, who's like moving well. He can kind of not necessarily pace off him, but it's like, okay, I know that he's out there as well. He's moving, I'm moving. It's like a little camaraderie out there. Probably makes the time go by, but I know like he's obviously in his head right now, I'm sure, and like he's got that goal in mind, and he knows he has a shot at doing something great here. So I'm sure that's like the number one motivating factor, but it's got to help a little bit.
Well, I think it would be a huge help, especially prior to sunrise. Like, until the sun comes up, having somebody else to look at and kind of keep your mind going would be ideal. What's interesting is that Garrett just passed by Scott and is actually putting a little bit of distance on him, obviously way behind, but the interesting thing about that, Jimo, is that makes me think that Garrett is going to stop at 100 miles. Like, he's pushing to get it
that's
done.
what I was thinking too, because he is at 97.7 right now.
Yeah. He can smell the barn for 100 miles.
Yeah.
Now, he might surprise us. What's funny is that, so earlier, Scott actually set the American age group 40 to 44 200K record, and Callie was convinced that he was going to stop at that point. And she basically came over to the live stream and told us he's done, or one more lap. And she proceeded to walk over to the RD tent, and then she walks back by us about 2 minutes later and sorry. So it was not, in fact, Scott being done.
Psych.
Yeah. And Jimmy is sleepy. You can actually see him in the middle of the shot. That's Jimmy Strahorn with his head down, and Pete Kostelnik is right next to him. Pete's head was down as well, but it looks like he's sitting up a little bit. And
Scott stopped for a brief minute at his aid tent there, as you saw, but picks a bottle up, chats with Callie for a second, right back out there. So that's good.
Yeah, Scott's had full concierge service from...
He's still smiling.
Yeah.
Have you seen any... I mean, it seemed early on in the day we weren't quite sure his demeanor. Maybe he was just trying to keep it emotionless. But have you seen any real low spots for him so far throughout this 20 hours?
No, he's looked very good the entire time. And Jake Jackson said it that very early on, he said it looked like Scott was going to have the race he wanted to have at Worlds. And I'm really excited. I would love to see him. We were talking about one of the things that we've conversed about over the day is the idea of, quote, what's the safe number in going for the 24-hour national team for 2025? Now, this year, 150 got you on, But as we saw in 2018, 155.05 did not, whereas 155.1 did. So just to be safe, we were talking maybe in the realm of 158 or so would basically be that safe number. And so we figured, oh, if Scott gets to the point where maybe he can shuffle into a 160 or so number, maybe he'll slow down. The thing is that Scott's not slowing down. I'll check to see where he's at in terms of paces again, but Scott has been moving extremely efficiently. I'm going to pull up a couple of base calculators so I can kind of keep an eye on where Scott's numbers look like they might fall. Yeah, it might get to the point where Scott is... I saw him actually reach with his right hand kind of behind his back a little bit there. It's one of the things that when you're covering a 24-hour race, every little motion is something you tend to notice. I just watched his hand kind of reach. I don't know if he was noticing something or if he was throwing something in a back pocket. It's what happens when you're here all day and you tend to overanalyze. Oh, yeah. Every little hitch in stride or... Oh, it's one thing that, of course, this being the 6th year that we've done this race as a live stream, gotten to know what to look for on a pretty close basis. We see Jimmy Strahorn just moving past the camera. Jimmy, as we mentioned earlier, already in a personal best in terms of his distance, smiling over this way. I love to see it. Love to see it, Jimmy. Saw Megan Alvarado and Scott Treier over on the far side. Looks like Scott has fallen a little bit back off that pace. Looks like he might be trending towards about 169.3 now. So it looks like he might have reined it back a little bit. In any event, still headed for a fairly safe big number here at Desert Solstice, assuming things hold to form here. You know, maybe it is a situation where Scott doesn't really have anybody to share time with. So But then again, Scott is experienced and he's disciplined, and I would hope that he's able to just simply trust in his watch for the remainder of the race, as long as his body is holding up its end of the bargain. Yeah, it looks like Scott's pace has leveled off a little bit. I think you can see it if you've been watching him the last couple hours, but he's still moving fairly well. Definitely under a 10-minute pace, but maybe not the 8:25, 8:27 he was doing just a little bit ago. Keep it up, Scott. You're doing great. Garrett Nelson has just hit the 100-mile mark here at Desert Solstice. We'll see whether or not he opts to continue on. He's moving really well. He actually is staying ahead of Scott Treier, and Scott's actually picked his pace back up. Garrett on the left, Scott there on the right. This is becoming fairly interesting, to be honest. Megan Alvarado currently at mile 93. Jimmy Strahorn moving, not moving quickly, but still moving out on the track. I'm assuming at this point it's probably more of a principle basis, more of a staying out on the track and getting it done situation for Jimmy. We saw that a few years ago. I believe it was 2019 with Zach Bitter, where Zach insisted on staying on the track the full 24 hours. He didn't do a lot more mileage after he hit the 100-mile mark, but He stayed out on the course. We saw Pat Regan do that out here one year as well, where it seemed like after the 100-mile, he just kind of wanted to make a point of being out on the course for the entire 24 hours. And with that, we've hit our final turnaround here at Desert Solstice. DV, good morning. There is an on-screen graph, but I don't have the capability to put it up. I can verbalize it for you. Let me pull it up here. I apologize. Our producer is MIA at the moment. So if you see Jamil Curry, you can let him know that the new video board is a little bit tricky for me. So Sierra DeGra was the first woman to hit the 100-mile mark and did so in 1815. Megan Alvarado is fairly close at 93.5 miles. And Megan is working towards the 100-mile mark. Our third place woman was Darcy Smith. Darcy has decided to call it a day. A bit of a scare for Darcy that brought her race to a close. She passed out trackside right by the main aid station area and was helped back to her crew tent, and they grabbed her some supplies so she could nap on a cot. They got her a cot and a sleeping bag, made sure that she was okay, and it looked like she simply just really needed the ability to rest. Hey, Jamil, are we able to pull up a full leaderboard on the screen, or is it just men and women? Just, yeah, there's the women's right there. Sorry?
Just broke it down by gender.
Okay. So, yeah, there's your women's leaderboard right there. Nick, the high yesterday was 78 degrees, but I don't know, maybe those of us that live in the desert are just complainers. That wouldn't surprise me. But it felt extremely warm for 78 degrees out here yesterday. The sun was hitting pretty hard. I don't know what the UV index was, but it definitely was an intense sunlight during the midday and early afternoon hours yesterday. The lows, the screen says 57, but I'm skeptical of that. My last check was 49 degrees here at Desert Solstice. I'm feeling a little bit better because I have a heat lamp right by me. So I'm basically like a rotisserie chicken here at this moment. Being invitational, are the athletes mailed a paper invitation with dress code and all? No, Verde, I believe that it's like the Kumite in Bloodsport, where people actually show up to hand you the invite. At least that's what I'm led to believe. I've never been invited to Desert Solstice. I just keep showing up, and they keep letting me hang out. So I can't really speak to the invitation process here at Desert Solstice. I'm kidding. So if a runner, so the spots go, first and foremost to the A standard qualifiers. Then after that, they will proceed to fill them with qualified B standard applicants. And timing matters. The sooner you get on the wait list, the sooner you're able to potentially get in. And that's why I was stressing earlier that registration for 2024 Desert Solstice is open. And you don't have to be, you don't have to put the entry fee down or anything at this point. You simply put yourself on the wait list. If you've got a qualifier, great. If you don't, I think you can still put yourself on the wait list on contingency. Don't quote me on that, but that's my understanding. Garrett Nelson still moving forward. I have to admit, I don't know if I was expecting that. Jimmy Strahorn still moving forward as well. Scott Treier has passed the 140-mile mark with just under 4 hours to go. See if I can do a quick calculation of what Scott might be looking at. Yeah, Scott has slowed down somewhat and is pacing towards about a 168 at this point. I mean, he's still moving, but just not at the same level he was before recently. Scott was originally doing about at one point was at about an 8:31 pace cumulative, and he started to pick up the pace about 2 hours ago, maybe 3 hours ago, and was moving at a pretty intense pace for the better part of an hour. And when I started to do calculations, his anticipated pace had gone from about 169 up to 170.75, which is rarefied air. Not many Americans have topped 170 in terms of overall mileage in a 24-hour race. So, but now his pace is slipped back a little bit, but still well in excess of his current PR. I believe that as of now, as of now, Scott Treier's PR in the 24-hour is 152.36, which was here 2 years ago at Desert Solstice. You can see in the lower part of your screen, Scott Treier just passed Jimmy Strahorn right by the broadcasting booth. Megan Alvarado has gotten within 6 miles of 100 here. Wakey, wakey. Good morning, Mr. AJW. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm okay. I just found myself on the ground.
Oh, we found you on the ground too, sleeping. Of course, Desert Solstice. We're less than 4 hours from 8 a.m., which is the 24-hour mark in this race, at which point all running will have ceased. So we've had a couple of interesting things happen. First of all, I was wrong. Garrett Nelson hit the 100-mile mark and kept going.
He did.
He's still going, yeah. He took a break, but he's standing at his crew tent rather than... He was sitting down there for a second, but he stood back up, and now he's looking at possibly going. He was running... There was one point where he was actually moving faster than Scott. Scott, at one point, had actually improved his pace. And according to my math and pace calculators, was actually trending towards about 170 and a half miles.
Whoa.
He's no longer on that track. He's looking more about 168, maybe 168 and a half, but still a very stout number that all but assures him a spot on the next national team.
And Megan Alvarado moving very well.
Yeah, Megan looking pretty solid, approaching the 100-mile mark. I believe that she is at about mile 95 at this point. Mile 94.4. Jimmy Strahorn has opted to take a break and is hanging out in his tent with Pete Kostelnik. Folks just waking up on the East Coast.
All right.
You
Good
know.
morning, East Coast.
We're Beast Coast. We've got a handful of people hanging out. You missed our interview with Sorokin.
How was it?
He's very nice.
Yeah?
Very nice. And seemed like he was definitely on board with the idea of coming over here for Desert Solstice. He didn't make any promises, but I could read between the lines.
Did you have to do much of a sell job, or?
Not really. He seems very intrigued by the idea of racing in North America, which is something he hasn't done yet.
He hasn't done that yet.
So I think he seemed, and I'm just interpreting our conversation the way I saw it. He seemed, if he can make it work with his schedule, and figure out what he would need to figure out, he seemed pretty intrigued by the idea. He's got 100K in his hometown in April that he's planning on running, and also he's going to take a stab potentially at the 48-hour world record sometime in the summer as well, I believe. Which, think about what that number would be.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you talk about a guy, obviously it's not as simple as double and double, but so, you're talking about a guy who can run a sub 11 hour 100 miler, who can run 198 miles in 24 hours. Yeah. What does his 48-hour number look like? I mean, I believe the world record is about, 300 or just a shade below 300 on the men's side?
I'd have to. What a great place for him to, but isn't this a great place for him to come and give that?
So 473K.
Giannis.
Of course, yeah.
So that's
That's what the Google machine is for. 294 miles. And think about this: if Sorokin were to run like 170 on day one,
Yeah.
like 130 on day two, that puts him at 300 miles, and that's with significant drop. Like trying to bake that in, and I blurted out the number 500K, and he didn't seem averse to the idea. He didn't
Really?
say, "Whoa," he said he kind of. He was kind of in agreement, I think, that he doesn't know, because he said he's never run beyond 24 hours, that he doesn't know what it will feel like, and it's like you said, it's not as simple as
Just
doubling it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing that I thought was kind of interesting was that he, in terms of his training cycles, he does high volume weeks. 200K is not uncommon, 300K if he's training up for something big. But he doesn't typically do training runs longer than 50K, he said. He
Really?
tends to break up his
50K for
mileage.
breakfast, 50K for
Right. In his case, a 50K taking about 2.5, 3 hours at most. Yeah, Scott still moving on a fairly
Does he
solid clip.
train mostly like on the track or on roads? Or
It sounds like he does a little bit of everything. He
Little
does
bit of
speed
everything.
work. He really does try and keep a balanced training regimen. So looks like Jimmy Strahorn and Pete Kostelnik might be packing up. We might have to see if Jimmy will come on with us and maybe have a conversation with one of us here. See if he's feeling up to it, maybe. But yeah, I'm feeling, somewhat energized by the notion of Sorokin to Solstice.
Nice. Well, I know that's been something that you've made somewhat of a personal mission.
Absolutely. I want to. First of all, I want to see the greatest in person. Whether it be, on the men's side, the women's side, everybody. I want to see big numbers. I want to see, the best that America and North America have to offer against, the guy who has put up numbers that are, incomprehensible.
Mm-hmm.
Want to see it all.
Who is? I was coming to see you. You think we go around?
Hey, Jamel, can we get rid of the picture-in-picture?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see our mugs anyways, especially at 4 in the morning.
More yawns.
See us yawn, see our puffies
Yeah.
and how chilly we are. It looked like Jimmy walking the other direction, which is usually a sign that somebody's done. We'll see if he's deciding to call it a day. Scott Treier still moving well. You can see right there. It's a great shot of him as he goes by our studio setup.
Ah, there we are. Look at that. That's a nice little camera shot of our lonely studio.
What's kind of funny is that we asked Jamel to take off the picture-in-picture, so he responds by putting us in the center of the shot.
By putting it, yeah.
And you're still on there.
And we're still on there. You can see your shoulder, AJW. You can hanging out in the lower corner. But we do have our nice brightened up Hoka tent
Yeah.
here at Desert Solstice.
And a nice heater.
Yeah.
That was very nice to get the heater.
Yeah, Desert Solstice, presented by Hoka and brought to you by Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost. You can see Scott Treier on the far side of the track.
And Megan again doing a solid power walk, which has kind of been her MO for the last several hours, mixing in some runs now and then. But two athletes on the track now. Could be what we're looking at for the rest of the night. Could be.
I feel like we just need to get Scott to daylight. Like, once he's, got the sun in his sights, it might make things a little bit easier. I mean, I have nothing to base this on other than anecdotal experience, running a 100-miler where you kind of, it feels good to hit that sunlight after a bit of a chilly night. I'm sure you can attest to that, having run, your fair share of hundreds.
It was funny though, Callie, Scott's significant other, was of course very excitedly letting us know that he was zeroing in on that 200K record, and and he and he hit 200K and kept going.
Yeah.
And,
We thought he was done.
She was almost disappointed.
That's a good point.
I think it was.
You calling it? You want to join us for a couple minutes? You got the strength to chat for a couple minutes?
I can if you want me to.
Of course we want you to. We like you.
Don't keep them long. It's got Carlos
Me and Peter going to the game.
Oh, well,
You know,
we'll make this quick.
come on, just take the seat. I thought we could go back to the hotel, get a little sleep before we head to the game.
That's fair.
I tried to hang in there.
You
I took a little break. I couldn't get warm again, and I think I did what I could.
Folks, we're joined here at the desk by Jimmy Strahorn. Jimmy, congratulations on setting a new personal best in terms of distance. And, we talked about your, preparation for this race and, what your expectations and hopes were. And while you didn't hit your goals, there are definitely some positives to take away from this. You, as we mentioned, you went beyond for the first time. You went beyond the 100-mile mark and stuck around. And what's really funny about your race was that we talked about everybody, but we didn't talk about you in the same way we talked about other runners, where, like, for instance, if somebody stopped at their tent or if somebody seemed to favor something, you were very consistent and very poker faced. So we were just like, oh, there's Jimmy. I mean, you only had taken the briefest of walking breaks or shoe changing breaks. You really seemed to have it dialed in and seemed to be moving very well. Were you feeling as good as you looked?
I was. It's just sometimes it gets away from you.
Yeah.
And this race in particular, there can be quick ups and downs in terms of like the desire.
Sure.
So I felt good through for sure 50. I think I came through 50 in 7:10. I thought I'll follow that up with a 7:30, right where we talked about where I wanted to be, 7:40 even. And then it just kind of got away from me. And so it's just, I wish I'd have had a little bit more leg today than I wanted, but it was a good race, and I was pretty tactical. Didn't make a lot of stops except for the restroom, and that was good. Those are good things
Yeah.
to do. And so it's kind of part of it.
Well, it seems like you're piecing it together, and love to see you keep coming back and hanging out with us here at Desert Solstice. It's always a pleasure to see you. Pete was very excited for the day you were having. I know that you didn't hit your 100-mile goal specifically, but like I said, I think that you should be able to take some positivity and have a good feeling about the building blocks that you set forth. You know, you didn't go the full 24, but you went further than you ever had before in terms of your, time on track. So, from here, I have no doubt that we're going to see you even make greater strides in 2024.
Yeah, I hope so. Pete did an incredible job. Him and my wife, and I think my son even handed me a couple Red Bulls.
I noticed a couple of them. Your son was practicing his handoff skills, and thank you very much for letting us borrow Pete for about an hour. He came over and he seemed like he was having a lot of fun over here. So
I know that he wishes he was out here.
Absolutely.
So I think he enjoyed being here, and he, like I said, after the 100, we always have you get vulnerable.
Sure.
There's a weight lifted when you do hit that 100-mile split, which feels good, but then it's very easy to become content, vulnerable. And he kept me on the track for what I hit, 113, until I just starting to get sleepy, have a hard time waking up. Took a little doze over there. You saw us taking a nice nap.
Yeah. I'll send you that picture.
But he was incredible and sacrificed his entire day to help me out. And so he's my training partner, and we're looking forward to him getting healthy.
Absolutely.
Start spending more time together. And we already talked about our spring. We both have our eyes set right now in Cocodona, and we'll be ready.
Yeah, he before you go, well, he talked about the ideas that he was going to use. Like, he had all sorts of clever ideas to keep you on the track as long as possible. First of all, he made sure to send your wife and son back to the hotel, and he was going to tell you, oh, my car broke down, so we have to stay. And then he said he was going to hack your phone and change your passcodes so you wouldn't be able to call an Uber. He was going to try his best to strand you here.
I could have got cozy over there at the aid station, though.
That's true. We've got heat lamps over there, and
I tell my wife, and I even told Julie, and then obviously Pete. Like I said, we get vulnerable, so you want to have crew in your corner that do those things, and those things don't even frustrate me because I know that's what I want. And so you want to trust that those people will say those things and do those things to keep you going. And I think he saw that the willingness of me continuing to try to get out there, and then just having some hamstring tightness, having some Achilles tightness. I told you I was just, my shoe mess was just unreal. My wife, you've never done this before, stressed so much about what shoe I'm going to wear. I tried probably 5 different pairs in a 12 to 14 week cycle, and the shoes I ran in the first 80 miles I bought last night.
Really?
It was a shoe that I had previously trained in, but I wasn't real sold on if that's the shoe I wanted to do. But that's how kind of just unaware I was, and I just couldn't figure it out. I told you over the phone a week or so ago I had 2 pair of 4-drop ultras.
Yeah.
And I have those on now, but I started in a pair of On Clouds. Did you notice that?
I didn't.
You didn't notice that?
No, I was. You were one of the few people I didn't look at because I had my notes of.
I was wearing.
Yeah.
I literally bought a couple pair of those last night. I just struggled all walk to find the perfect shoe, and I think I was trying too hard to find that. That may not exist. I just needed to find the shoe that worked for me. And I was able to come through. I think the 116.10, and so I said, that's okay. But I think that the shoe rotation that I had going on, I was going from a 10 mil drop to a 4 mil drop, and just the inconsistency that I did probably didn't help my case. But I just trusted. I just thought I trusted my decision. I wouldn't probably do anything different.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of I was ready, but I just was also just not fully. I don't know the word. You know what I mean? But yeah, I bought the shoes I wore the first 80 miles were brand new.
Well, you know what? You were moving pretty well, so.
The shoe I was familiar with.
Yeah.
I didn't just run in any brand new shoe, just any shoe off the shelf. It was a shoe I was familiar with, but felt good. I got something that had a little bit more rock to it. I felt like it was a shoe that I've worn Ultra for so dedicated now for like 3 years,
Mhm.
and it's a great, incredible shoe, especially trails. It suits me really well. But sometimes when you get out here on the track, you want like a little bit of help.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Last year I laced up in the carbon shoe, and I felt like to rock that shoe, I saw Zach had it on today, the same shoe I was going to wear.
Mhm.
You have to kind of go a certain pace or speed to maybe
To get that return.
fit the return.
Yeah.
And last year I swapped out of those early because I just felt like I was slapping, and I wasn't doing what the shoe was intended for. It wasn't intended probably for a slow-paced ultra run. And so, so this year I just kept trying and searching for it, but I was looking for something that would give me a little bit, that would allow me to sit back a little bit when I knew I was going to be fatigued at mile 80, mile 90. And the new 4-drop shoe from Ultra, have you saw it? I remember you said you didn't know that they came out with that.
Yeah, I knew that it was coming. I didn't realize it was already out.
At least to like October, I felt like I trained a lot in that, but I just was still unsure of if there was something better out there. And so I think there was just something I learned this block is just self-reflection on not thinking too much,
Mhm.
but also just finding more consistency.
Well, once again, having you out here for the 3rd year, it's been a pleasure, watching you and following your career. And I know you're intending to run Cocodona next year. We'd love to see you out here on the track at Solstice next year as well. You've become a grizzled veteran of the Central High School track.
I
So.
do think my experience does help here. I had a buddy here that I met through Cocodona. His name was Garrett, and there was 2 women. I actually there was only 7 in the field.
Yeah.
But maybe only 3 of us, me, Scott, and Zach, that actually had experience.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
And as I was talking to the other participants, I told them it's like for people that are listening that would be attracted to qualifying and running this, it's an incredible setup. But don't be deceived. It's still 100 miles on a consistent surface that doesn't change, that will still take a toll on the legs.
Absolutely.
The monotony of it too. You just have to be ready for those, like low moments mentally and emotionally, how to respond to them. And I was telling them not to be discouraged on if they were discouraged by how they did today, because it's not easy. So being here for the 3rd time was to my advantage. And so if I'm back next year for a 4th time, which I did hit that B standard by like 30 seconds.
Perfect. You're already qualified for Desert Solstice next year.
Goodness. So, we'll see if I'm here, and see if this guy here, if he's over here with me, he's out on the track with me. I don't know who's going to crew me.
Love to see Pete as a competitor next year for sure. Yeah, your son is getting good at it. So.
He comes around. I don't want to force the sport on him, but it'd be my dream one day to crew him for his first 100 miler. It's a long ways away.
So.
It's a lot of fun. Like him seeing it. He did run his first 5K, the Sedona Turkey Trot.
Nice.
It was only 3.5, and he ran and walked the whole way.
So, as a parent of an ultra running child, I can tell you if they want to do it, they'll let you know. You typically don't have to force a kid into it if they like it, and frankly, you don't want to force a kid into it because while I can say there's nothing better than crewing your kid during like a 24-hour race, there could also be nothing worse than crewing your kid during a 24-hour race.
Life will be sitting that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing I will tell you as a one father to another, because I believe my son was 8 or 9 when he finished his first fixed time race with an ultra distance. He did
3-hour race, 6-hour race?
It was a 24. I mean, but he did 50K, or I think he did like 35 miles the first time, and he peaked out at 47, I think was his best. And after the age of 10, he didn't want to run him anymore. It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't. And I tried this and failed miserably. If you want to like run a 24-hour race while your kid's running a 24-hour race, that's fine. Don't try and do it on a competitive basis while you're having to make sure the kid is still moving very well. Because I tried to make sure I was crewing him, and thankfully, I realized early on that I was not going to be able to make an honest effort at my own race. So, he ran for like 35, and I think I maybe ran for like 50 because I got an extra few miles while he was taking a nap. So
That's cool. That's really neat. Good for him being that young and being able to do that.
yeah, and like I said, he was not interested in doing it long term. When he first decided he wanted to do it, he had the.
How old is he now?
He's 16,
16. Okay.
and
Come back around to racing again?
no, he got into wrestling in high school, and he likes that, and that's cool. As long as he's active, that's all I cared. But he got to the age of 10 and decided he didn't want to run anymore, and I didn't want to pressure him. But as long as he's doing something he loves, I'm totally fine with that. So,
That's good.
but Jimmy, go get some rest. You and Pete and the family go and enjoy the football game.
Yeah, we're gonna get we talked about maybe 5 hours of sleep here, maybe quick shower, lay down, and then go Cardinals.
All right.
It's the 49ers, so I don't know that.
Well, that might be a little bit messy, but
we're gonna go have a good time, and we might fall asleep at halftime. I don't know. We'll see.
oh, that stadium gets pretty loud. So I will do. I will do.
Thanks for
All right.
what you guys do. I've been looking forward to seeing you again. Who knows when? It could be May.
Could be.
But
Or jackpot, maybe.
We're Rocky Raccoon right now.
Oh,
It's
that's
that
right. You
same-
mentioned that.
It's that same day that I am registered for. That's only 7 weeks from today, so I do need to kind of make sure legs are ready to go.
Yeah, you need to hurry up and rest is what you need to do.
Rest and then see where I'm at and go from there. And I'll put a little pressure on it, but I'd love to be back at that race.
Fair enough. Thanks, Jimmy.
Hey, anytime. Thanks for all you guys do, and stay warm out here. This heater feels nice.
It does, doesn't it?
All right, Chris. Talk to you soon.
Take care. Jimmy Strahorn, 3-time veteran of 100 miles out at Desert Solstice, was crewed by Pete Kostelnik. It was great to have Pete on earlier. A great ambassador for the sport. And, despite being injured, Pete, he decided to, as Jimmy said, volunteered his weekend to help Jimmy have a great day.
What a good dude.
Yeah, Jimmy's a great guy. He's a
Great guy. And
he's a
so he,
teacher in the Verde Valley. So now he needs to go and get some well-earned rest.
he's got Cocodona on the brain.
Yeah. So he ran it last year in about 90 hours, and he thinks that he can improve significantly, possibly push down to, what he said, top 5, top 10. Didn't really specify a time, but he said that last year was his opportunity to get his feet wet, and the next time around he feels like he can, quote, be a player or make a difference in terms of the front end of the Cocodona standings. We're about 3 hours and 15 minutes from the finish of Desert Solstice 2023, presented by Hoka and Air Viper Running. Scott Treier has passed the 144-mile mark. Jimmy Strahorn, as we mentioned, had called it 113.3 miles. Garrett Nelson, still moving, is just above 101 miles. So
I did walk over there, and I think he might have left.
Oh, I'll have to take a look. You know what, AJ, I'm gonna go over there and confirm that really quick.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Take a walk. And if Patrick has any coffee, I'm gonna have my little siesta. Be right back. Thank you very much. Yes. Thanks. Thanks, Chris. Patty Curry still working the aid station down at the end of Pit Road. Has some fresh pancakes going. I just availed myself of a couple of them. This is definitely the witching hour here at the Desert Solstice Track Invitational 2023 version. 2 athletes on the track. Scott Treier, now north of 140 miles, and Megan Alvarado closing in on 100. Megan just a steady power walk at this point. The occasional jog mixed in. Scott still running, hitting about, I'm guessing, 2.5 minutes a lap. At this point. 42 years old. Lives here in the valley, originally from the Boston area. Coach of his own little operation called Run Fasta. That's right, F-A-S-T-A-H. Run Fasta. Thank you, Chris, a guy with a wonderful, infectious personality and great attitude. Most people have been around the sport for long enough to know that positive attitude and a sense of humor can go a long way in ultra running.
Oh, absolutely, because you have to learn how to fight through, if you're not you'd be crying if you weren't laughing a lot of the time.
Yeah. Julie, the race director, came by and pretty much just laughed in my face at my double puffies and hats and shorts and bare feet. I think I've kind of missed the memo on the weather conditions.
Well, the sandals are what threw me.
Yeah.
You're wearing a double puffy and flip flops out here. Yeah, it looks like we're down to 2 people on the track at this point.
Yeah.
Scott Treier and Megan Alvarado.
What was Sierra's final tally? Sierra DeGra? Because I think
Sierra stopped right at 100,
she did stop.
and her time was 18:15:33.
Okay.
So, with that, Scott Treier is going to finish first. Jimmy Strahorn and Garrett Nelson in that order on the men's side. On the women's side, it's still not entirely written in stone as far as the 24-hour number goes. Megan Alvarado is about 3.5 miles away from 100. And if she decided to continue going on, which we've been led to believe is her plan, she will move into first place in the 24-hour.
Yeah, I guess basically she would have to just do one additional lap.
Yeah. I've done that.
Have you?
Oh, yeah, during a fixed time race out at Nardini Manor, realizing that, I just have to go X amount of laps. And then I actually did 2 extra laps rather than 1, so. Wanted to make sure my math wasn't off.
Right. Sometimes the watch doesn't match the mats.
course, we're keeping an eye on what's happening here at the track at Central High School. We're also keeping an eye on what's happening across from the track, where the chain coffee store has yet to open, and once it does, we might have to slide over there.
Yes, it's, I was remembering, obviously incorrectly, that it was a 24-hour operation, or at least a
I think it was.
very early, very late type setup. But
No, I have a distinct recollection that I slid over there about 2:30 in the morning, because
and that there was a line of cars.
And also the people in the window were, I mentioned that I was like, oh yeah, I'm over across the street. They're like, yeah, what is that? And I explained to them that it was a track meet for crazy people who were, oh yeah, all of those runners over there, they're all over 100 miles into their race, and explained to them, yeah, they've been going since 8 a.m. Yes, they're okay with that.
They're doing it voluntarily.
Yeah. It's not some cruel and unusual punishment that they're having to do. They're out here because they love it. Our Aerovipa Group Trail Run Holiday Party has hit 125 RSVPs.
All right.
It's going to be a heck of a party on Wednesday night here in Phoenix as part of our weekly group runs. We'll see if let's see how far out Megan is. It looks like about 5K from Sierra. I think if Megan does stick it out, it at least gives Scott somebody else to see on the track, because otherwise he's going to be running all by himself, which is not a situation that we've encountered here at Desert Solstice. At least not to my recollection. There's always been something. 2018, we had half the field, it felt like, go the full 24. 2020, we had Ryan Montgomery and Nick Curry battling it out. 2021 was the record-breaking year for Nick. 2022, we only had 6 people, I think. But we did have multiple people go beyond the 100-mile. Last year, Camille ran a fast 100, like 13:02 or something like that. And then, yeah, this year we're down to 2.
I think we had at least 3 that went to the full 24 last year.
We had like 6.
Oh, 6.
Yeah.
Well, why would Scott stop now?
Yeah, at this point, I can't imagine him stopping. The only thing that I worry about.
If Callie says she's leaving, that could be.
Yeah, he knows where she lives.
He might not even stop if she did that.
I think Scott is gonna stay out there at the very least until he establishes. We have our first applicant for the 2024 Desert Solstice.
We do?
We do. It was Pete Kostelnik.
All right.
So, actually, I was joking
I
with
think he'll probably get accepted.
I was joking with Callie. I said, if you have a way to break into Scott's Ultra sign up, you should register him for the race while he's running this year's. So with 3 hours to go, basically, Scott is sitting at 145 miles. So even at a 12-minute mile pace, he'll hit 160. So we're probably looking at, if we were talking, say, 10-minute miles, that'd be 18 more miles. So you're talking 163, 164. That gives him a chance to chase down Pete Kostelnik's second best all-time Desert Solstice number from
right?
2015.
I wonder if it was that.
Yeah, Pete's
What did Pete do? What's the all-time best is?
Nick Curry's
Nick Curry's
173.
173.
Pete Kostelnik in 2015 had the record prior with 163.68.
Okay.
Prior to that, it was held by Joe Fegis with
What happened to Joe?
156.626.
I don't see his name pop up very much these days.
Looks like he most recently ran the Charleston Itty Bitty 50 miler in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. And ran it, just this month.
Oh, great.
Ran the 50 miler in a time of 12 hours and 59 seconds. Did a 24-hour run at Delirium back in October. I did 61 miles in 24 hours. Did a 200 miler in Nebraska. Ran Stroll and Jim. He's
Still getting after it.
absolutely.
Didn't know there was a 200 miler in Nebraska.
It is the Cowboy 200.
Cowboy 200. Megan, who's been alternating running and walking, is doing a lot more running these last
Yep.
several laps.
Is that a Mongo sighting? Oh, I'm good. But I'm just happy to see you, sir. Hard rock legend Robert Andrulis hanging out.
There's some syrup. You want
Have
syrup or
some
no?
syrup?
Oh, I'm good.
There's
I'm
Hey,
ready. Patty
Patty said
gave me
it's
some
for you.
already.
I'll take a plain
She already
perfect.
set me up. How are you doing?
I usually only sleep a couple hours when I go to sleep my nights off. So I went to bed and I wake up. It's like, oh man, it's like 6 hours later. So I'm here a little later now. So, but
But you're here.
I'm here. A whole lot different than previous years. We got 2 people out there. Right?
Two people.
Yeah, it's
Right.
pretty quiet right now. We only started with 7.
Oh really?
Yeah.
We have the C qualification. Should have the D qualification. All right, man. Back.
Take care. Robert Andrulis, one of my favorite people to talk to and hang out with in the community. I spent a lot of time with Robert 1 year at Old Pueblo. He had done the 25 mile, and I had dropped out after 25 miles of trying to do the 50K. And he was, telling me all these stories that, like, I didn't know that he had run Barkley. Not finished Barkley, but
Attempted.
yes. Yes, attempted to collect pages out in the wilds of Frozen Head State Park. Robert is, if there was ever anybody that you wanted to follow as a back of the pack grinder, like if you're somebody who wants to go out and do the hard things and figure out how to get it done by any means necessary, Robert Andrulis is the guy. 10 Hard Rock finishes, all longer than 46 hours.
Oh, yeah. He got his money's worth there every year.
Absolutely. The man knows how to get it done. Just the ultimate back of the pack grinder. The year that Killian fell and separated his shoulder, Robert was the DFL, and the picture, I guess, on the cover of I think it was the Denver paper was Killian and Robert, arm in arm, coming across the finish line. But yeah, Robert has been the DFL at Hard Rock more than once. But yeah,
He knows the cutoffs well.
absolutely. He's very meticulous in his planning too. He has a test run that he does on a certain section of the course, and if he can't do it to his satisfaction, he doesn't run the race even if he got into the lottery. So
I remember hearing that story. I think that's a good one. And he would do that test run, relatively early in his training cycle.
Robert also pretty close with Howie Stern, legendary photographer and Silverton resident.
And just all around curmudgeon.
That's definitely
Like happens a lot when you're around Hard Rock for any period of time.
and we say that with the most affection possible.
Absolutely, it is. As Howie would agree.
Howie was part of a discussion that we had on social media the other day. I mentioned that somebody in my row on my plane had taken their shoes off, and Howie responds with a photo of his feet and said, "Like this." Now, keep in mind, Howie was at Worlds, so this was a flight to Taipei where he just kicked his shoes off.
What are we on, Chris? Are we on to stream 3?
We are on stream 3, yes. We flipped a little bit early last night just to make sure that we didn't forget to do it later.
So we've hit the 21-hour mark.
Yeah, Scott at the basically just shy of 146 miles at this point. Megan Alvarado about 2 miles short of 100, has picked up a run again. So Scott and Megan are basically on opposite sides of the track at this point.
Megan Alvarado, all business.
Yep.
Closing in on 100 miles. Scott Treier, all business. Closing in on That'll be 150 within the hour.
Yeah. And in Scott's case, it's just a few more miles after that where he cements his space on the 2025 national team.
What do you think? To be comfortable, 155?
Yeah, we've kind of gone, and we've had a lot of conversations about that with people who have I talked about it with Jake, with Pete. I talked about it with Jamil earlier. And I think even though it hasn't gotten to that point, you're probably talking 157, 158 to the point where you have no concerns.
Uh-huh.
And the thing about it is that people trying to chase that kind of number, 157, 158, even the initial efforts, if you're trying to run something like that down, can be costly because, what if you realize 95 miles into the race that you're not going to get there and that's your target?
You're still 95 miles deep into the race.
Yeah. So, your recovery time is going to be, ample. Speaking of recovery time, that was one of the concerns that we had about Sierra DeGra, turning around from Fat Ox. And when I interviewed her, sure enough, she had kind of, recognized the fact that she had put herself in a situation where she was going to have to recover and rest fast. And we talked about the fact that since last year's across the years, so in under a calendar year, she had run 600 milers or further. And she said she's not going to run that many next year.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot for anybody.
Yeah, for even a high-end runner, your optimal maximum is probably 3. I think that any more than that, you're starting to space things a little bit too closely together.
I mean, if you really spaced them out, let's say you started your season with a Rocky Raccoon and finished it with something like this, or
Like ATY.
yeah,
Okay.
with then a couple in the summer, you could probably comfortably do 4.
So say Rocky Raccoon in maybe like January, and then
one of the spring ones,
like something late April.
Yeah, Umstead, or again, if you're looking at the flat fast ones, on Umstead, then you come do Javelina, and then you do this. But then you're probably not doing Rocky again.
That's true. Unless you're, I don't know, Andrew Glaze or something.
Right. Yeah.
I can't put up the women's leaderboard because the producer is MIA, but we literally have one woman moving at this point. I'll just verbalize it.
Our producer is still physically present. He's just resting his eyes.
Sierra DeGra is at 100 miles, but has called it a day. Megan Alvarado is at 97.9.
Chris is going to go and do a little impromptu producing.
And the wildly optimistic 56-degree mark on that screen.
Oh my goodness, I don't know where they get these temperature readings on the screen.
Oh.
But if you're watching at home, it's not 56 degrees here at the Central High School track. We had some fun yesterday as late morning the Fiesta Bowl parade unfolded.
Yeah.
Just to the east of the track, coming down 7th Street, and it lasted about 2 hours.
Yeah, it was going on for a while.
Marching bands and floats and local dignitaries and people in vintage trucks created a nice diversion, distraction for the runners.
Yeah.
I know Pete commented in your conversation with him that, it was Jake, that anything like that at a race like this is helpful. A little.
They actually both said that.
Something. They both said that. Something to divert your attention from the task at hand, which I think most would agree is can be intimidating. Circling a track for 24 hours. You know, you take Scott, for example. There he is coming across the screen right now. He's, closing in on 600 times around this 400-meter oval.
I think we're probably approaching the point where Scott Treier has to show from Phoenix, Arizona, as opposed to Woburn, Massachusetts.
Yeah, it might be time to update that. I mean, maybe he still has his
ultra sign up.
His ultra sign up in Woburn.
Absolutely.
I doubt he has his driver's license still in Woburn.
But yeah, the two remaining runners on the track, as we mentioned, are Scott Treier and Megan Alvarado. Both veterans of the U.S. 24-hour national team.
Springfield, Virginia, in the north of the Old Dominion, as they call it. Great running state. And Megan, one of those Virginians who does have the versatility to, as does Scott, to run on the track and on the trails. And I bet you both of them are looking forward to a little recovery after this and maybe some time on the trails after the new year.
Yeah, I have to give credit to the people that are crewing the two of them. Of course, Callie Vinson is crewing Scott, and Jackie Hunt Bergema is crewing Megan. They've been basically hanging out side by side for the last few hours.
Yeah,
two, Jackie and Callie. So, from the sound of things, it actually, I think that during Callie's most recent notable result, her Maricopa Trail FKT, it sounds like Jackie actually crewed her or paced her during part of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's kind of what I gathered.
Do you know if she achieved an FKT?
She did.
On the Maricopa Trail?
The nomination for FKT of the year.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. She's on the list, I believe, of the 10 most significant. So.
Oh, I should check out that list. I've got to. That's one of the little things I do in my annual column on I Run Far that'll come out this coming Friday. I have a couple of little fun nods I like to give. One is the FKT of the year. The other is the surprise of the year. So the performance that on both the men's side and the women's side that surprised me the most. Last year, for example, my men's surprise of the year was Dakota Jones runs at Hard Rock and Javelina. Not that the results themselves surprised me, but the idea of doing those two races to the level that he did, so very, very different, really surprised me. I also like to do Rookie of the Year and FKT of the Year. So that's cool. And and most inspirational person. It's kind of an easy one for me this year, and then starting about 6-7 years ago, I did, as the proliferation of running videos and movies, the video of the year.
So notably, I'm looking at top ultra running performances of the year, and it's updated through Worlds in Taipei. And as far as North American runners and races, Scott Treier is about 8 miles from claiming the top spot.
Oh, cool.
For 2023. So that would mean that Chad Lassiter would bump down to number 2 on the men's side, and Jeffrey Urbanski would bump down to number 3.
I was just texting back and forth with my son, Carson, who lives in Durango. Asked me why I was up so early.
Because
I have a traditional. All 3 of my boys send me a wish list every Christmas for Patagonia gear, as I still enjoy the sponsorship from that great company, and I reminded him that the deadline is Monday for him to get his wish list in, so should have asked him why he was up so early. He and his wife Tristan are avid hunters, so I suspect that is what has gotten them up early. You got an FKT list there?
Oh,
or
not
that
yet.
was records?
Yeah.
You're looking at records? Okay.
Let me pull that up. The 2023 FKT of the Year nominees. Andrea Larson, the Superior Hiking Trail. Callie Vinson, Maricopa Loop. Chantal Demers, Bruce Trail, Caledon Hills section of Ontario. Christy Laurie, Cape to Cape. Claire Banwarth, Colorado Trail. Elsie Levesque, Rainier Sea to Summit. Esther Horiani, Nolan's 14. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Fernanda Maciel, Mount Vinson. Hanul Lee, John Muir Trail via Whitney Portal. Heather Anderson on the Washington PCT. Hillary Girardi, Mont Blanc. Of course, I pressed the wrong button.
Do you know if Esther is a North American?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just remember when...
That Nolan's.
Yeah, when the Nolan's was set. Ida Sophie Hegeman, Der Cowendell Holweg. I'm sure I'm butchering some of these.
Boy.
Jade Bellsberg, Joshua Tree Traverse. Jenny Hoffman's Transcon, Jenny Abeg, Sarah Hart, Mount Tantalus Traverse, Jessica Picari, Pacific Crest Trail, Justine Flett, Southwest Coast Path, Katharina Harmuth. A lot of them.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and some very stout ones as well.
Okay, well, that won't be very easy then.
Yeah, that's a very stout list of contenders there. So
I know I gave the nod to Garmeyer a couple of years ago. I can't remember which FKT it was, but it was some really robust, unsupported FKT that Jeff did.
but still, it's just cool to be part of the nomination process for sure.
Oh, yeah. Megan's closing in, I believe, on her 100-mile. Probably maybe 2 miles away or less than 2 miles away.
About a mile and a half, yeah.
Mile and a half.
Maybe a little bit less. Of course, we will see Julie Haro make her way over to the far end of the track to measure where the 100-mile mark is and what Megan's final 100-mile time will be.
If you're just waking up and joining us on the live stream, you can see Chris and I in our little perch here, along with Jamil Curry,
In our puffies.
in that Hoka tent, in the much colder than 56 degrees temperatures here in the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix, Arizona, on this crisp December day. Morning has started. The pancakes and syrup are flowing.
Steve, the croissant count actually kind of died off last night, about maybe an hour after dusk.
Yeah.
As Scott decided to switch to another European-based source of food and started eating Swedish fish. Instead of
French croissants.
French croissants. That camera angle right here is going to catch the runners as they approach the timing strip at the start-finish line, or the start line. Mm-hmm. There really is no finish line out here on the course.
Finish line, yeah. So, Chris, it's that time of the year when a lot of folks in the sport are chatting about end-of-year awards and Ultra Runner of the Year and such things like that. For North America, I mean, you've been following the sport closely over the last several years. What stood out for you in terms of the performances this year for both men and women? You know, singular runs that kind of stand out as a fan and observer of the sport.
Well, it's funny that you mention it as singular runs, because one of the arguments I've seen in regards to, quote, performance of the year is people leveraging the turnaround that Courtney had in going from Western to Hard Rock to UTMB. And that's kind of playing fast and loose with the rules there. And so in terms of making the case that individually those performances are amazing, but put together they're even more amazing. Yeah,
right. And that's not really the
that's not the spirit of it.
The fact that they happened is the fact that they happened, but it's not to say that simply because she was able to do them in such close succession makes the overall accomplishment more.
Yeah, I think that I might be a little bit different. I mean, there have been some great performances this year. Seeing, Courtney at Western States, with a transcendent performance and shattering a long-standing course record. That's a big one out there. I think that the one performance I would have to say, partially because it was amazing and partially because of the statement it made, would be Ashley Paulson's Badwater. I mean, it wasn't just the fact that she won that race outright and crushed the former course record. She won the race outright and crushed the former record and put to rest any doubts about her performance the prior year.
Right.
I mean, that...
Which, for those of you who might not remember, was called into question because there was perhaps some speculation that maybe she was in a car for a little while or things like that,
And so I think that when you look at things through that lens, I think that Ashley Paulson's race at Badwater was so impactful that it didn't change. It didn't just hold importance on the event itself, but it also affected how you looked at the prior year's run. A performance that puts two races in perspective rather than one. I think is arguably a characteristic that makes something the most impactful.
Where do you put Camille Herron's Spartathlon course record, which had been a long-standing course record as well?
Yeah, you know what? That's tougher for me simply because I'm admittedly less familiar with Spartathlon. I know that Marissa Lysak was second there, I believe 2 years ago, and I knew that Camille had won, and I was pretty sure it set the course record. It's hard to say. Camille had a couple of performances that, depending on which lens you look through, could have been potentially Ultra Runner of the Year performances. The 40-hour discipline is not a high-profile one, admittedly, but what she did there not only became an American, not only a women's world record, but an American overall record. Man or woman. That's a hell of an accomplishment. She had a couple of races that could be seen under that lens. Of course, we talked about Courtney at Western States, and those are just the big ones off the top of my head.
I actually I agree on all three of those, and I just think it's not with Courtney's Western States. It's we've seen with the growth of the sport in the last decade, a lot of course records go down, but typically they go down in a 100-miler by 5, 8, 10, 12 minutes, right? And by 84 minutes, I would have never dreamed of, that, a woman finishing the race in the daylight.
Yeah.
I just didn't see that. I mean, 15:29 at Western States would have won the overall race, 24 times in the history of the event, and she did it. In fact, I think Courtney's accomplishment is so outstanding that it makes Katie Scheide's second place, that also eclipsed Ellie Greenwood's 2012 course record, an incredible performance as well. It's not often that you cite a second place finish as something that would be high on the performance of the year list, but I mean, Katie Scheide breaking that previous course record as well, was incredible. And frankly, if Courtney hadn't been there, that would be in the conversation of performance of the year, I'm sure. For the men, I have to, after years of trying, and Jim Walmsley has made a career out of, if at first you don't succeed, try again. I have to give the nod to Jim's UTMB, where he put his life on hold, or put his life on autopilot to focus, exclusively on that event. It took him 2 years, and he won it, in grand style.
I agree with you there. I mean, the fact is that UTMB had stymied the North American men, since its inception.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that prior to this, Topher Gaylord was the highest placing American
years ago,
man.
might have been in the early 2000s.
Yeah, so you're talking in 20 plus years, nobody was able to top Topher's performance from the U.S. And Jim going out there and unlocking the challenge that he set for himself. I think that I would agree with you there.
Two others that popped up for me, both of which we witnessed, were at Aravaipa events. I thought, and this first one is, early in the season, but I thought Anthony Costales at Black Canyon, 100K, way back in February, where he ran, stride for stride with Tom Evans, the eventual Western States champion this year, and beat him.
Yeah.
Was really a top-notch performance, and then Jonathan Ray's Javelina.
Yeah.
I honestly thought Dakota going, squeezing under 13 hours last year was gonna stand for a while. This year, 3 men went under 13 hours, and Jonathan Ray just seemed to get faster as the race went along. So I highlight those two races on the home front, as well as Jim's UTMB as performances that really stand out.
Yeah, that improvement at Javelina has been staggering. I mean, it
really has
always been a high-profile race, and now that it's a golden ticket race, that's been amped up to a higher level.
Yeah, and this year it's got 3 golden tickets.
Black Canyon? Yeah.
Like 3 golden tickets for each, so
I haven't even really had a chance to look at the entry list for Black Canyon as of yet. We've been...
Yeah, we should probably do that at some point. It's just a couple months away, right?
Yeah, that's one of the things about live streaming so many races is, we don't just show up and try and wing it. We do our best to try and do some research and review results. Ultra Sign Up in that case is a wonderful resource.
Yeah.
You're able to do a lot of your homework in one spot. And Javelina, I know that I probably went 60 deep in my research in terms of, trying to not only, look for names that I recognize, but also do some diving into names that I didn't.
Yep.
And attributing some race results to people, whether it be, prominent runners such as, trying to just make sure I had exactly what Hal Kerner's numbers were, or maybe looking at somebody who, might be a dark horse golden ticket contender because they had multiple, top 5 finishes at Hard Rock and Western States qualifiers, trying to make sense of the context.
Julie, interrupting you here for a second, Julie, our race director, is coming out with her clipboard and stopwatch, which can only mean one thing, and that is that Megan is closing in on 100 miles.
Yeah, looks like her next time around is going to be the 100-mile capture, which will show her hitting the timing mat, and then she has to make her way down probably about 130 meters maybe,
right
or
around
130 yards rather.
What would be the turn 1 in the direction they're going right now. I thought, with our front row seat at the various live streams, a couple of things occurred to me for just in the sort of big picture of 2023, and that is that as we look ahead to 2024, Black Canyon 100K is probably the most competitive North American 100K. I mean, you could, over the last few years, you could make the argument that Canyon's 100K might have been in the mix with that, but clearly with the additional golden ticket, the time of year, the allure for athletes to come down and run in the desert in February, Black Canyon 100K has certainly become sort of the premier 100K, and Javelina. I've said this last year and then again this year. With the obvious exception of Western States, which is the most competitive 100-miler in the U.S., Javelina is right there in second. I mean, I think, you could in any given year, perhaps, depending on how the field shapes up at a race like Hard Rock or Run Rabbit Run, both of which we covered this past year. But I think as I look at all three of those, I would say, probably pound for pound, Javelina was the most competitive of those three. And will probably continue to be next year.
Yeah, the numbers at Javelina 100, I'm going to pull them up so we can marvel at how they shook out.
Well, I think Megan hit Megan did hit 100 miles.
Yep.
And with a few strides, will take first place in the women's division from Sierra DeGra. She has not stopped. She's walking, but
so yeah, prior to this year, there had only been one man who had run under 13 hours, and this year there were 3 alone, as well as 2 other runners. So here's how fast Javelina was this year. Zach Bitter ran a 13:34 and finished 5th.
Yeah. Yep. a couple of notable age group performances this year. First one that stands out for me is Wally Heseltine, 80 years old, running about 26 and a half hours at the Tunnel Hill 100. 100 miles. Yeah.
job.
Just about a year and a half ago. Yeah. 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 Well, I lived in Virginia about 12 years, and then we moved to Arkansas for just a real short time, and then moved out here about a year and a half ago. Yeah. You calling it a day, or you're in for the? Yeah. So you can even do a few extra after it closes down.
Of course, that is
Megan Alvarado.
You're having a great old time out
yeah,
there.
and she is a Virginian, and I know her quite well. I actually coached Megan for a little while as she was transitioning to the more technical trails and hills and stuff. She's a new mom.
Yeah.
But in addition to Wally on the men's side, on the women's side, and this is sort of, I guess, what you were saying with the Courtney 3 performances, is Pam Reed. In her mid 60s. The planets lined up for Pam this year to run Western States, Badwater, and Hard Rock, which she did. A little bit more than a year after breaking her pelvis or femoral head in a bicycle accident in a triathlon, and I mean it was just incredible what a summer she had. And Pam, who splits time between Jackson, Wyoming, and Scottsdale, Arizona, jumps into Aravaipa races from time to time. I know she was at Whiskey Basin, been at a couple others, maybe Crown King.
I don't know if she's run Crown King recently. Maybe
she was talking about doing Crown King. She kind of is a serial racer.
Oh yeah, I got that vibe from her when I talked to her at Hard Rock, right before they had her on for pre-race interviews. She's talking about the fact that she uses marathons as training runs.
Yeah,
which
that marathons are her speed work.
Yeah, oh that's right. That's what it is. Yeah, marathons are her speed work, which is just all sorts of wrong on so many levels. Yeah.
And she exercises all day. She'll go from a morning run to a hot yoga class to active stretching to a bike ride, a swim. She'll have a quick lunch and then go for another run. It's just incredible. But quite a year. I know this coming year in 2024, she finds herself third on the finishers wait list at Hard Rock, which conventional wisdom would tell you to train as if you're in. Those wait lists, they have 2 for each gender now. Finishers men, finishers women, never finished men, never finished women, and since that shift, 3 to 5 in each of those pools tend to get pulled off the wait list. So she's probably going to be in Hard Rock. And speaking of that, this was kind of news to me that already had 3 runners pulled off the Western States wait list.
Yeah.
It happens pretty quickly, I guess. And you can kind of imagine if people can keep their ticket count. They can, if they withdraw before the race, and they can get their money back. So obviously 3 people who were picked in the lottery pretty soon afterwards realized, maybe this isn't going to be the year for me. Opening up those spots on the wait list, which, by the way, the race has made it a kind of a custom these last few years that with the 9-year people, those who've waited 9 years to get in with 256 tickets, any of those that don't get picked in the lottery, they put them first on the wait list. And so the very first guy who got pulled off was the final 256 ticketer.
And the wait lists for Western States have gone...
They've gone real deep.
Yeah, they've gone 60 people deep before.
Yeah, yep. Now Phoenix is starting to wake up after several hours of virtually no traffic coming up and down 7th Street, just to our east. We're starting to see the action. We're still probably an hour away from sunrise. And that coffee establishment across the street is mysteriously still closed.
No, it's open.
Oh, is it open?
Yeah.
Okay. I stand corrected.
I think I'm going to do my best to survive on the coffee I've got until the manager makes the call to the bullpen for us here and brings in the closers.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready for that.
I mean, obviously, we love what we do.
Yeah.
We have a blast covering these races and talking about a sport that we have such affinity for, but eventually, we do get tired.
Yep.
Here and there.
Well, and I, when I it was maybe around 1:30 or 2, as I had 3 or 4 instances where my head, when I nodded off, my head banged into my microphone. I knew it was time to just spend a little time here on the ground behind our broadcast station. So I did do that. You handled things well on your own, of course. But yeah, we have an exciting season of live streaming ahead. We'll have to take a little break in January, but then start in with Black Canyon in February. Matt, our good friend, is currently out in Australia, but the head marketing media guy, kind of right-hand man of Jamil on that side of Aravaipa, always has some schemes and dreams about the live streams, making them better, making them more interactive, adding little bits and pieces here and there, and I'm sure we'll have some fun stuff to share with everybody when we roll out the Black Canyon coverage in February.
As you can see, Megan Alvarado has passed Sierra DeGra and is now the presumptive winner for the 24-hour discipline here at Desert Solstice.
And said pretty matter-of-factly to us that she's going to keep going. Her flight's not till 1 o'clock.
I mean, wouldn't you at least try and get some rest between now and then? I mean, I can sleep on a plane. I get it. But that's just me, I guess. So, Megan Alvarado, Sierra DeGra, and Darcy Smith. Scott Treier has hit the 150-mile mark.
All right.
At 150 miles with just over 2 hours to go. Riley, what is Scott's goal again? That's a good question. He never really told us. Before the race, he was the only person that I didn't actually ask. I had my assumptions, but I didn't ask. And when I finally did ask Callie about 2 hours ago, she didn't even know.
Thank you, Ornery Mule Racing. I think that's our good friend Michelle.
Probably.
Or somebody associated with her.
Got to be somebody in the Midwest if they're up.
Yeah. Thank you, Michelle. Giving us a little shout out in the chat. Michelle is the race director of Hennepin 100, as well as a handful of other races in the upper Midwest as part of her work with Ornery Mule Racing, and I know has been out here from time to time to soak in Arizona sunshine and run some Aravaipa events.
Yeah, she's got her daughter lives out here now, and she makes a point to travel out here. She did say she wouldn't be able to make it to Crown King this year.
No. I know she was there last year.
Yeah, she left it all out in the course, including parts of her nose.
What she got going on? Some sort of a conflict?
I don't know, but I was talking about and trying to encourage her to head to Silverton in July. I was like, if you're going to make a trip, sometime this year, running related, last year she was at Crown King, she was at Western States, also serving as an extra pair of hands for Craig. If you haven't been to Silverton, it's a hell of an experience.
Yeah, it's great to just if you wonder about the magic and the mystery of hard rock, no better way than just making the trip to Silverton and spending a few days. There's always looking for volunteers, always looking for there's runners looking for pacers or crews or just hanging out, soaking it in. Scott Treier still keeping his laps under 3 minutes, so I'm guessing it's 160 is well in range with just over 2 hours at 12 minute pace.
Yep,
would get him over 160 relatively easily. Could be somewhere in the 162, 163 range when all's said and done, which is a good day's work.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a fantastic day.
Yep.
It sounds like
Megan is having some coffee. A coffee. She's got to stay awake for her 1 o'clock flight.
She's running Black Canyon 100K. Michelle is.
Well, there you go. She'll be out before Crown King.
So,
with any luck,
she said that they're too close together. Now, as somebody who's done them both 4 years in a row, they're probably too close to do well at both of them. Instead, I ran Black Canyon 100K 4 years in a row, and then ran Crown King. Well, at this point, 6 years in a row, and my times at Crown King suffered in some cases. They generally got worse as time went on. Like I'm on a 3, 4,
a slowdown streak,
a 5-year slowdown streak at Crown King. So I ran my first year.
Might be time to break that this year.
Yeah, it'd be nice. My first year I ran Crown King, it took me 10:24. It was very slow. And the next year I dropped 3 hours off my time, 7:22. Then I ran an 8:19, then an 8:44, then a 9:13, then like a 10:30. So I'm right back where I started.
Yeah, right back. For those of you listening too, and may not be familiar with the Crown King Scramble, it's one of the oldest Arizona ultramarathons. You know, kind of in the same bucket as Zane Grey and Old Pueblo.
Started as a Western States training run.
Yeah, and it is in mid-late March. It's a point-to-point course, net uphill. Starts at about 1,200 feet, right on the boat ramp of Lake Pleasant, which is a beautiful lake about 20 miles north of where we're sitting right now. And it finishes in the small mining town of Crown King, which sits high in the pines at about 6,500 feet. Is also the 37-mile aid station site for Cocodona 250. And I think this year's running will be the 32nd running of Crown King. It was on life support for a couple of years before
it was shuttered briefly.
Before Jamil and Aravipa running resurrected it. It is a little bit tricky both with the Lake Pleasant and some of the territory that the race traverses is private land. Others is very heavily used by the sort of ATV population, which can cause unique challenges for a race like that. But it's just fantastic. And Chris, my colleague here, has for the last several years put together an informal but very popular Sunday morning breakfast up at Crown King for those who choose to spend the night and after the race. So if you're looking for a getaway in March without quite as much of the glamour and fanfare of something like Black Canyon, give Crown King a look.
Yeah, if you're looking to get 25 miles away from pavement, then have I got the race for you?
Yeah.
We are just finishing up our 22nd hour here at Desert Solstice. 2 hours to go, 2 runners to go.
Neither of whom I think are going to call it a day before the horn blows. Scott Treier and Megan Alvarado.
Of course, Scott Treier won Crown King last year.
He did.
Beating out Nick Curry. Both of them finishing in under 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is pretty impressive for that race.
And then I think our colleague Bryce Brooks was third.
He was.
Started out like he was shot out of a gun, but as that hill steepened, as it does, if you've not run Crown King, it gets that climb kind of keeps coming at you, especially those last 4 miles before you've got a little nice 2-mile descent into the town. But I'm old enough and grumpy enough to remember the few years of the Crown King 50 miler, which Arizona road racers just staged a couple of times, where they carted you out to just east of Morristown, Arizona, which is out on the road to Wickenburg, and they ran you by a beautiful, beautiful old turn of the century resort called Castle Hot Springs, and you run along that road. And it merged with the Crown King course just a mile or so, not even mile or so north of the Lake Pleasant start of the 50K. And it was a 3 a.m. start, so it was unique. And if you wanted to catch the bus that took you to Morristown, which was a smart idea, you'd meet at meet at a supermarket parking lot in Phoenix at about 1:30 a.m. So it was one of those.
And then, of
Probably
course,
why it only lasted a couple of years.
Then, of course, the logistics of getting back from Crown King back then were still
Oh, yeah.
pretty complicated. And they were complicated until recent times. And because Crown King is a one-way, point-to-point, and once you get up to Crown King, Aravaipa had provided a shuttle that you could purchase tickets for that would bring you back down to the start line, but that would mean you would miss out on the overnight festivities. So those of us who have been part of the community for a long time, we convinced, begged, pleaded, some of our friends that wanted to stay up. So what I do is I always rent a cabin up there every year, and whoever gives me a ride back to town gets to stay in my cabin for free.
Stay in your cabin.
Yeah. So, I always make sure I've got a guaranteed ride heading back. Although this coming year in 2024, this will be the first time we're actually having availability for Sunday shuttles.
Provided by Aravaipa.
Yeah, which is just...
That's wonderful.
Why did it take so long for us to figure that one out?
Yeah, well, I had a blast at last year's Cocodona, or this year's Cocodona, volunteering at the aid station at Crown King, which is in the yard of the Crown King Saloon, which is pretty much the main establishment in the small village of Crown King, and a great site for an aid station. The runners can go in and get food. They had burgers, both regular burgers and black bean burgers. They had barbecued, I think, pulled pork sandwiches, and most appreciated by the Cocodona runners, nice indoor restrooms.
Yes.
Scott is still keeping it under 3 minutes a lap. Megan probably keeping it more at about 4.5. She's walking, sipping her coffee.
Megan Alvarado at 101. Scott Treier at 151.4.
Yep, those are our two race winners, our last two standing at the 2023 edition of Desert Solstice Track Invitational, or as we like to call it, Solstice. Or as Jake Jackson earlier in our interview calls it, and maybe this is what the real cool kids called it, desert. Oh yeah, I love coming down to desert every year. That's kind of right up there with the debate of the people who call Western states Western versus the people who call Western states states. Neither's right or wrong.
No.
Just what it is.
No. Like, I can't imagine calling it Western. Like, it's states.
I know.
And I'm saying that as somebody who's never run it. Even I know that.
I don't know. It's kind of one of those soda and pop things, you know?
So did you know that, like, the whole soda and pop thing is like an actual dynamic map? Like, it's shifted over years?
I bet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, now, like, pop is on life support.
Oh, I bet. I bet. But was it pop growing up in Illinois?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Midwest, upper
Yeah.
Midwest, absolutely pop. And when I
So
moved out,
pop's dying out.
from what I understand, soda has made inroads.
Yeah.
So at least that was what I was led to
believe it.
believe.
And you know, one of the weirdest ones about that, there are a couple of little spots on the map where regardless
Coke.
That's
the southern thing, I believe.
Yeah, somewhere kind of the like Arkansas, Tennessee, where it's a Coke, even if it's a 7-Up.
I did have one former high school classmate who called it a sody.
Sody.
Yeah, we ignore that.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, States is probably, if you're making the parallel, States is soda, and Western is pop.
Yeah, I would agree.
For me, kind of coming of age in the Bay Area, where so much of the annual ultra running calendar revolves around Western States, it was clearly States. And you hosted a fun a couple of weeks ago during lottery weekend. You hosted a fun watch party / race party at the McDowell Mountain Frenzy.
I have to actually
early
admit,
December race.
I have to admit, I didn't really host it this year. My heart wasn't in it.
Because
I was
you
there.
weren't in the lottery.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna readily admit that I didn't have my heart into, because the last few years we'd set up a watch party for the Western States Lottery and for Hard Rock at McDowell Mountain Frenzy, and this year they asked if we were going to do it, and I was like, sure, I'll do it if you want me to. Kind of very like, okay. But then Aravipa took the reins on it, and now with that big video board that they have there, it's really great setup. We were able to watch both lotteries on big screens at the same time, and we were able to capture audio of local runners here getting accepted.
We saw Aravipa's very own Jamil Curry get his number pulled for Hard Rock.
Same with
and
his brother.
His brother Nick, his number pulled for both Western States and Hard Rock. It's a big summer for the Corey family.
But then again, Papa and Mama Curry are no stranger to having a pair of people to crew during Hard Rock.
Right.
And frankly, I don't think it would be Hard Rock without the Curry family crewing somebody, because if they're not crewing Jamil, they're crewing Nick. If they're not crewing Nick, they're crewing Jamil, or they're crewing both, or they're crewing Anthony Culpepper.
Yeah.
Who's basically a de facto honorary Curry brother at this point. So
it's just a little added challenge for us on the live stream when Jamil's running the race instead of being behind the scenes. It was kind of fun to
we were fine.
Have him run Javelina this year off the couch, and
he was still getting involved. He was still watching and
texting from Jackass Junction for people to bring equipment out, and
we're like, go run your race, dude.
Yeah.
Ornery Mule Racing asking the questions that matter. Is Scott still fueling on croissants? The answer to that is no.
No.
Scott has switched to another European-based food in Swedish fish.
Yeah.
So, gone from French croissants to Swedish fish. And I still get a kick out of the fact that we thought he was, or at least I thought, I'm sure I was the only one that tried to put this one together, very conspiracy theory, that Scott was eating croissants because he was trying to act out the idea. So we spoke to Patty Curry, and Patty talked about one of the difficulties the U.S. national team had in Taipei was getting accustomed to the food. Not that they didn't like it. It just wasn't what they were looking for in terms of race prep. So Scott starts eating croissants this morning fairly early on in the race. And so I thought that was him kind of maybe cracking an inside baseball type joke where he was just trying to adapt to French cuisine because the Worlds in 2025 are in Albi, France. So, but no,
It wasn't the case at all.
It was not.
It was just your rich imagination.
It was my conspiracy theories at work.
Yep. I'm going to duck quickly away for a nature break.
Sure.
And I will be right back. Keep my seat warm, please, Chris.
Okay. Scott has passed the 152-mile mark. Megan Alvarado looks like approaching the 102 mark. Good morning, Tara. If you're referring to everybody here at Desert Solstice, you're referring to two people at this point. On the men's side, Scott Treier is the only person active, and on the women's side, Megan Alvarado is the only person active. So we've got one male and one female runner. Scott, as you can see, coming up here. Scott is going to be pushing 160 miles over 24 hours. He actually has just passed his personal best in the 24-hour. So congratulations to Scott. Scott's previous best in the 24-hour was Desert Solstice 2021, 2 years ago, when he ran 152.36. And to be honest, that 152 that he ran at Desert Solstice 2021 went a little bit under the radar, because that was also the day that Nick Curry set a new American record for the 24-hour, when Nick ran a staggering 173 miles to establish a new American standard. Of course, speaking of amazing numbers in 24 hours, we had a special guest in the overnight that we were fortunate to connect with. People who are fans of the 100-mile and 24-hour, what I like to call flat and fast racing disciplines. We spoke with the legend himself, Alex Sorokin. As far as I know, arguably one of the first times he's been on. I'm pretty sure it's the first time he's been on one of our live streams. But
and maybe any here in North America.
Yeah. So we had a great time hanging out with Alexander. We talked to him for about 15 minutes. Of course, it was 3 a.m. our time, but it was noon in Lithuania. So, but we talked about his success in his preferred distances. He loves the 24-hour discipline. You know, he has the world record for the 100-mile, the 100K. He said that he's looking to take a stab at the 48-hour potentially in 2024. And most importantly, we got him to sound very positive about the idea of running Desert Solstice in 2024 if things line up in his schedule. And sitting here and watching Jamil smile about that was actually a highlight of my day.
Well, and Chris, you deserve all the credit for, just basically cold texting Sorokin. I guess is how you would say it. Introducing yourself, saying that we're going to be doing this live stream and you'd love to have him on. And next thing you know, he's like, yeah, sure. And maybe the time will tell, but certainly the greatest fixed time runner of our time.
Yeah.
Numbers that are eclipsing the legendary Giannis Kouros. That's right up there with, breaking an Ann Trayson record. So it'd be fun to have him here. Certainly.
I actually did consider reaching out to Giannis.
I did. Would have been cool.
But I've heard he can be a little bit of a, how do we say, a prickly character.
Yeah.
So when he ran across the years, and
in the Nardini Manor years, I think, wasn't it? Or was it?
I think it was actually
in the Camelback.
It might have been
years?
the year that he faced off against Fijis.
Okay.
But he stayed at my friend's house, Michael and Kimberly Miller, and I was like, well, maybe I should talked to them, and they would have been happy to connect me, but I figured I was sometimes you gotta realize how far ahead you are and then take your money away from the table. You don't let it ride. We had several guests here this weekend that were a part of our live stream, and we're grateful for everybody who shared time with us. Patty Curry coming on to talk about her experiences crewing the entire national team, basically, in Taipei, as the American squads didn't have the year they had hoped. But I feel like, based on the people that I've talked to Nick, who was there, Jake Jackson, who was there, Scott Treier, who was there, there were some positives that they took away from the experience, which is good. We did speak with Nick Curry, did a bit of a deeper dive into strategy in the 24-hour track discipline and how he is capable to negative split races. And we talked about the idea of him negative splitting Western States. And based on the way he runs, I think it's almost a foregone conclusion, because his style and his preparation. If you can negative split Hard Rock, you can negative split anything.
Well, and the course, the Western States course, does lend itself to negative splitting. Nobody does it because you just get so caught up in the euphoria and excitement of the start of the race that you invariably go too fast in those first 30 miles. But yeah, if you can make it, to Kaput Springs, which is the unofficial halfway point, with your head together, then negative splitting's very, very possible there. And for someone like Nick, who's made it an art form and a science form,
yes,
I wouldn't put it past him.
We also had. I'm trying to go down the line. We had Pete Kostelnik basically serving as a fill-in host for a while.
Yeah.
Pete, of course, no stranger to Desert Solstice, a regular here over the past several years, but dealing with the fallout from a car accident that fractured his pelvis, has not been able to run up to his talent. Of course, Pete has tallied as many as 163 miles here at Solstice. And he's just now starting his running journey once again.
Who else did you have in the afternoon and early evening?
In person, we also had... I can't believe I'm blanking.
Well, you've been awake for a while.
I have. I absolutely have. We did talk with a few of the runners as they came off the course. We spoke with Sierra DeGra after her 100-mile attempt. We spoke with Jimmy Strahorn as well.
Mm-hmm. Our able-bodied producer over there, keeping the trains running on time.
Yeah. What's funny is that they woke him up for those pancakes, and
yeah.
Yeah, Riley, I like the idea of Alexander Sorokin, as you discovered, 198 miles in 24 hours. And that's on a course with a hairpin turn.
Yeah. Yeah, just think with the nice smooth turns of the Central High track.
Put him on the track. And
Scott Treier still keeping it just under 12-minute pace. That last lap was a 2:59. Still on target for that 160 to 163.
Yeah, he's got just over 90 minutes to go and is at 153.4 miles. Yeah, it is insane. We're here, Callie Vinson, right next to us here in the live stream tent, and acknowledging the
What'd you say again?
insanity.
153. Yeah.
153.4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, start recovering while you're still racing.
Actually, I gotta say that number seems a little bit light. No, I guess it is right. But
that does seem light, but
that is that's a mile more than his previous PR, which was here in 2021. So, so hats off to him. Megan Alvarado, about 102 miles in. Those are the two that are on the course right now. On the men's side, the leaderboard was as follows: Scott Treier, Jimmy Strahorn, who stuck around for about 13 more miles after his 100. Garrett Nelson, who stuck around for about 10 more minutes after his 100.
Yeah.
And Zach Bitter, whose day ended earlier than anyone else's. Zach had some, I think it would qualify as semi-severe stomach issues.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that seemed to come quickly and aggressively.
Yeah. On the women's side, as we mentioned, Megan Alvarado is going to come away in first place in the 24-hour. Sierra DeGra stopped at the 100-mile mark, and in third place, Darcy Smith, who had a bit of a scary moment on the track last night as her race came to an end when she, I don't know, like fainted, some sort of collapse while on the track. They tended to her, got her over to her crew tent, and made sure she was able to get some rest. I spoke with Ricky Haro, who was crewing her, and he said that after a couple hours she seemed okay.
Tara asking on Megan's miles. She's right about 102. I'm guessing she'll, continue this sort of 3.5 miles an hour, probably finish somewhere around 108 in the next, by the time the clock strikes 8 Mountain Standard Time. So, Chris, you talked about your last couple of years at Crown King and your lack of excitement about this year's Western States Lottery, in part because it was the first time in 6 years that you didn't have a ticket in it. Do you have any plans for 2024 that might get you a ticket back in that lottery that I know has been somewhat of a life mission for you?
Yeah.
Or you're not sure?
I'm going back and forth. I was going to jump on the wait list for Leona Divide in April to do the 100K there, but I don't know. I feel like I've got so much to go in 4 months. And I'm not talking about, like, doing well. I'm talking about grinding out a finish, I ran Fat Ox 50K a few weeks ago and finished much slower than I would feel comfortable, pushing through to try and get, made me realize how far I've got to go. So But I got a new pair of shoes, and so I'm feeling good. And
That's always nice.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm.
It is good.
Megan seems to be having a good time out here. I'm happy
She
to see
is.
that. She talked about before the race about how she had been dealing with basically the postpartum portion of her career in terms of running, and how it had been hit or miss. And, she wanted to just do her best to see how many miles she could leg out today. And she's still out there in the course.
Yep. Thank you to our sponsors. Presenting sponsor Hoka.
Yep. Tannery Sunscreen, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Koros.
And this is the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Very exciting earlier this year to see the rebrand. If you see that cool logo up in the top right of your screen of the rebrand of the Mountain Outpost. Can't wait to get some t-shirts and hats in 2024.
Yeah, it's time for some swag. They need to send something our way. Jamil and Matt already know I'll wear anything if they provide it.
Yeah.
Just one less running shirt I have to buy.
Well, I don't think Speedland's a sponsor of this, but Speedland was a sponsor of Frenzy, and you got a nice, sweet pair of shoes out of that.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah.
But you know what? Hoka took care of us at Javelina, so...
That's right.
Hoka's taking good care of us.
Hoka's taking really good care of us.
Absolutely. And they also helped deck things out today and yesterday in such great fashion. Some of those banner setups are top notch.
Their support and shoe test setup at the Javelina group run on the Wednesday before the race was fantastic too. Nathaniel was there with a couple of the other team members, and I want to say at the Thursday night social they had 11 people there or something. They were really well represented.
They brought the whole team.
They brought the whole team to
cocktail hour.
Yep. But they had probably 40 different pairs of shoes, all the different sizes, several different models for folks to try at the group run. Great stuff, and I'm sure they'll be on board with continued support as we roll into the 2024 live stream season.
Wondering where our relief went. Somebody head to the Airbnb and go wake him up.
It's Run Rabbit Run Part 2.
That's a little bit high and inside right there. You can see the sun, the light rather, from the sun starting to peek out off to the east. That means the day at Desert Solstice is, the end of the day is drawing near. We're less than an hour and a half out. You can see actually on the screen, just below of the two lights, the one on the right, you can really begin to see the light rising with some prominence.
Yep. And the sky will start to get a little bit orange as sun rises. on Central High School, downtown Phoenix, Arizona, and the 2023 Desert Solstice Track Invitational. Two runners left. I don't think they'll be going anywhere. They've been steady through the night. Scott Treier with a 12-minute per mile pace, more or less. I did see him. He's ducked into the porta potty, so this lap will probably be a little bit slower. Megan Alvarado bundled up, pretty much just walking it in, but walking it in well.
Yeah, she's eclipsed the 100-mile mark. I don't think she really had any specific expectations. Megan in the past has, I believe, 145 is her, or 146.87 is her best in a 24-hour fixed time situation. I don't know if it's darkest just before the dawn, but it's definitely coldest.
It is.
Yeah.
Scott's bundled up a bit with his hood on.
It's about time that man put a shirt on.
Yeah.
Now he's been wearing his see-through NASA shirt.
Temps were warm yesterday, midday, several hours.
Highs of 78 degrees.
Mm-hmm. So it was hot enough for most of these runners. They needed their cooling strategy and ice and dousing and protection from the sun. And then night came quick and cold.
Yes, yes, it did.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're just anticipating the sunrise. And just as the sun has begun to establish itself, we're going to call it a day.
That's right.
As there's about 80 minutes left, a little bit less than 80 minutes left.
You got anything on the agenda today, Chris?
I
Aside
have
from catching up on sleep a little bit.
I have an employee party.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Company party?
Company party. Also, at my daytime job, our team's a little bit lean right now, so we're kind of pressed into a little bit of extra duty, and we're on year-end deadlines in the accounting department, so.
So you have to do a little bit of work today?
My goal today is to try and find 12 extra hours.
So
that's my goal today.
The
accounting,
party,
the job.
The party is with the accounting job, or the party is with Aravaipa. Got
yeah.
it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, accounting a job duty so horrifying it turned Jamil Curry into a race director. I always wondered about that. Like the idea of Jamil Curry in an accounting office is just entertaining beyond
Yeah.
words to me.
Yeah.
When he mentioned that his first year at a college, he was working in an accounting office. I don't know. I mean, frankly, it doesn't matter whether he was doing like, audit or whatever. It's just, I got a huge kick out of that idea. Not saying that he can't handle it. It's just for him to be doing it on a full-time basis is, it just seems like wow.
Mm-hmm.
Those are mine, Mike. Sorry. Leaving my leftover Chinese food in my backpack for poor Mike to clean up after.
That's a tough assignment for a Aravaipa party after an all-nighter at Desert Solstice.
Yeah, don't these people, haven't they seen enough of me?
Right.
In some cases, I've seen enough of them. Like, really? Is Noah going to be there? Oh. I'm just kidding. We love Noah Doherty.
Great group of race directors and employees at Aravaipa, no doubt about it. Fun organization to be a part of.
And it is cold.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I've got my middle son from Colorado here for another couple of weeks, and our other two sons are coming in the next couple of days. So we're going to spend a better part of the day kind of getting everything ready for the influx of youthful energy into our house. And maybe get a little run in the neighborhood.
I didn't realize this. I guess that our vantage point on camera is rotating on a semi-regular basis.
That's our little perch there, that Hoka tent. The red and blue puffies. So you mentioned the 2025 24-hour World Championship. Is it an every other year thing? Or
Yeah.
It is. So it's not done every year.
Well, it's supposed to be an every other year thing, but they were canceled in 2021, I believe, due to COVID concerns.
Mm-hmm.
And so those people who had qualified in that cycle were unfortunately not able to represent their countries, because I believe they wiped the slate clean for qualifiers. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody out there. And so runners basically started their qualifying cycle with Desert Solstice 2021.
Okay.
And
But that was for the race that just took place in Taipei.
That's
the
correct.
2023 race.
Yeah.
And they didn't do an even year one in 22 because of the cancellation in 21. They just
they kept things.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, it went from 2019 to 2023.
Got it.
Great shot of
The sky.
the eastern horizon in the
beginning
morning.
To brighten to our east.
Right there, that shot is coming from the press box at Central High School.
Still camera up there. We had some great drone shots during the day yesterday especially when the parade was coming through.
Oh yeah.
Looking all the way down to South Mountain.
Jake Jackson is already up and about already? Did he even go to bed?
He's got to
He's
get
on the
his
West Coast.
He's got to get his run in.
That's true. Of course, Jake mentioning that he's going to step outside of his comfort zone in 2024. First thing it sounds like he's got on deck is the doubler at Black Canyon, doing the 100K on Saturday, then the 60K on Sunday. So
It's a nice way to start the year.
absolutely. And then, Scott's found a nice way to end the year here at Desert Solstice, putting up a nice big number. Currently at 155 miles, which is the point where we kind of looked at it as being, getting into the safe zone.
Yeah. And with hour and 10 minutes left, if he's I think 160, barring an extended break, 160 plus is probably where he's going to land.
Yeah, Scott's still crushing it. He had slowed down somewhat the last probably about 3 hours or so, but still moving decent for this point in the race.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the men's, well, basically it's the men's results with the exception of the top name. The only thing in question is how many miles Scott Treier ends up with. And ditto for the women. Sierra DeGra decided to call it a day at the 100-mile mark. Can't blame her for that one because she's had a very high volume racing year in 2023 with a turnaround of 4 weeks from the USATF 24-hour championships.
And she packed quite a bit of training in between Fadox and this.
Yeah. Had a 100-mile week somewhere in there.
I'm sure she was ready to hit that triple digits and call it a season. But I suspect we'll see her at Jackpot. In her
I'm
hometown.
expecting that too.
Yep.
Jackpot, of course, is in Henderson, Nevada, and Sierra lives up in Nevada, so it is a hometown race for her.
And that's another one where we're able to live stream from the side of the, well, it's not really a track, but from the side of the course. It's for the 100-mile championship. It's a 1.3 mile loop, or 1.3 mile loop. And then for the timed events, it's a little bit longer loop. Last year we were treated to 5 gentlemen, all over the age of 70, really getting after it. It's kind of a nice subplot to the overall race coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Phil Young. Mentioning his experience meeting Scott Treier. It looks like at Hennepin, if it was Hennepin the year... if it was the year that Scott won Hennepin, then that would have been 2021. Because he won it the year before I was DFL.
And that was 22. And that's Michelle's race. She was on the chat a little while ago. Might still be on there. Ornery Mule Racing. I had fun doing a profile of Michelle for I Run Far this past year, where I did 9 profiles of race directors, kind of the unsung heroes of the sport. And Michelle was one of those that I profiled, as was our very own Jubilee Page.
Yeah.
Who graciously sat down for an interview with me. And we had no shortage of photos to use accompanying the article. All of which were of Jubilee in different costumes. Jubilee's wardrobe changes at Javelina are legendary.
Yeah, anywhere from 20 to 30 costume changes.
And Jubilee was out here yesterday and into the early evening during sunset, taking some spectacular pictures that Jen has put up on our Aravipa Instagram page. Some great action shots of the athletes. Capturing the moments here at Desert Solstice.
Rob asking the important questions, AJW. With your interview with Jubilee, did Fox make the article?
No. It was all about Jubilee. And the sport and her I think perhaps the most I think one of the most interesting things about the conversation was her and the whole team at Aravipa, their desire to keep the rich community feel that's been so much a part of Javelina from the very beginning, when it started just as a 6.5 looper, largely for the locals, to this now global phenomenon. And they're able to do it, and I think a big part of it is with Jubilee's leadership, and the way in which everybody who's part of the race, sponsors included, are kind of buying into that. So that whole festival environment of the Hoka Village and the and the food and coffee trucks, and the camping and the sort of large big top tent for the pre-race race expo and packet pickup and all. It's all done and it's a very big and elaborate thing, but it's all done in a way that celebrates and promotes the sense of community that's a huge part of the mission of Aravaipa running, and Jubilee is a huge reason for that.
Yeah, there are certain things that Jamil insists upon, and I think he really prides himself on the amount of authenticity there is.
Yeah.
And also the level of care that runners receive when they're running Aravaipa events. So despite the fact that a race like Javelina has over 1,000 people, despite the fact that the expo was this like living, breathing sea of humanity, despite the race, sprawling out all those runners over, a 20-mile loop, it's still very cozy, very homey. We're hanging out, you and I at various times doing shifts on the live stream, and occasionally just, inviting our friends or people who became friends, into the studio to hang out on the couch.
Yeah.
Other times people like Versteeg would just show up whether we asked them on the couch or not. Sometimes you have that situation where you have, a house pet jump on the couch and
when you have company over and
yes.
you just gotta, you've just gotta deal with it.
Like when Dylan Bowman was sitting on the couch, I believe that Corinne might have been in the studio with me at that point, Corinne Chalvoy, and Dylan is sitting on the couch, and Mike Versteeg comes in after his first loop at Javelina, so appropriately sweaty for a 23-mile run in the desert on a day that got fairly warm, and proceeds to just basically plant himself in Debo's lap.
Yeah.
That was
one of
great.
those moments, yeah, for sure. We are an hour to go, everybody. The sky to the east is lightening. Yeah, one of our good friends too, who helps out a lot in the live stream and as well as on the group runs, Rob Martin, lives up in Anthem, real good and important part of our little community. Talks about how Aravaipa is in the experience business, and they do an amazing job of not just creating events but creating experiences. And one of the ways in which they do that, not in a race like this necessarily, but in some of the races that are kind of the bread and butter of Aravaipa, of McDowell Mountain Frenzy and Coldwater Rumble, and there's 5 or 6 distance options for people, and so what you see often is a family. Maybe one spouse does the 25K, the other spouse does the 10K, the kids do the 5K or the 6K. I remember experiencing that wonderfully in the Big Pines run in early June up at Flagstaff, and I know you were up there where there's a short distance. There's even a race the night before. There's a Friday evening race, and then there's a Saturday race, and people come up and they camp and they hang out and they enjoy a little time up in the cool weather of the Pines and Flagstaff in June, and an experience is created and fun is had by all.
I'm going to go get my bag out of their way real quick.
All right. Probably a good idea. Don't want it to end up in the lost and found.
Forgot that it was still plugged in. Zachary asking how our Sorokin sales pitch went. I'll be honest. I thought it went very well. For those just tuning in, if you're tuning in this early, you're probably a pretty big fan of fixed time and, ultra distances. And we were fortunate enough to have legendary runner Sonia Sorokin, the current record holder of the 24-hour, 100-mile, 100K. I lost my train of thought there. Okay, so Sorokin. He came on at 3 in the morning local time, so noon his time, because he's in Lithuania. And we talked about his success at Worlds, and not only his personal success, but the Lithuanian team, which had gone from a mid-teens level team back in 2019 to an absolute behemoth in 2023. They had gone from Sorokin and a couple of decent runners who totaled maybe around 180K, so to 200K. So you're talking maybe 115, 120 miles, for the second and third best Lithuanian runners, to having 3 runners over 250K. So basically you'd had 3 runners topping 150 miles, and one of them being Sorokin, whose numbers were just obscene anyways, 189 miles. And so going from, I guess, an also ran as a team and thrusting themselves up into the team world champions on the men's side. And so we pitched the idea of him coming to Solstice, and he seemed amenable to the idea. He said he hasn't really looked at the extent of his schedule yet. I did thank him for his time afterwards, and he responded back and said, he enjoyed the conversation. So I think we're buddies now.
I think you are.
I think we're buddies.
You are, and I think even if he just tuned in for half an hour or so, or to see the setup here, as you mentioned, his 198 miles was on a road course with a 180-degree turn on it.
Yeah.
And if you just look at our camera shot right here, I mean that Hoka tent that Mike and the team are getting ready to take down. I mean, right there in lanes 3 and 4, the runners have lanes 1 and 2 to themselves. Down on pit row, you've got the same tents literally right there. Maybe you have to step 2 or 3 paces off the course if you want to use the porta potty. I mean, you can spend 24 hours literally not even leaving lane 2 and 3 here. If there was ever a course and conditions that were conducive to record performances, it's Desert Solstice. Not to mention the nice weather. Yes, can get warm during the day. Yes, can get cool at night. But we're not talking about huge extremes. Maybe 70s during the day, 40s at night. We had a little bit of wind yesterday, but it's completely calm right now. It's a race that if you can calendar it right. I mean, December is a tricky time to peak for a race, but if you can calendar it right, boy, it's a tremendous opportunity. And I hope he does take us up on your offer now that you're buds.
I would love to see,
and I'll pick him up at the airport.
Oh yeah,
I'd put in for that.
We'd love to have Sorokin here because we know what kind of people are going to be interested in wanting to share the track with him.
Yep.
Love to see, Camille come back out here and put up the big numbers we're used to seeing her do here. Love to see, Courtney DeWalters come out here multiple times. Nothing against having her come out here too. We could end up, hopefully, Desert Solstice could be a a big race once again next year. This year, the field was admittedly a little bit light
Mm-hmm.
due to its proximity to Worlds.
Yeah.
You know,
Many of the best 24-hour runners in the world
yeah
are recovering.
And that's the thing. Like, you know, the runners who were running on the U.S. national team, think about how many of them, you know, have extensive experience here. I mean, yeah, you know, on the men's side, you know, Nick Curry qualified here, Jake Jackson qualified here, Chad Laster qualified here, Scott Treier qualified here, Jeffrey Urbanski runs here, has run here twice in the last 3 years, and Chris Roberts. On the women's side, Marissa Lizak qualified here, Camille Herron run here multiple times in the last few years, Jenny Hoffman, Allison Allen qualified here, Stella Springer qualified here, Mandy Holmes qualified here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 runners out of 12 at Worlds qualified through Desert Solstice, and 2 others come here on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So, you know, in most years, this race is pretty good. You know, this year it was a little bit light.
Yeah, but we're still going to see a 160-mile day from Scott Treier and 100-plus kind of comeback run from Megan Alvarado. Several other athletes stopped right around 100. Jimmy Strahorn, Garrett Nelson, to name 2. Zach Bitter went out hard in the heat and had his stomach rebelled on him shortly after he hit the 50K mark, and he called it a day.
Hey, Arm Swing, you know, you're more than welcome to try and qualify for this race, but we know you can't. Later. Blocked. I see Jeff Garmeyer has joined the chat. Would love to see him out here.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Garmeyer, as far as I know, still has the top men's 48-hour result this year from his run at Jackpot. Now, that could shift a little bit with what happens across the years, but
There's a nice shot of the sunrise to the east. Our little perch here for a little bit more, for about another hour, as our 2 intrepid runners are on their 24th hour. There's Megan from Virginia. And Scott Treier from Phoenix.
yeah, I think we can claim him now.
But proudly still clinging to his New England Boston roots. I think Megan has switching gloves every lap. She's got 7 or 8 pairs. She's got the pink ones rocking now. She had black mittens before. Putting all the clothes on.
Looks like Scott Treier is going to be at about 100 and... Actually, I'm going to check something with our race director here momentarily. I want to confirm some details. It sounds like Scott might be coming up on a big number here. Looks like with his next passing, Scott Treier will have established a new 40 to 44 U.S. age group record for the 24-hour. You can see Scott across the way there. So with that in mind, Scott will be coming away from Desert Solstice with 2 new U.S. age group records.
we got the drone up for the last little bit of the race here with the daylight coming.
Is he coming on? And Scott has established a new 40 to 44 40 to 44 24-hour U.S. record.
Oh, that's an age group record.
Yeah.
Age group American record.
Yep. For 24 hours. And he's still got 40 minutes to spare.
Yeah. We running.
Every day I'm shuffling. Yeah, at this point we do only have a pair of participants on the track at this point. Scott Treier, who, as we mentioned, has set a new American age group record for the 40 to 44-year-old category for 24 hours. And at this point, he is at about, give or take, 158 miles in climbing.
Yep.
It's still possible that he hits 160 here. He's got 40 minutes. No, 162, 163, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say he's got.
Depending on, I don't know if he is going to have the ability to, push a little bit or if he even feels like he needs to push. I mean, he looks so relaxed right now.
Yeah. Well, you got to figure, like, the nice round number of 160 is,
Yeah, once he gets past that, I'm sure that he'll be very happy, knowing that this is the run that he hoped to have a couple weeks ago.
Right. There's a good view of the aid station. Small race, but Aravaipa living up to their usual standards. Full-blown hot food, vegan and vegetarian options, sweet, salty, savory, the works. It's what you get when you come to an Aravaipa race. No doubt about it.
So it looks like Scott is potentially pacing for about 262, 263K. Just out of curiosity.
Porta potty. Nope. I was mentioning in the Sorokin segment, I was mentioning how set up this course is for records. That drone shot right there, or now that still shot. I mean, that no stone unturned. That porta potty is sitting in lane 4. with a trash can right there. So,
And of course, as soon as he comes out, we're right on him with the coverage.
yeah. Yeah. Our crack team doesn't miss a trip to the porta potty.
No. No place to hide on the track.
Yeah, I know. Zach was hoping for a place to hide yesterday when he was puking in that trash can.
Yeah.
Phoenix is waking up on this crisp December morning. Crisp might be nice. Let's just call it chilly. Cold. Frigid.
Freezing. Arctic.
I've been double puffied all night.
I didn't realize that Scott Treier was coaching Jeff Garmeyer.
Oh, run faster.
It explains why Jeff has a sudden affinity for fixed time racing.
Yeah. I wonder. That's quite a combo when you think about it.
Oh, yeah. How do they get anything done?
Yeah.
Their coaching calls have to be the most comical conversations. Scott Treier coaching Jeff Garmeyer. That coaching call is definitely off the rails.
I think that's a podcast episode right there.
Right?
A reality TV show on those two guys.
So once again, for those just tuning in, congratulations to Scott Treier. Scott has established a new American age group record for the 24-hour with whatever he ends up at here. I believe is at about 158 miles and counting. On the women's side, Megan Alvarado is still moving forward. We had, as we've mentioned, a fairly light field this year. Primarily due to the World Championships just being a couple weeks ago. As we mentioned, 10 of the 12 national team members either A, qualified, or B, have raced Desert Solstice multiple times. Let's just say since COVID.
Yeah.
So, for those... for worlds to have, for so many of those runners to have done a lot of time here, it was only going to stand to reason that the Solstice field ended up being smaller. But what that also says is that next year, Solstice's field is going to be pretty robust, just out of force of habit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be. Steve commenting on the chat. Is that it, Steve? That
Yep.
he ran ran the 15K at Javelina and had family members along and really hit the nail on the head that the community feel of these multi-distance events, kind of something for everyone. Not an event like this, but in general, some of the sort of bread and butter Aravaipa events are very much about that.
Scott, not yet done
Yeah, and
collecting
still,
numbers.
still keeping it well below 12-minute pace.
Got her at 104.9.
Ah,
Of course, when runners are at this race, rather than it being a full lap, as their number, they'll actually be pin flagged and then wheeled a measurement. So they get
last
credit.
few meters.
They get
Yeah.
credit for partial laps.
That's very cool.
I remember when Nick set the American 24-hour record here a couple years ago. Bob Hearn had his pin flag, and for a split second, Bob was saying, I think I might have shorted him a couple inches. You could see Bob following along, and it was. I thought that he did a fine job, but he had this moment where I guess he kind of thought that he might have put the flag in the ground a
So
half
is that
second
how
too
it
early.
works? Like, so as the end is nearing, people are assigned.
Yes.
And they'll go out into the infield and just sort of follow the runner, so that the runner doesn't have to stop cold.
Yeah.
And wait for someone to come mark it.
Yeah, so what'll happen
They probably
is
do, but
yeah, for the most part, when the dinner bell sounds at the 24-hour.
I remember Camille. I think it was over there when on turn 3. She stopped dead. There was someone brought a chair.
Yeah, Connor had a chair for her right
stayed
away.
There, and she stayed right there for 25 minutes.
Yeah, that year, Connor was waiting for her with a chair over there, and I know that they brought her over to the aid tent, and she hung out there in a cot until they could facilitate post-race drug testing. So.
Okay, yeah.
You can see the breakdown crew is aces today.
Yeah.
You can look at you see the race director tent to the left. The center one up against the bleachers is the media tent where we're at right now. And the one that is actually in the upper center of the screen is the aid station.
Yeah. And then there's just one lone Callie, Scott's crew is is under the aid station tent, and then the one remaining Aravaipa tent is Megan's setup.
Yep. It's about to get hella bright here.
Yes, it is.
We're about 28 minutes out from the finish of this race. Scott probably going to be able to tack on another 2.5, maybe 3 miles at this point.
I think it'll be. He's been doing in between 11 and 12, so I'm going to guess. Has he hit 160 yet?
No, he's at 158.8.
I'm thinking 161.
Okay.
I got to get a pair of those pants Julie has. It's like wearing a sleeping bag on each leg.
They do look comfy.
Oh, yeah.
Probably pretty warm.
RSG asking about Zach Bitter. He was going for it, RSG. And up until about 50K, by our math, he was kind of pacing for 640, 650. But stomach erupted, and it came fast and furious. He had a couple of puking episodes, and really called it a day without much delay. He he just and he had been dousing himself pretty liberally throughout the day, even in the relative cool of the morning. And so I think the heat got to him, the hot pace, and he lived to fight another day. We did have Chris had a nice long chat with Nick Curry, who'd been crewing him, talked a little bit about how everything went down. If you want to go check it out, rewind on the live stream. It was right about the 32-mile mark for Zach, so about 3:20 into the stream. But he gave it a shot. That's how he races.
Yep.
So Megan Alvarado is now over 105 and may squeeze in one more mile.
Nick Curry in the chat stopping in. Strong theory is Zach caught some kind of sickness a couple days ago that hit hard yesterday.
Oh.
Wasn't just bad food or something. He's been sleeping almost straight since he stopped.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thanks for that feedback, Nick.
There's Scott Treier right there.
And we are officially hit by the sun, Chris.
Yep.
Excuse me.
I'll be going blind accordingly in about... the question is whether or not I can keep my eyesight for another 23 minutes.
Yeah. Might be my imagination, but I think Scott's picking it up a little bit. Was that split under 240? Push that little button.
242.
Oh, 242. Okay.
I guess we could ask Jamil because he's right here too. Somebody asked whether he'll be pacing his brother at Western States. Maybe he'll give us an answer, but he's busy doing some drone flying right now. Yeah, it was pretty cool this morning, like downright cold in my opinion. I caught on my phone, it did not say 54 degrees this morning. It was more in the mid 40s. I believe 46 was as low as I saw it get. Yeah, it's showing 46 right now. The high yesterday was about 78, but it was a very aggressive sunshine 78.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, runners went from evaporative cooling to adding multiple layers within just a few hours. It's something we just get used to in Arizona. You know, when it gets to be 105, 110 degrees during the daytime, and it gets down to, 75 at night on occasion, that evaporative cooling pivots to extra base layer real quick. Nick responded to the person asking whether Jamil would pace him at Western States. He said he's not sure. He's welcome to, but he might need to get a few more training miles in then this year.
I don't know. I have a feeling Jamil's not going to do hard rock off the couch.
Yeah, he'll probably get a few training miles in this year.
Yeah. Not too late to send in his Barkley stuff. That probably just got flagged by the LAS meter that monitors anything.
No, Jamil is really good about keeping the secrets with regards to that race. If I ask him a question point blank, I'm definitely not getting an answer. I can tell you that. Because I tried for years to get a little bit of information about it. I remember one time I asked him about whether or not he was going to attend a race here, and he said no, because he was going to be traveling, and really didn't expand upon it. And then I kind of put it together. I'm like, oh, is Barkley that weekend? And he just kind of looked at me and kind of half shrugged his shoulders and ignored me for the rest of the conversation.
Do you remember the year that Jamil and Gary Robbins bought Barkley?
I remember reading about it.
Yep. That was a great year. And then a couple of years later, there was a video made about it. Gary and Jamil were standing up on the fire tower, looking out over the frozen head, their new kingdom. Oh yeah.
With just over 15 minutes remaining, Scott Treier is still moving really well. Has eclipsed the 160-mile mark.
Excuse me. 160.
Last lap, 241.
Yep.
So, yeah, 160.1 miles per our runner tracker. Looks like the number that was up on that graphic might have been a lap behind because he did just cross the timing strip. And our other participant still on course, Megan Alvarado. Basically, still moving, not moving too quickly, but adding to her mileage total, which sits in the 105, 106 range.
She's got to be happy with that.
Oh, absolutely.
Coming on
She
kind of a postpartum return to long running.
Yeah, she hadn't had a big number in this kind of format in a few years. Her PR for the 100-mile was back in 2016. Her PR for the 24-hour was back in 2018. Of course, she mentioned to us prior to the race that she, had a young child at home and is still working through the postpartum era of her racing career. Liam asking what the croissant count for Scott is now. And Liam, you slept through the breaking news. So Scott gave up on croissants for a while. I don't know if he ever came back to them, but he decided to take a journey through Europe, and he traded his French croissants for Swedish fish.
Yeah, so he had a couple hours there where he was really hitting the Swedish fish hard.
Yeah.
And
why didn't he just make fish sandwiches?
I know. That'd be beautiful. So Swedish fish rolled up in a croissant.
In a croissant?
Yeah.
That sounds...
That sounds gross.
Yeah. Got about 13 minutes left. Emily Bear giving us a peek behind the curtain with Scott's diet. When Callie went to, take care of the dog and take a break, Emily had taken over crewing for Scott and mentioned that he had some Reese's and spring gels along the way as well.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yeah, he had some solid food off the aid stations, but his downtime has been virtually zero.
That's been one of the more impressive aspects of his run.
I think I know he's had a shoe change, maybe only one. Put on, changing shirts, jackets, stuff like that, but really, downtime has been incredibly small.
So yeah, eclipsing the 160-mile mark as we started to believe he could a few hours ago.
Yeah.
I believe it was maybe late Saturday night, so about 9-10 hours ago, where we began to kind of realize that not only could he be looking at a PR, which in his case is 152, or was before today, that he could add to it significantly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like we're seeing that this course is one where runners who know what they're doing are able to, you know, level up significantly.
Yeah.
You look at what Nick Curry did going from, you know, the mid 150s to 170. You see Scott Treier going from 152 to potentially 162 or more. Camille Herron did it, you know, leveling up into a world record number. So, you know, runners who know how to handle their business on this track end up tending to do very well here.
I think Marissa Lizak is another one.
Yeah.
Yep. I know last year's 150 and change was
156, I want to say.
was a leap up for her.
Yeah, that's or 156.
Yeah.
Which was a PR by 5 miles.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was impressive. She was a metronome that day.
Yep.
And she was over at Worlds, right? In Taipei?
So Marissa Lizak was at Worlds. Her participation was nominal. She went in a walking boot.
Oh, okay.
The national team didn't have a chance to replace her with an alternate, and so they figured the best course of action was to have her go along and offer support and help
great.
crew.
Yeah.
You know, and
so she was still able to be part of the event, and
she actually did the first loop along with her teammates to show support. So if you look at her number for Worlds, it literally shows like 1.2 miles. So, but it was important to her, and it was important for her to support her team. And you know, I think the team was pretty grateful. We had Pam Smith on last night, who was gushing about how proud she was of the team and how they stuck together in a year where, you know, the U.S. is used to being on the podium for these 24-hour races, and the men finished 10th and the women finished 5th. So it was not the greatest year from a performance standpoint, but there were some positives and some lessons that were taken away from the event as far as my understanding goes. Talked to several people who were on the team, several people who were there around the team, and my understanding is that while they wished that things had gone better, it doesn't seem like there were many regrets about the experience.
that's great.
About
Well, and hopefully she bounces back. Was it a stress fracture or something?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That might be a Nick Curry question now that
Yeah.
we know he's in the chat.
Yeah.
Or Jake Jackson perhaps is in the chat as well.
We are in the final minutes here of the Desert Solstice Track Invitational.
7
Central
minutes.
High School, Phoenix, Arizona. 2 runners left on the track. Megan Alvarado of Virginia and Scott Treier of Arizona were claiming it. Also from Massachusetts. We'll give them dual citizenship for now.
Another person I wouldn't mind seeing what they could do in this this format on the track. One of our broadcast buddies, Patrick Karen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd love to see Patrick out here. Hey, Megan's running. She must have said, okay, 10 minutes to go. I'm going to run. She's probably been walking since about 4 a.m. But she's going to run a little bit here. It's good to see.
Okay, so we have a number. Thank you, Callie. 12 Costco croissant halves. So
Okay.
6 croissants in total.
We have a count.
And this was a mostly front loaded, right? So this is a positive split in terms of the croissants. And it's croissant PR. You know what? Maybe he would have done better if he would have negative split his croissants. Maybe. Yeah, maybe he needs to talk to Nick Curry about negative splitting, his croissant intake.
We have 5 minutes remaining for Scott Treier and Megan Alvarado. Please out those last miles.
We have confirmation from Scott's crew. It's a PR. It's a croissant PR today. Croissant PR, mileage PR, age group record.
Got the heads up. Thank you, Nick, for clarifying that Marissa Lizak's injury leading into Worlds was a metatarsal stress fracture.
Okay.
And it's unfortunate that, normally she puts up a big number here, and she wouldn't have been able to run this, obviously, but, it would have been nice to see what she could have done at Worlds, because when healthy, she is a world-class runner.
This race last year was the first time I'd seen her run, and she was, from hour 1 to hour 24, she looked the same. She was incredibly consistent.
And she doesn't quit. I've seen her actually drop to a knee and reach and crawl for an extra couple of feet.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I watched her cross the timing mat on her knees one time. Yeah, she doesn't care.
Wow.
She's tough.
Look at Megan. She's pouring it on here in these last waning minutes.
Maybe she'll run Scott down here. Yeah, she's moving very well.
Yep, last lap was in the 3-minute range. Yeah, she just said, Scott, I'm coming for you. I'm guessing Megan's gonna run with him. That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, for sure. The two of them.
They've shared a lot of time. Just the two of them.
They got about 2.5 minutes. Might as well close it out together.
Great
Make
shot
it easier
here
on the pin flags. So they probably will finish this lap and add a little extra change out there.
Yep, might be up.
Probably going to get about an extra half lap.
Up around the porta potty, maybe.
Scott has added to his his American record for the 40 to 44 age group.
Here they come. Megan is.
Got about.
There's the pin flaggers.
I'm thinking they better move a little bit closer to that end of the field because I don't think. 90 seconds, maybe. Oh, Megan didn't want to run with Scott. She just wanted to pass him.
She wanted to drop him. What was that split? Push your little button. She must have been under 3.
Megan split on that last loop.
Yeah, 2:21.
And Scott was 2:45. We're down to our final 45 seconds.
This is the conclusion of the Desert Solstice Track Invitational. Megan Alvarado and Scott Treier.
Now, as you'll see, each of the runners is going to be accompanied by somebody with a pin flag that is going to measure and drop that exactly where they finish.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the buzzer. Congratulations, Megan and Scott, on a very impressive performance, sticking it out for the full 24 hours. And a huge congrats to Scott Treier for his 2:40 to 44 U.S. track records in the 200K and 24 hours. Well done, and a huge personal PR as well.
Folks, stay tuned. We're going to try and get their final numbers as soon as possible here. At least an unofficial total, if nothing else.
Your podium awards right after we wheel out these final laps and get our final results for the 24 hours.
Well, Chris, it's been fun.
Absolutely.
And we have a little bit of time to collect ourselves, but I've enjoyed this, and
Always.
I'll see you next time on the next live stream.
Definitely.
Signing
definitely.
off. Thanks everybody in the chat.
Are we signing off? or
Thanks
are we
for joining
waiting
us.
For the... Yeah, I think we're going to stick on.
Oh, I'm
for
sorry.
The...
We're going to
yeah.
stick around for the final mileages. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, we're going to stick around and catch the final mileage tallies. Hopefully, in Megan's case, she's got a plane to catch in a few hours, so she's probably going to start collecting her stuff. Jackie Hunt Bursma was crewing her and, excuse me, going to help start to organize that. In the case of Scott, he is with Callie, and she walked him back across. You know, those two have had quite a year. You know, Scott setting, you know, a couple of records here at Desert Solstice, top 3 at Leadville, I believe, and Callie gathering the FKT for the Maricopa Trail. Yeah, I guess when you look at it, this is the final live stream for 2023. Another year in. This is the 6th live stream effort of ours here at Desert Solstice. First in 2018, and every year since. Rain or shine, usually shine.
Yeah.
I don't think that in the 6 years that I've covered this race that we've had any rain, now that I look back.
Yeah, just to recap, while they're doing the measuring, we started our live stream season in January, remotely streaming Bandera.
Yep.
A hybrid studio and on-site at Black Canyon. On-site trackside at Jackpot.
Mm-hmm.
Up at the finish of Cocodona.
That was so much fun.
in the Silverton Gymnasium at Hard Rock.
Yep.
The wonderful little sort of ski lodge of Run Rabbit Run.
Mm-hmm.
Trackside at Javelina. And now wrapping up the season trackside at Desert Solstice. Quite a year.
Yeah.
Quite a year in live streaming. A whole huge team of people. Commentators, field correspondents, producers.
I believe Nathaniel from Hoka is actually out at the Black Canyon training run today.
Oh, is he?
So he was out here helping to set up yesterday and be a part of the festivities. And now he's across town, not across town, but up north. Probably, I would say right now, shuttling between Bumblebee and Rock Springs Cafe.
They're doing the final section today.
Middle
Or
section.
Middle
Yeah.
section today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple athletes doing all the training runs. They're just really embracing the Black Canyon.
They're a lot of fun.
Yep.
And even if you're not doing the race, it's an opportunity to do a supported section of the trail.
Point to point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aerovipa handles the logistics for that group run, with the help of volunteers. Like Noah will drive a few people, and other, Aerovipa employees will be there to help as well. But it also does rely on the generosity of the time of, some of the people participating.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned here, we're just waiting on final confirmation of the numbers. I don't think we're going to stick around for the award ceremony itself. I don't know how many of the runners actually came back for it. I know that sometimes people come back, and sometimes it can be a big gathering of people, but I think this year... well, actually, if you look at it this way... And I'm not trying to make light of it by any stretch of the imagination, but of the 7 participants, 6 of them walked away off the podium, and the only one that didn't was Zach Bitter.
Yeah.
It's a very odd thing.
That's odd. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to head out. I have appreciated this. This has been fun, and I will see you all at the next live stream, everybody.
Take care. I'm going to stick around for another couple moments to see if we can get confirmation of those final numbers from our race director. You might want to turn that off. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Yeah. See you next time. All righty. Have a great holiday. Yeah, you too. All right, buddy.
See you, JW.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to try and reach out, and I think they've completed the wheeling. I'm going to head over and chat with Julie really quick. I'll be right back, folks.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to start with the track cam?
This one we should like unhook it and kind of like hold on right here. At least for this.
All right. All right, folks, I have the final numbers for our last two competitors standing. In the case of Megan Alvarado, her final number ended up being 106.9 miles. Good enough to take down the 24-hour championship here at Desert Solstice. Congratulations to Megan. And on the men's side, Scott Treier, his final number, 161.5 miles, establishing a new age group record for the United States 24-hour 40 to 44 range, besting the record previously held by Jake Jackson, his fellow national team member, who set that record in 2018 right here on this very track. Jake's number was 157.6, and Scott added about 3.9 miles to that total. So congratulations to Scott Treier, setting two American records along his run today. I know it was a wide PR for him of nearly 9 miles, and setting two records along the way, the 200K 40 to 44 American age group record, and as we just mentioned, the 24-hour cumulative total for the 40 to 44 American age group as well. So congratulations to Scott and to Megan, as well as all of our other competitors. We've got the final standings here. Scott Treier, Jimmy Strahorn, Garrett Nelson, and Zach Bitter on the men's side. On the women's side, the podium is Megan Alvarado, Sierra DeGra, and Darcy Smith. So congratulations to them. I think that wraps it up for us, right, Jamil? Awesome. Folks, thanks for tuning in. I'm Chris Warden. We'll see you in 2024 as we're drawing the year to a close. Have a safe and happy holiday, everybody, and we'll see you next time.